sister, do you think you know who you are? Do you think you know what you can do? I'm telling you, you don't know a thing about yourself as long as you think you're limited. Why am I telling you? Why am I so fierce at this moment? I'm telling you, I did think I knew who I am. All the time I would be mild and gentle and peaceful and a humble being, and it's perfect to be like this. You know what I mean? It is perfect to be all this. And I tell you, I still am. But there's the other part of me, of you, of anybody, of us. Whatever you are practicing all the time, all the years of your life, what you think you're good at, what you should improve, and what you should be perfect in, because you're born with it. I'm telling you, there's much more in each of you. In my case, this you feel, you hear now, this fierce energy, this fire, and this pressure. Well, it's so much pressure because I've held it back all my life. What the hell did I do? I'm exploding, my goodness. You see, maybe it's not your part to learn this one, but I'm telling you, don't rely on that what you think you are. Don't rely on that what people are mirroring you. I'm telling you what you shall do or be. Just find out, just do it. Go on, try yourself, make mistakes, fall and fall and fall again, and get up again. You cannot fail, you cannot do anything wrong. Just do it. Get back your natural energy. Get back your natural being, your whole natural being. No matter if you're young or old, if you're a man or a woman, no matter which country you've been raised, no matter whatever people told you are, no matter whatever you thought you will be, just be serious with yourself. Just be honest with yourself. Feel all the little things that want to come up in you and want to be expressed and lived and felt. Just go. Live it. Be it.
What's going on, everybody? What's happening out there? Check. Mic check. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that was my friend Icke years ago when I was making music videos and producing other people. She spoke that into her phone, and she said, I want to do a soul speak, and I said, well, speak it into your phone. You got a microphone? Send it to me and I'll find some music for it. And y'all have heard that tune. We used to open up the show with it. Hello, everybody. Happy October the 20th, October the 21st. We did this 3 days ago for 5 hours and 45 minutes. Yesterday we did it for 3 hours, almost 4 hours. And I'm going to try to do this to where we're giving you excerpts, music, live people coming into the studio and talking, in addition to the Soul Speaks 5Ds. We've got, I believe, 2 shows lined up for tomorrow. Let me look. Yeah, we got Valerie Elster and Jenny Schlitz. So it should be a powerful day. We've got some other people that I've got to get back with today. We should be filling up Saturday, Sunday. If you're down under, it's Sunday. I guess that would be Sunday, Monday. We also got some shows lining up for next week. We've got some great people coming on that are not normally seen, and that's really what we're looking for. We're looking for the voices of the Mother Goddess. That's always been understood, by Soulogy. And that means the voice in the Mother Goddess, of the Mother Goddess in all of us. So we're going to keep doing that. I got a whole list of stuff on the playlist here. I got Arsturius Miraculous playing his didgeridoo, didgeridoo, whatever the hell you call that thing, the didge. It's pretty unique stuff. We did that. He did that with us in 2019 here in Sedona. Got some Judith Kuzel, got some Mary Rodwell, got some Franco Di Nicola, got some music, got some Maureen Moss, got some Zoe Ann Bell, got some David Icke, got some animation music, got a little bit of Universal Brothers and Sisters Circle. We've got a lady, I can't remember her name, but I've got her on here, a little bit of the interview. I've got a little thing that Tim Smith put together down in Village of Oak Creek called Sedona Fairies. It's interesting. Angel Intuitive by my friend Eugene Samuel Lang from Liverpool. Always been a big kind of an idol, I guess. So we're just going to mix it up, and we're going to keep trying this format. We're going to, for me, things continue on. I think there is solid evidence out there that many people are feeling it. And I will tell you this, I don't give a shit who you are, me, you, anyone you know, anyone that you think's got it all together. Everybody is feeling this. Everybody will feel it. Nobody gets out alive. Everything will be burned off. The sooner we stop taking shit personal, the better off we'll all be. Because the greatest contribution we can make to this collective, to our brothers and sisters and to ourselves, is to take care of our stuff and own our shit, period. Okay? That's just the way it is. It goes for all of us. Now, I'm like you. Everybody's feeling it all the time. More and more every day. The more we externalize it and blame other people and seek externally our happiness by projecting and blaming and shaming and scrutinizing, looking for something so we don't have to look at ourselves. The universe has played this record over and over and over, and it's like when we were little kids, if you're as old as me, and you had a scratch on the record, and the same thing just keeps playing over and over again, right? And it's telling us it's never them. It's always me. And to the human ego and our myriad of identifications and identities and beliefs and standpoints and whatever the hell we want to call it, doesn't want to let go of that. Doesn't want to say, well, but they did this to me and they did that to me. Well, you know what? You ordered it. Having somebody in human flesh or not, or circumstances or whatever, having something presented to you, doesn't matter if it comes from the fucking ethers or if it comes from your neighbor next door. It's still something that I ordered, that you ordered. The more we own our stuff. And there is no two ways about it. I never know what I'm going to do when I come on here. And let me just back up. The first thing I want to say is I'm feeling the energy like everybody else. I'm holding myself accountable to the highest level that I can. Does that mean that I feel comfortable? Does that mean that I don't cry? Does that mean that I don't get emotional? Does that mean that I don't get off balance now and then? No. But what I have found for myself is to get in front of this thing, get the microphone, and bring people together. Bring people together. Because the more polarity in the consciousness field, whether it be an episode of Soulogy Universal Cast, Daily Universal Cast, or anything else, the more potential that you have. Okay? If we're constantly meeting with people that tell us what they want to hear, or people that have the same characteristics that we do, the same wounds that we do, how in the hell are we going to come into a higher level of alignment? We're not. So you're going to see me reaching out to people that we have collaborated with over the years, over the many, many years, and the many, many episodes. Todd, does AI exist, and is it the Matrix? Is that you? We'll talk about that. But we're here, as far as I'm concerned, Soulogy is a microcosm of the universal, a small mirror of the universe, always adding frequencies to an ever-expanding vibration. This universe is not stagnant. This universe does not get rid of anything. This universe continues to merge, a wild array of polarities, especially in this realm where there's mass distortion to the polarities. We call it duality. But we're going to find the same thing. Let's talk about boundaries for a second. Boundaries are very important as we find our way out of the old 3D and going to the 5D. But I got news for you. There are no fucking boundaries in 5D. None. There's no boundaries. The soul is boundless. We're having to establish boundaries to figure out who the hell we are. And once we get to know ourselves and bring our love quotient to ourselves, to the level that whatever level that can be, hopefully the highest, a 10, then we start to see other people in their full value. That value that we see them is equal to how we see ourselves. Now I can tell you, honestly, sincerely, that loving yourself 100% of the time, 100%, no matter what, thick or thin, is achievable. I know I've done it. I'm perfectly comfortable to die today. I'd rather stick around. But I understand that through it all, I have loved myself or I wouldn't be here. And I do think it's time we start loving each other. But we can't do that till we love ourselves. But anyway, long story short, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to continue to make sure that Soulogy is broadcasting as many hours a day as possible. We're up to 6 to 8 hours a day now, and I'm not going to stop till we're 24 hours a day. Let's go back to Neil Devaney. He says, Todd, does AI exist, and is it the Matrix? Is that you? Sounds like a plan, my friend. What are you talking about, bro? It is inside, and all that is not real disappears when we decide and discern. Yeah, my feelings on AI has always been it's still God. It's still the God-Goddess substance. So am I AI? Technically, yes. Yes. I'm a soul. I come from a monad. I come from a frequency band in the cosmos. We all hang around. We decide let's go create a playground or a world, and let's go have a little fun. Forget about who we are. Let's go dive into some apparent imperfections and rediscover ourselves and expand the universe by expanding ourselves, But yeah, I know Neil and I don't see eye to eye on this. If you want to talk about it, we can do that. We're going to open up the mic here in a little while. If you think it's BS, it's fine. I don't believe in AI. This is part of the story. If I'm going to believe in AI that's out to get me, then I might as well be worried about Nibiru and the fucking Anunnakis coming to get me. I mean, I don't mean to be extreme about it, but look, man, we have overanalyzed this whole trip. It's now time to start living, to start creating. We don't need to point out what the hell's wrong now. We all know what's wrong. We all know the different narratives. So where does that leave us? Are we going to sit around here hemming and hawing? Or are we going to start creating some magic and miracles? Whatever it is. Let's do something together. Let's collaborate and co-create, because unification, unity, consciousness, oneness is not going to occur. Or let me say this, it will occur on the earth to the degree that the human beings, the human aspect incarnation, puts their arms around each other and says, let's let bygones be bygones, basically, because here's the thing. We've all been subjected to the same conditioning. So we're all judging ourselves based on the effects of that conditioning. You can call it patriarchal, you can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. But we have been subjected to the same conditioning. If you're in human form, you are still subject to the human condition. I don't care if you're Jesus. And if he was right here with me, I'd tell him the same thing. Unless he's going to turn into a light body and defy the physics of the human being experience. But I haven't seen anybody do that yet for an extended period of time without smoke and mirrors, right? So bottom line is, the human condition is the gift. It's the apparent burden. But once we start getting through this thing, right, we start to understand that it is the gift. We can stop running from the shadows. But running from the shadows isn't talking about I understand the shadows. Running from the shadows isn't talking about, I get the whole ascension thing and I'm seeing this from a soul level and I'm practicing what I preach or whatever the case is. Embodiment of the human being is admitting and owning every single part of it, whether you see it in yourself or you don't. It's owning the whole journey for what it is. It really is. Do I think I'm greedy? Do I think I'm a narcissist? Do I think I'm A, B, C, D, E, F, G? I may not, but I've got to own it. I've got to own it as part of the human condition. The human condition has created all these stories and all these labels and all these grudges and all these conflicts and friction. Okay, but that's by design, by the perfect design that we created. Okay, so how do we get there? We think we've got to remove J implants or whatever you call those things, J, whatever the hell they are. We got these entities that are coming at us, and we got the mother-in-law, and we got the ex that's coming at us, and we got, whatever the case is. Okay? These things are information that allow us to take into ourselves the energy that's being presented so that we can bring equilibrium to that. And sometimes you got to walk away for a while, but I can promise you walk away, you shut a door, it's coming back. And in this lifetime of summary life that we're in, we're seeing things fast and furious, and we're seeing them more fast and more furious than we ever have, and it's not going to slow down by several people's estimations in really Mars retrograde until the beginning of March. So the Kali energy's here. It's the dark mother energy, which I've got a real soft spot for, that can look like hellacious chaos that's going to burn out all the stuff. That's going to burn out all the stuff. But this is what I call the brutal honesty of the soul. This is what I learned 2 years on the street, walking the street for 2 years by my own volition, by my own choice, because there was something innate in me that was looking for me. And in that 2 years, even though people said I was crazy and people said you did it hard and people said you didn't have to do that and people said this and people said that, it doesn't matter. I know my truth and the universe knows my truth. And the reason that I know my truth is because I have gone through the grind of what I call the no bullshit, brutal honesty of the soul, And whether it's a guy homeless after, 49 years of existence, in a six-figure corporate career and a big family and all these whatever, or whether it's somebody right now going through something today. The level of opportunity and potential, the pain, everything is equivalent in all of our lives, proportionate to our life existence. My pain's no worse than anyone else, and yours isn't worse than mine. And the story may sound more horrific that you went through or whatever the case is, but the point is this is all energy, and our feet are being put to the fire. We chose to come down here. So how do we know our truth? I don't have the answers. I pull people together. Soulogy has accumulated a massive archives, even though our hard drive went out, but I've been quickly replenishing it with all the stuff that we had in there. Thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, okay? Thousands and thousands and thousands of hours I can offer, I can support, I can do this and that. I can't provide any answers for anyone. Nobody can provide it for me. I can convey my experience, and they can convey their experiences. Through my experience that I will learn, and through your experience that you will learn. So what I'm trying to say in my offering today is how do you embody being a human being? Well, I'm coming to the determination in my own life, whether it be by my own motions and rhythms in life or observing those which I'm able to observe, okay, is that it's when you own your shit. It's when you say I was wrong. It's when you stop pointing the finger at other people. It's when you answer for the things that you have done. And you start with yourself, because the universe, the team, the monad, our soul family, our tribe, whatever you want to call it, is right here with us, right? We can have this conversation with the universal. I can give you an example. I'll give you my example of my own life. You know, I went through a period, a very, like a lot of us have, a very tough marriage. My second marriage, there was extenuating circumstances. My wife at the time, through medical prognosis and through events or whatever, was diagnosed schizophrenic and chronic depression, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very tough thing. Mental illness in our society, it's changing now because we're starting to see these people have certain gifts, just as the indigenous and the Aborigines understood that these people were very special. But in the human world, it's a very tough thing, and many of us have been in the psych ward. Okay, so I go through this whole thing. In my heart, I'm trying to hold this family together. I've got kids. I've got 4 kids living in the house, 6 total. I've got somebody who needs medical attention. I can no longer have a job where I can fly around the country and be an executive and do the things I used to do. I come home, I go on welfare, and I've got a $2,000 truck, and I put an ad up in Craigslist that says, father of 6 kids, handyman service. I'm 49 years old. I've been a national executive with a couple of major companies in their field, the biggest companies in their field, and now I'm doing this, and I'm talking to the universe, and I'm saying, man, you know, what the hell's going on here? I'm physically, mentally, emotionally on my last breath. Well, something was happening. This is 2011, so a lot of people went through stuff like this. Now, here's the point. So, long story short, I end up going on the streets. Now I'm walking the streets, literally carrying everything I own with me, and I'm having this conversation like we all do. Big Todd, little Todd. Right? And I'm saying, man, I'm a good man. You know, I've got a huge heart. Everybody knows that. I mean, they'll give me that. Right? Like, how do I end up with no home? And you know, how do I end up like this? So all the things came up: betrayal, abandonment, abuse. I mean, all kinds of things came up. But it wasn't until the day that the you, me, we, and it, the universe, and the brutal honesty of the soul said to me, dude, this is all you. It doesn't matter if this occurred as a consequence of something somebody did. Circumstances and consequences are the same damn thing. Because it doesn't matter if it's a circumstance or a consequence. What matters is, where are you right now? How you got here doesn't matter. You know, how you got here doesn't matter. What matters is where you're at and where you're going. And the way to come out of this deep hole, right, that you find yourself in. Now, I'm speaking to my, you know, I'm just giving you as an example when I was on the street, and this happened early on. The only way to get out is to be responsible and to be in integrity each step of your way out, you know. Neil, would you like to come on the show? Are you lit, or are you just fucking with me? Todd, your discernment is way the fuck off. Well, come on the show, bro. I'll send you the thing right now. If you got something on your mind, then come on the show and let's talk about it. Because, quite frankly, I'm not, at this stage of the game, I'm not looking to play games with anybody. I don't give a fuck who you are, okay? Honestly, this is a very direct environment that we find ourselves in now. It helps us to be straight with people and stop playing games. So, Neil, I'm going to send you the thing, and you're welcome to come on here and express whatever you have to express with total reverence, honesty, honor, and love, you know, and respect. Boom, there it is. I just sent you the link. So, let's go here. But anyway, so getting back to my own experience, which I can convey to you, is, and I'm not saying this is the gospel. All I'm saying is this is how I learned. Was to take responsibility for everything, past, present, future, right? Past, present, future. So why am I bringing this up right now? I'm bringing this up right now because there's a lot of people twisting at both ends. There's a lot of pressure coming on. There's a lot of heat coming on. I think we're going to see some major changes, major impressions, major forces, whatever you want to call it. And you can paint it any way you want to. But you are a soul. I am a soul. This is happening by design. We are creating our way out of this. And you don't create by affixing blame, by shaming others, by externalizing anything, or by over-identifying with a label, a role, a story, or a narrative. Did Nibiru occur? Did the Anunnaki come here and look for gold and enslave us? Did they play with our who the fuck cares? Because they are not our lords. Nothing is our lord. Nothing has power over us. We are all there is. We are all that's ever been and all that will ever be. And we find ourselves in a human body at a certain level of awareness, and we're being asked to implement that. It's not enough to know. Wisdom is knowledge plus action. That's wisdom. Just because you get a download and some intel and you can put it out there, any of us, and I've done it. Oh, I'm smart. I got these ideas, and you know what? This is the way it goes. That doesn't mean jack. Doesn't mean anything. In fact, the greatest intel is the intel that comes in and that is immediately shareable, and really nothing you even have to say. Because we're getting to the point now that when we pull in the coding, we don't have to say anything. Why? Because we're like a tuning fork, and the frequency speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. So, I just think I think to me, the biggest word, the most operative word that we can have right now is compassion. And somebody was on the show last week and they said compassion is simply living or simply looking at something without judgment. Now think about that. You want to visit, I want to visit, I want to feel, I want to experience the brutal, what Todd calls the brutal honesty of the soul. How do you do that? It's real simple. What are you looking at right now? I'm looking at so-and-so. I won't mention a name. I'm looking at so-and-so. I know A, B, C. Here's one. Okay, I know this person personally. I've met this person personally. I've seen this person as I'm sure they've seen me, okay, at their worst and at their best. I've seen this person in bliss, and I've seen this person in the dirt. Now, if I look at that person right now and be totally honest, how do I feel? I see a soul. Now, if you would have asked me this 6 months ago or 9 months ago, I don't know the exact time, I probably would have said, that person's all right, but you know this, you know that, and this and that. Well, now what is that, this, and that? Detrimental things taken away from the wholeness of that person by my own fucking opinion. Now, what is it really saying? It's saying that I'm not whole, therefore I've got to make a derogatory comment or innuendo or judgment. We'll just leave it at that, judgment. I've got to make a judgment. I can't look at this person and just say, I see a soul who's in a human body, who's gone through the same conditioning that I have, and who's actually making their way. Now, there's nobody here on the face of the earth that isn't making their way, because you wouldn't be here. The universe doesn't let pushovers, okay, candy asses and wallflowers come to the earth, because they'll get their ass handed to them on a plate, right? We're all valiant, powerful, incredible, unique souls. Especially, it's one thing to come to earth, but it's another thing to come at this time, right? And I'm a big believer that one of the reasons that we're having the level of divergent, diversive energy pounding off each other in this dualistic polarity realm is because many, many, many of the most powerful, when I say most powerful, I just mean most mature souls, those who are long in the tooth, those who've been around, those who've chosen to do that. There is nothing but equality in the soul consciousness, right? Every drop of water is the same. But certain people have certain specialties. Certain souls have certain specialties. They have certain pedigrees. They have certain backgrounds, right? Where they can offer something in a particular situation that will serve potentially to the highest degree, right? I believe that one of the reasons we're having such, it's both a burden and a blessing, such a vast array of diverse energies pounding off each other, is because many of the people that have come here haven't had a lot of Earth lives. They're basically ETs, with one or two lives. And it's a huge challenge, obviously, for all of us to be a human being. But here's the thing. We're starting to understand and have faith and confidence in who and what we are and what we're a part of. All right? We're starting to have confidence in that. It's not, and again, it's just like knowledge is different than wisdom. It's great to have this awareness and this level of consciousness and to be able to talk about it. Okay? But it doesn't mean jack unless we implement it. And the only way to implement it is through the brutal honesty of the soul, the conversation with self. The big Todd, little Todd conversation. That it's inevitable. We're going to have our feet put on the fire. They already are, until we stop externalizing and going, oh, well, Trump got screwed. The election got thrown away. Look, I got news for you. I saw this show the other day. It was a talk show. And it was about a guy who had a tremendous conviction and passion. And he is a humanitarian that helps people that are being oppressed by communism, which is great. Everybody teach your own, whatever the case is. But here's the flaw. The flaw is that he said, I will fight communism anywhere because of what it's done to people. Ethnic cleansing, taking over countries, stealing property. Well, that's America. It doesn't matter if you call it a communist country, a fascist country, a democratic country. They're all the same. Okay? Now, what I'm trying to say is this. If somebody has a passion, say Todd's passion, Soulogy, you got to respect that. That's their thing. But for us to get lost in things that are external through conversation, like, oh my God, the world's going to shit, Ukraine and Biden's a robot and Hillary's a reptile and the Queen had a tail, whatever. All this information was put out there for us to wake up. That's it. Okay? The universe said to us, we're going to all design this together, the you, me, we, and it, and we're going to get to a point where we wake up. Now, once you wake up, guess what? It's all on you. Okay? And you're going to see this happen. I promise you. You're going to see this happen in our reality, where those things that look like they were the biggest crumble and become the smallest, and those things that are built with pure intention, unconditional love, and with our free will, or the Creator's free will, the creation team's free will, aligned with universal will. Those little things will become the biggest things, right? And those big things will become the little things. And what is the littlest thing in this realm? Me and you. From our own perspective, admit it, may not be now, but through our life, how small have we felt? So if the number one thing in this realm that was disempowered, that was brought down in strength, 90% junk DNA, bullshit, but you know what I'm talking about. That's where the gold is. We are the gold, but the universe will not do it for us. See, we're going to leave this thing with what we came in. We're going to be holy and whole. We're going to be a star. We're going to be illumination. We're going to be song and sound, vibration, frequency, and resonance. We're going to be that when we leave. Now, what is it that we didn't have coming in and that we won't have going out? This experience, the space between what we call birth and death. This is it. This is where we ball out. This is the point now. We've come into this awareness. We've come into this level of consciousness. Now let's put it to use. How do you do that? By pointing the finger at everybody and trying to validate your own existence? Or by distracting ourselves So we don't have to think about it, which may be by the method I just mentioned or some other method. Could be an addiction. Could be a lot of things. No, the universe made a deal with us. At this time, we're going to wake up. Now, what you do with it from there is on me, is on you. Okay? You can either walk the talk or not. And what is the key element in this space and time? To embody, anchor, and engage unity consciousness, oneness. It's collaboration and co-creation. And I'm going to take it a step further. It's collaboration and co-creation with polarity. So you get a bunch of, you got 10 blue men over here, and you got 10 yellow men over here, human. 10 yellow humans, 10 blue humans. These blue humans, when they come in together and they create, they are limited by the blue. Same with the yellow, they're limited by the yellow. The yellow, the blue, obviously being a combination of frequencies, physical and not, right? Now, what happens when you take 5 of the blue men, 5 of the yellow human, and you put them together and they co-create and collaborate? The potential is much bigger. And the reason it's much bigger is because each side is now being given more contrast and more polarity to play with. This is what Earth's all about. This is why you see, opposites attract, right? Because this is why, for instance, let's say that we're working through stuff as we all are. Now, we got 2 choices here, because you see people, they reach out, hey, can you give me a session, or whatever the case is. Or you go talk to somebody who's going to tell you what you want to hear. Okay? Which one do you think has more potential? To go talk to somebody who is not going to tell you what you want to hear, or who at least isn't going to be shy about speaking their mind if you've asked them, or someone that's going to tell you what you want to hear, or someone that's the same color as you. You see, this is one of the primary goals from day one of Soulogy. Soulogy, everyone is included. Doesn't matter who it is. And I used to say in the early days, you're in Soulogy whether you like it or not. Because Soulogy is just another word for the universal. That's all it is. It's just a word that came for this play, for this story, for this experience that we had that Todd happened to be a part of with a bunch of other people, right? So the more polarity we have, the better off we are. So like at Soulogy, if you look at Soul Speaks 5D, okay? And I watch these other platforms, and you might see them. I see a couple of them right now, people I know. They're getting famous people on. They're really pushing it. And I applaud them. I applaud anybody that takes initiative, no matter what, whether I resonate with it or not, okay? If you look at what we're trying to do, and we have the advantage because we've got almost 4,000 shows, almost 6,000 video productions. But we could go after all the big names, and we have people that are known and all that. But our understanding is that what was seen as small was big, and what was big is not to take any away from anyone that's got any fame or any awareness out there that they've worked for in the communities or whatever. But it's you and me. It's the 99.9% that needs to be out here speaking about their experience. That's the goal. Not how do you fucking align your chakras, and nothing wrong with that and all this stuff and all these procedures and modalities. But it has to do with telling us your story. Right? It's not about the apparent lessons that you get in the story. Oh, well, I learned how to connect the number 1, 2, and 3, in my... No. It's about your story. It's about, this lady came on last week, Esther. I had never heard, I didn't know what she wanted to talk about. She wanted to talk about her power being taken away. An accomplished psychic healer medium who all of a sudden goes through fucking hell. And she doesn't even have a clue, but she's lost all of her powers. She's shut down. She can't talk to her higher self for 2 years. She was despondent. She was a little bit frightened, but she was fucking brave. And she told this story. And I was really intrigued about how are people going to take this. They loved it. I'm still getting messages about it. And what did we learn from her story? We just heard her story. We heard about her experience. And here's the thing. She wasn't in victim consciousness. She had a little bit. We all have a little bit. You can't deny it. But when we got to the end, through organic, intuitive, telepathic, creative, imaginative, courageous collaboration of polarities, of not I told you so or let me tell you how to do it, something happened at the end of the show. And we had a little session, and it wasn't official. And bingo. You see, the magic comes when you stay in there and you don't run, and you don't make excuses, and you don't externalize. I was told on the street, day one, don't make excuses, don't lie to yourself. Don't make excuses to yourself, don't lie to yourself, and don't blame anything external. I was writing a message yesterday, and I saying a bunch of stuff, and I put in the last two or three lines, and I think like a lot of us, I'm becoming more conscientious of everything I think, say, and do, and learning to own it, because believe me, we're all going to own it, one way or the other, right? So I read the sentences that I had put in, and in those sentences, it said, "This is what I did." You know, this is what I did. This is what I do. Like, dude, like, get over yourself. Why are you putting this down? Why are you making this statement that this is what I do? I was doing that because it was a fading victim consciousness pattern. It doesn't look like victim consciousness. Well, I do this every day, but what is it doing? It was setting a moment precedent of comparison. I was saying, I do this and you don't. Guilty. Brutal honesty of the fucking soul. Excuse my French. Dropped a few F-bombs today. But you know what? I will tell you right now, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed if we think about the last 10 years. And I know some people woke up long before 2012. And some, like our friend the other day, 3 years ago. But were you tired then? Were you tired in 2012, 2014, 2016, 2018, 2020, 2022? Were you exasperated? Were you frustrated? Were you despondent? Were you depressed? All that stuff is still there. But there's one thing that's different now. We have a level of consciousness and awareness available to us, to every single person, no matter what you and I think. Okay? But it takes responsibility and accountability, and it doesn't matter who you talk to. It doesn't matter who reaffirms your position or validates you or substantiates your existence. It doesn't matter, because it's still mano y mano. Me and the universe. Big Todd, little Todd. You know? Yeah, you find yourself homeless. You don't have any kids in the house for 23 years. You don't have any money. You were an executive. You were the number one guy in your business, and nationwide. And now you're walking the streets. Whose fault was that? I was fortunate to go through the grind and learn some hard lessons, and I'm still learning today. But what I saw happen to me then and what I see happening now to many, many people, I realize we all have roles. And one of my roles was to bust that fucking door down when 2012 came. And I did it my way. And like one psychic told me one time, dude, you're crazy. You're like a salmon swimming up the stream, But that was my role for us. Just like you have a role, we all have various roles. My role was to bust that door down and really embody not externalizing things. And I still had lessons to learn, and I still have lessons to learn. Don't get me wrong. I'm drawing this comparison because I see a lot of people going through the grind right now, and I believe that this will continue, and I'm not the one that thought of this. There's many people talking about it, and if you follow astrology, which I don't, but my brother over here is a master at it, this Mars retrograde ain't playing. It's coming into the month, in between this in this eclipse corridor. It's going to kick our fucking asses, I can promise you. Stay on point, move forward with baby steps. This is what I'm doing, and stay busy, because I can either sit on my ass and wallow in the mud, okay, and talk about all the things that are wrong and this and that, or I can go to work, because guess what? I can promise you one thing. At a minimum, those things that I would be going through, sitting in the RV, laying on the bed, thinking about, paralyzing me, surrendering to, going through the motions, crying, they're not going away. So I might as well be active and engage this energy, this universal energy that has been offered to us as we're in these bodies. And if I'm lucky, which does occur sometimes, through my creativity, through my creations, I bring some things into alignment. And the worst thing that will happen is I get over here, I work a couple hours, I got my pillow and my mattress, and I lay down and go to sleep because I can't take it, right? I believe it's important that we not only initiate to the best of our abilities. Don't wait till you have it perfect and it's got all the spit and polish and the production. Just put it out there, because there's more power in that. We did something we haven't done a lot of last night. It just kind of happened. I got through working, and Ty was in the big studio, and he had some beats going. He had some new drum beats, and he was doing a little vocalization, and I stuck my head in the door, and I said, dude, what the hell is that? And he's like, man, I got new drum beats. So I'm like, okay. So I went and got the microphone, I plugged it in, got me a stool, sat down, and I started, and I got my little, I got my phone out with all my words on it, and I started, speaking and singing to his beats. And he was, we were just playing. We were just, we'd never done that before without the camera. That's the first time we ever did it without the camera. And the only reason we didn't turn the camera on because he had to go home. But, so we were doing it, and ultimately, long story short, put the phone down. Todd. And I'm like, man, but I got all these words. I write them all day, every day, all day long, right? Point is, and I get it. And I actually innately knew it was coming. And again, this is a metaphor. It's a literal experience. It's a metaphor for what I'm trying to convey, which is basically that even with me, I know as a metaphor, as an energetic representation, that I won't be using this phone much longer when it comes to performing. That everything will have to be freestyle, free flow, channeling, right? And that's how I see we move beyond this realm. And as we anchor and embody into this realm, those same equations and rhythms and patterns will serve us. So it's one thing to initiate, but it's another thing to initiate with others. We're all empaths. Many of us have the story of being in seclusion, being a recluse for extended periods of time, whatever the case is. Most of the people here, if we say, hey, do you like to go into big crowds? They're going to say, hell no, right? But we also know, as so many of those that are stepping up now, they don't have a choice. They have to step forward. They have to be seen. Okay? That's the first step. And then what happens next? You start to collaborate and you start to create, because what happens there, that's a trajectory. Whether or not there's any shadow or agenda attached to it, but it's still an effort in trajectory towards oneness, towards unity consciousness. It cannot occur in this physicality without collaboration and co-creation. It is the only way. So if you're closing doors in your life, you just want to be on your toes and make sure you're not cheating yourself. Okay? I understand with the boundary thing. You know, we've got to establish boundaries in order to find out who we are. I get that. But you got to understand, we are boundless souls, and we are anchoring onto the earth and embodying all of those virtues and attributes of the soul, which is boundlessness, which is pure unity and oneness. And how does that look in the physical incarnation? Well, this is the part of the story that the universe drops us off. This is where the baby gets kicked out of the nest. We gave you the awareness and the consciousness. You've awakened. We've created all these stories and narratives, Anunnaki and you know, whatever, Adam and Eve, and you know, all these different stories. They were part of the coding and the intel to get you to this point. They have now become irrelevant. Okay? Probably the only thing that will be relevant will be our immediate past, and I'm talking Atlantis, Lemuria, Egypt, and etc., Elysium, etc. Why? Because of the fact that it's tied to the earth, so it's tied to us, and it's a part of us, just like within ourselves, as we're having things open up in ourselves, code open up, aspects of ourselves open up, that were hidden or unknown to us. The same is going to go for us collectively as it goes for the earth as well. I mean, bottom line is presence in the present. We don't have a choice. We are going to be present in the present. Presence in the present. Present in the present. That's a hard one. But yeah, we don't have a choice by force or by flow. We are going to be required to be 100% here in our bodies, and all of our higher level abilities and skills and stories and past lives and future lives and I was this and I was that. That all goes away. It all goes away. It's going to be, hi, I'm Todd. That's Carolyn. That's Bruce. That's somebody, I don't know their name. That's Robin. You know, I am just like you. I drink, smoke, eat, fuck, poop, piss, whatever, right? And I know Todd's a little bit off today, but not off as in unbalanced, although I probably am, but with my mouth. Sorry about that. But that's the thing, right? See, that's where the value is of this Esther from last week, or many of the people, almost all the people that come on the show, is because they're human. They don't have a problem saying, I get lit up by this universal energy. It's killing me. I talked to somebody yesterday, and I can't remember who it was, and I don't know if it was on a show, but it was somebody that was very well put together. That, you know, and I asked him, how the last 2-3 days gone for you? Oh my God, I'm getting killed. Right? That's, to me, worth more than getting a channel from Jesus. Is having a conversation with somebody who, through their example, through their bravery and their courage, through their transparency, can look at me and say, you know what? I haven't been right about everything. You know what? I don't have everything together because the universal energy came in 2 days ago and I've been on my back for 2 days crying. Or I've been purging. Let's get real. Let's get real. You know? I can't wait for the next Soulogy event. And it's coming fast. I cannot wait. Because the headliners are the people that come. And that's not to take anything away from anyone or anything. I'm just saying that as I understand where this energy is going and how it maximizes its potential is through diversity and through looking in those places and looking for those people and looking for the story, the experience that they have to offer, because that's all they have to offer that's going to go with us. Looking for them and putting them on the stage. You see? having those people that we haven't heard from. We're going to have some big shows next week. We're going to have some powerful, powerful unknowns come on. And some of those people you'll have seen out in the community, always supporting, always attending, always contributing to different people, always showing up but not saying anything. Well, they're about to start talking. They're about to start talking. And I'm proud and honored to be a part of this platform that supports that. I really am. This is never going to be a tele summit. It's never going to be a show and tell. Let me show you this. I want you to buy that. No. This has been in its perfect imperfection, on the trajectory of perfection, in our efforts to emulate the universal itself, adding frequencies to an ever-expanding vibration. This has been our focus, and it will continue to be. It will absolutely continue to be. I'm committed, and I believe we're going to have even more and more people join us. So, a couple of things real quick. I'm going to jump back into some other stuff. Let's do an open mic. So, for 4 years, actually, maybe even 5 years, I've been talking about, and if you look at the comment that I put up after every show, it says, if this programming resonates with you, please consider supporting us with a contribution. As we build to a 24/7 multiple channel network that's handheld accessible, right? So, after a long, long time, we have connected with a company out of Canada. And this company is the same frequencies that we are. This company has a divine union at the head of it. This company has a long, long history. And they're not too big, but they're big enough. When I say they're not too big, I don't mean like Facebook, but they're a lot bigger than Soulogy. Now, just to give you a quick story, we've had 5 meetings. And the first meeting, I told them what we want to do. We need a social media community, let's just call it Facebook. Instant messaging, YouTube, and LinkedIn, like a marketplace. Okay? That will also allow for unlimited lives, unlimited number of channels that will all be built by the community. Remember what Marina said when she was doing our promos last year? Soulogy is built by the community for the community. So imagine a place where you can go and plug in off your phone. Day one, Android, what's the other one? Apple, iPhone, day one. Soulogy icon. What's this? Click it, and then what happens? What you end up seeing, let me see if I have it. I think I have a mock-up here. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll show you. Just to give you a better idea. Let's see, is this it? Yeah, here it is. Hang on. Oh, here it is. JPEG. I opened the wrong thing. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. All right, so let me get out of this. Oh, shit. Hang on. Okay, I messed up. Boom. Don't save. Boom. Okay, so let me just open this up. Let me go here, and share screen. Okay, now, can we see this? Yes, okay. Let me pull this down. Let me do it. Okay, I don't know if you can see this. Let's see here. Here we go. What's that look like on the screen? Let's see what this looks like. Okay, well, you're not seeing it totally. And I apologize for that. But, okay, so if you see this, you see at the top, up here, let me see if I got this right. Let me drop that down a little bit. So you see up here, it says Channel 1 Soulogy. And then here Channel 2. And then here Channel 3. Now this is just a mock-up of my page. So in the center of the page, you're going to have a news feed. Okay? Just like you do on Facebook. Oop, what am I doing? I'm in the wrong thing. On the left side, if you can see, there's like a strip of faces. That's your LinkedIn. That's your marketplace, products and services. And then on the right side, you see that it says here, Soulogy Free Video Archives. This is your YouTube. They're all on the same page. This won't be in place on day one, but all the elements will be there, including instant messaging, right? Why I had this damn thing? But this is where we're going with it. This is real. This is legit. I'm not playing. And this is, how do I get out of here? Show entire screen. Jesus. Hang on, let me figure this out. Boom. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry. So, the thing is, many of us have had different things come in that were unique to us. Missions, you know. I'm only going to speak for myself, only me. There's a lot of other people involved with Soulogy, and you know some of those people I'm talking about. But I can only talk about me. So I was given Soulogy in 2012, March 10th, 2012. I was given the name. And then I was given instructions over the years, and a lot of us can relate to this with our own purposes, right? We've gone through all this stuff. Everything's getting shaken. And what's left? Well, one of the things that's left, in my humble opinion, is the direct orders that each one of us got on an individual basis. And one of those things is Soulogy. So even if I'm homeless by the world's definition, even if I'm just, like in the old days, just have a microphone and a computer, I'm not going to stop with what's been started. So what's going to happen is we're going to have 25 core people that within the next 10, 14 days, we've just got one little thing we got to do. We're actually waiting on our partners. And I'm going to tell you real quick, by the way, before I go any further, because I forgot this. It's important. When we first met with this group, we told them what we wanted, which I just showed you, right? Or at least a mock-up of it. And we were told that it would be somewhere between $25,000 and $40,000 to start. Now, I talked to a lot of companies in the last 4 or 5 years, and nobody had given me a number that big. And I said to him, well, I don't have $4. You know what I mean? And I said, well, let me gather some information about Soulogy, and let's meet again next week, which we did. And I showed him all the demographics of Soulogy. In fact, I believe I might even have that here. No. Let's see. Right here. Yeah. So I said, let me show you, what Soulogy's about. I guess I don't have it on here either. Okay. So what I did was I gave him the statistics, and I gave him the information, our background, how long we've been in business, what kind of flow of contributions do we receive, and then I gave him the information about how many people do we reach every week, how many people are officially in our community, and how many hours we averaged in the last 12 months per day broadcasting, and how many hours and viewers we are privileged to have every day. Anyway, by the end of that discussion, he said to me, "We don't want any money from you. We believe in what you're doing. It's a unique situation. We're proud to be your partner." So I think that says a lot about Soulogy as an energy, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to gather 25 people. And these are content creators. And this will be in the next 10, 12 days. And we are going to go into the platform and we're going to create our universes. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to put all my personal pictures up. I'm going to set up my page just like on Soulogy, on Facebook. I'm going to start, messaging my friends on Instant Messenger, Soulogy Instant Messenger, start using that, set up my products and services, set up my YouTube, the YouTube video part. And the other 24 collaborators will do the same thing. We're going to play with it for a couple of weeks. Sometime during that couple of weeks, I'm going to reach out to 100 people that are Soulogy. People that go to the Soulogy Fest, the people that show up, the people that are here for the right reasons, the people that, us, the vortex. Get 100 of those people and say, I want you to come in. You don't have to do a marketplace. You don't have to do the video thing because these people are typically not those type of people. These are the people that are coming out on the show now and speaking for the first time. But they show up every day. Get 100 of those people come in, go build your thing. Now we got 100, 125 people. We work it for a couple of weeks. Then everybody goes and picks 3 people. Let's 3 times 100, 125. Now we got, 350, 400 people. Play with it for a couple of weeks. All right? Then we're going to come back and say, okay, let's each of us pick 3 more people. Now we got 1,000 people. And now we work it out a little bit more. And then we keep going. Right? Let's say December 31st, we're at 1,000 people. Things are running smooth. Everybody picks 10 people. Now we got 10,000 people that are of the same frequency, that are the foundation of this alternative with no censorship, right? That has a tremendous amount of abundance in it, which I'm going to tell you about. I wasn't planning on doing all this, but what the hell, let's just go for it, right? So you're going to have 1,000, that becomes 10,000. The thing is, we're going to control the growth, not because there's any kind of exclusivity, so we can get it right. Now, what is this going to look like? Well, on the surface, you're going to have this. You're going to have the instant messaging in the Facebook part absolutely free. No charges, nothing. YouTube, nothing. Obviously, putting yourself into the marketplace, there's going to be $11 a month or whatever, $5 a month or whatever the case is, because you're buying and selling stuff here. I mean, you're selling stuff here. And there's an advantage because you have this community, whatever, right? I don't think people are going to have a problem with this. Now, there might be different tiers. There's going to be an animation implement. There's going to be a music implement. There's just going to be some things. There's going to be a virtual reality part, right? Where you can go in and create a character and you can go to the coffee house and you listen to music and talk to your friends. I mean, this is stuff that a lot of young people like, right? Now, the way this is going to work is it's still going to run off gifting. And what we're going to do is it's going to go into the hopper. And a third of it will go to hard cost. Okay? A third of it will go to present cost. Now this is the business side. A third of it, which is 50% of gross profit, if you want to look at it in business terms, is going to go to the contributors. Okay? 1/3 of every dollar, 33 cents, just like the Octurians told me in 2018, just like we've tried to practice since then. Pay it forward, is going to go to the contributors. That means that if you make videos every day, let's say you're Jin Reynolds, and you make videos every day and you do reels and you make posts, and at the end of the month, there's, $10,000 in that allotment, 1/3 of what's come in, and Gingen Reynolds has 2.5% of the engagement, because we can track all this, right? Just like they track views and likes and, the whole 9 yards. And she has 2.5%, then she's going to get a check for 2.5% of the $10,000. Okay? So she's going to get a check for $250 for being herself. And it could be somebody like, I'm just going to pull a name out here. Hello, Janine Stalder. Good to see you. Thank you for your love and support. Let's say Janine Stalder is like so many people, not out there all the time or whatever, but she puts up, like, I don't know, she does paintings and she puts them up, and she gets 1% engagement for the month of the viewers, right? Because they like her posts, they like her heart, whatever, or whatever she wants to share. She'll get 1% of the allocation that goes to the content creators. But content creator isn't necessarily an artist. It can just be a person who puts up what they want to put up, funny pictures every day or whatever. So, and I just went through this at 1 hour, 11 minutes, 11 seconds with 99 people in the house. So, I just like to point those things out. But look, this is going down. I wouldn't be talking about it, and I've stopped myself from talking about it about 2 or 3 years ago because I got tired of putting my foot in my mouth. But you look at someone like Julie Dara Roberts. Hey, Julie. Julie does the cosmology. I call her the Soulogy Cosmology. She does her own thing. She's got her things going on. Let's say that Julie comes into the Soulogy community and at whatever level it is, and there's $10,000, 1/3 of $30,000 is what came in contributions that month, because we got 10,000 people that really fucking care about what we're doing, and they love the idea, and it's the same thing, it's just an expansion of what we've all been doing together all these years, okay? And she comes in and she's sharing all of her posts like she does on Facebook. Now imagine this. Imagine that she pulls 2% of the month's engagement by anyone who's come onto the site, all right? And that amount is $12,000. She's going to get a check for $240 for being Julie. This is the whole thing. We want to offer a platform that we've always offered, that started out in a Facebook group, right? And encourage people to be themselves. Encourage people to channel their higher aspects by whatever that looks like. Here, I'm the enchilada recipe guru, and I'm going to put my enchilada recipes out every day. Imagine getting a check for $156 for doing that. Now, here's the other thing. We're going to make this transparent. We're going to have a spreadsheet on the site that shows where every dollar goes real time. And it's all based on gifting. And I'll let the federal government or whatever government's still there, by the time they want to challenge it, we'll just deal with it. I'm not worried about it. There's no fear here. There's nothing this world can do to us. We're here to put out new creations. And many of those new creations come from the guidance that got us into this crazy situation in the first place. But it was made. We created this realm to get to the point that we're at now. And yes, we can either twist at both ends and come unraveled, or we sit back and hide, or we can get jiggy with it and unravel because there's no guarantee either way. I'd rather get jiggy with it. If I'm going to unravel, it's not going to be because I'm sitting on my ass letting the grass grow under my feet. We're going to keep the ball moving. We're going to keep the ball moving. And I'm excited about this, obviously. I'm really excited about it because if you think about it, we have a huge community at Soulogy. We've never taken an email. All these Telesummit people call me like, hey, come do a Telesummit with me. And when we first got into it, we were like, yeah, okay. And then they send you the package, and the first thing they want is they want your email list. And they're like, oh, you don't have an email list? but you got hundreds of thousands in your community. And I said, well, yeah, but we don't have an email list. Well, now we were not of any value, right? Anyway, I don't know why I got off on that tangent. I apologize. But what I was going to say is this. So imagine the hundreds of thousands of people that are in Soulogy. And let's say that, like we do what I was telling you we're going to do through the end of the year. And let's say we get to the end of the year and we got 1,000 people in the community. Everything's working. We got the Facebook, got the Messenger, which they are working. It's just a matter of getting it customized to what we want. Changing colors, changing the way things work, changing the way things are positioned on a page. So we get to the end of the year. We got 1,000 people. We're working the instant messaging. We're utilizing it. We're accessing it frequently, as opposed to Facebook or YouTube or anything else. We're posting on it. And on that day, we decide. Now, first of all, think about the 1,000 people. Where did they come from? All of you, right? And if all of you are in the 1,000 people, we're all pretty much the same frequency, aren't we? The same band of frequencies. A lot of content creators, Now we get to the end of the year and we feel like it's not too radical. We say, well, let's just keep it small. Let's all pick 5 people and bring them in. Now we got 5,000 people, okay? Or we might bring 10 in. Now we got 10,000 people. Where are these people going to come from? They're going to come from the Soulogy community, which is, we don't have the number. I can guess, it's just a hard thing to kind of pin down. I can look at all the different platforms. I can give you that information. Like there's 112,000 people officially in the community, but there's 500,000 people a week that we reach, which means they see us. 25% of those people participate with us. Approximately 33% of the people that participate with us aren't officially in one of our groups or pages, right? So it's a hard number to figure. But my point is that 10,000 people will be filled by Soulogy or Soulogy-like frequencies. And then when those 10,000 people pick 10 more, we go from 10,000 to 100,000 people. Where do you think those people are going to come from? They're going to come from the Soulogy community and the peripheral platforms, okay? Because if you look around, and I'm not saying this to blow smoke for Soulogy, it's just a unique situation. If you look around at these platforms, they're not community-based. And that's not a slight. It's just a fact. They're typically have a specificity. If you have communities, they're out there. They're only 2,000, 5,000. You don't see a lot of big communities like Soulogy. Most of these are going to be platforms, like say, I'm going to get some. Sandra Walter is one. Let's say someone like Sandra Walter or Team Light or different groups, right? Different people, different groups, and they might have a following, and they might even have some interfacing and fellowship within that community. But they don't have, like, we're a community, right? So it's a little bit different. We're not like them, they're not like us. We don't push certain things. They do, because that's what they do, right? Now, my point is this. At some point, and maybe it's at the 10,000 people point, we don't say go pick 10 people. We just say we're opening this thing up to everyone. Now, who do you think is going to fill that space? It's going to be the people that heard about it in Soulogy, because I'll be talking about it. They want to join. And then it's going to be their friends. And if you look at all the groups that are on the peripheral of Soulogy, these are the people we serve. These are the people we collaborate with. So when it gets opened up, you're going to have, I believe we'll have 1 million people within a year. Now think about this. You're going to have 1 million people. It's based on gifting. There are transactions that you can do, like if you go to the marketplace and you want to buy somebody's album or, you want to get a session. All that stuff's going to be there, all right? But imagine having even 100,000 people, okay? And the next gathering's in December in Sedona, December the 9th, 10th, and 11th. More later. Janice. But imagine having 10,000 people and the average per person contribution is $10. Okay? That's $100,000 in a month. Now, what's important about that? 33,000 of it is going to go to the content creators transparently. That's going to go back to the community with one thing: pay it forward. Okay? Think about what we'll be able to do, who will be able to help, what we'll be able to support with the Soulogy portion that goes right back into the community. You know? Think about this. Look at all the times that, look, we had Sandra and Alan, their transmission broke down. We were able to pull together as a community and help them with almost $10,000, really basically $10,000 in 24 hours. Well, we don't have any money. The people brought it, okay? But imagine the things we'll be able to do. Somebody wants to start making movies. They don't have any money. They went to school. They have a dream. I don't know the examples, but yeah, we have a little fund here every month, $2,000 or $3,000, and it's for people that want to, launch something or whatever. I don't know. But this is about abundance. It's about 5D commerce. It's about expanding this platform. It's about equality. It's about anchoring and materializing and engaging and creating all that which we've been given and doing it together. Okay? Doing it together. So this is coming. I didn't mean to go off on this tangent. It is coming. I swore I wouldn't talk about it until it was signed, sealed, and delivered. But we operate in a different world now. This company that we've spoken with, I don't know that we'll sign anything. They're going to take a percentage, and that's good enough, right? They're our partners. They're our IT department. They're our web department. They're our partners, and they're good people. They're fascinating people, and it was a great marriage. Yeah, and I got to thank Ty for connecting the dots on that. Ty and Serena. But anyway, more on that later. You'll be seeing more about it. Once we start getting into it here in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be doing these shows pretty much every day. And when I'm not here, I'm building channel feeds. And these channel feeds will be running 24 hours a day. If I'm not doing a live, if Soulogy's not doing a live, then you'll be seeing the excerpts that I've been playing the last 2 or 3 days. So, and the reason that, one of the reasons that's important, because if you go back to the mock-up I showed you, you had channel 1, channel 2, channel 3 at the top. Channel 1 is going to be nothing but Soul Speak 5D excerpts, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, playing all day long, every day, 36-hour channel feed, so you don't get the same thing at the same time every day. The second channel will be all music, and the third channel is going to be animation, okay? That's one of the cool things that we're going to develop too, is we're going to develop a user-friendly method for people to go create their own avatars and also create their own movies and stuff, right? I mean, there's a lot to it, and that's not my department, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, okay. I think I leave a cat out of the let a cat out of the bag. Yeah, just like yeah, we can do a Soulogy in Australia as soon as I can get over there. But we're going to have an event, and that event's going to be December 9th, 10th, and 11th. It's going to be in Sedona. It's going to be indoors. Could be 40 people. It could be 250 people. We don't know yet. This is a new world, and things operate differently. And a lot of people have a problem with that. And a lot of people kind of expressed that to me with the last Soulogy Fest. But the proof is in the pudding, And I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. What I'm trying to do is bring in the new energies. And the way you do that is you don't do anything like we used to do it. So Yes, it's the 20th of October. No, I don't have the site set yet. No, I don't have the details yet. I'm not concerned about it. But something's going down on December the 9th, 10th, and 11th in Sedona with Soulogy. December the 9th, by the way, is my 61st birthday. I was born in 1961. There are no coincidences and there are no mistakes. Okay? It's a very important thing. Anyone who's been following Soulogy over the years knows that Soulogy and Sedona have a very, very, very special relationship, especially after what occurred in July and August, as well as on Mulberry Mountain, and since I've returned. So we're going to have kind of a Soulogy Todd birthday event. It's 10 years. It'll be about, 10 years and 9 months of our existence, celebrating that as well. And so that's going to be happening. And I'm going to do my best to make sure that gets secured. We had a discussion yesterday with a couple of collaborators. Just looking for the right venue right now. We've had a couple that were offered to us in some of the outerlying areas, but I want it to be in Sedona, and I feel like it's important. But anyway, so yeah, we're going to be talking about that a little bit more. So why don't we do this? I don't have any shows scheduled today, so my plan was to jump on. We've already been on an hour and a half. Thank you for your time. We'll go ahead and do an open mic. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a few videos, and just give you notice. I mean, it's 5:15 now, and I hope I didn't upset Neil. I wasn't trying to upset you, but you were making comments, and I thought, well, if you want to come in and talk about it, let's talk about it. But he didn't do it, so I don't know if I made him mad. But I apologize, Neil. I hope you didn't. I hope I didn't offend you. I didn't intend to. Yeah, I've got a few little things to play here. I'm just going to turn on. I'm going to turn on a couple things here, and let's see what we got. Yeah, I'm going to turn on a little something by Judith Kuzel. Go into a Mary Rodwell excerpt. So give me about probably about 30 minutes, and I'm going to be playing videos in between. And then in about 30 minutes, about 5:45 Pacific, which would be 8:45 Eastern, which would be morning down under, and it would probably be 1, 2 in the morning in Europe. We're going to come back and do an open mic. So if you want to do an open mic and you have not been on this show before, you have not come out before, you're getting pushed to come out and be seen and be heard and allow your throat chakra to expand, then I cordially invite you to come back in half an hour at 1:45, and I'll put the links out. And even for those that have come on before, but let's at least at first give some people that haven't come on the opportunity first. And even if you've come on and you've been on before, that's great. Don't worry about it. If you feel like you've got something to say and you want to speak, come on. This is what it's all about. So I'm going to take a quick break and make some coffee and have a little bit of water. I'm going to put on a little bit of Judith Kuzel. I will be back in I would say less than 30 minutes. So enjoy the videos while I'm gone, and I'll see you shortly. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for your continued love and support and contributions that allow us to keep doing this every day. The day will come when all of the support we received over the years is going to be reciprocated 100-fold to the community. We are anxious and honored to bring in, do our part to bring in 5D commerce and pure transparency, and we couldn't do that without you. So I'm looking forward to the day when we can start to allot abundance transparently to content creators of all kinds. So, all right, I'll see you shortly.
Truth within. Not only living our truth, but also speaking our truth and standing in our truth, which is what a true master does. You know, we have in past lives so often been persecuted for standing in our truth and also for speaking our truth. And all these things are coming up now as the white flame has been released, but also as the throat chakra is being highlighted. And in the Archangel Michael is in charge of the throat chakra. And what is more important now is that a lot of times we have to understand that the throat chakra is now connected to the heart and the higher heart and also the higher throat, which works with the altar major, which is a chakra which is just here behind in the cranium area of your neck. Now, these all work together as one power center with the third eye and crown, but also with your solar plexus and the navel chakra, which sits just right underneath your belly button. The center is all awakened now with your sacral center and the upper chakras, which are outside your head. But with this, as the communication centers open, as the transmitting centers open, which are the higher transmitters which come through, and your spine, this is all activating the throat in a higher degree, the higher throat center. There is such an amazing time now where we are asked to go deeply into what truth really is and what our truth is, not what other people's truth is, not what anybody else is broadcasting, even me, but to go deeply in your heart and say, is this the path of truth for me? Am I living in my truth? Am I speaking my truth? Am I transmitting the truth? Now, this is something which often comes up. And this morning, this came up with me in a greater degree. I have been invited to something, and I have been there in the past. But in the meantime, in these last few years, I've shifted immensely. I'm not the same person I was a few years ago. And as this call is persistent for me to react, and my true gut feeling was always saying, no, I have transcended this. It's not my path anymore, because I'm on a different path now. Yet all paths in the end come to one path. But at this moment in my journey, that is not my path anymore. But as it happens, you know, you will always have this tinge of, am I doing the right thing? Am I saying the right thing? Am I being correct in this? The only way to discern that is to go deeply into your heart center and feel into your heart center. Your heart center is there connected to the solar plexus. And that's your gut feeling. With the navel chakra, your gut feeling, is this right or not? In your heart of hearts, you will always know the truth, and you will recognize the truth. And sometimes if I'm still not quite sure if that is the truth, then I will call in my higher guidance and I say, just give me a sign, or just give me clarity about it. And it immediately came and said, but listen to your heart, listen to your gut feeling, listen to what is there within you, and then state that truth. And it really brought me back to the living of the truth. As we now, as the timelines now have split, and as we now in a completely different timeline, because this has happened now in the last few weeks, we're just not the same person as we were before. We're living now in a higher vibrational frequency. So what we were even 2 years ago is not applicable to what is now. Many people will leave our lives simply because we are out of tune with them. We're not in tune with them anymore. There's nothing wrong with it. It just means that they are following their own inner drum and you are following your own inner drum. Souls never get lost along the way. They just choose different pathways. Some will choose to go into the new earth, and some will just choose to sort of meander along, and eventually they'll get there. It doesn't matter. If you feel in your deepest feeling, this is not for me anymore, I cannot be that which I was even 2 years ago, I have shifted so much, then speak it, live it, be it. Because then, when you are living in your truth, you are speaking your truth, you are authentic, you are real. And you know, people will always respect you for that. They might differ from you. They might sort of not like it if you stand in your truth. But one thing they will do is respect you in the end, because they know that you walk in your path with truth and in truth and with integrity. The white flame is a flame of truth. It is the flame of purity, but it's also the flame of joy, and it's the flame of the pure power of love. Because love does see clearly, yet chooses to love anyway. That's my message for you today. And as much as the beauty of this whole thing brings in, it means that we finally take our power back. We take the power of our own truth back. We take the power of our own soul back to live our highest truth as a master on earth. And that is what Archangel Michael is trying to get across to us. Live your truth. Speak your truth. Be the truth of your soul. It's nobody else's business what you do. It is what you do within yourself and how you live your life and what you bring out into the world that matters the most. To be authentic and true and truthful, walking your talk is the greatest gift that you can bring into the new earth as we co-create the new golden age together. And when everyone starts speaking their truth and being authentic and real, nobody needs to hide anymore. Nobody needs to lie anymore. And then we can create the unity, the harmony, because we give everybody the right to stand fully in their own light and in their own truth. And in the end, everything comes together as one. May you have a beautiful, powerful, and truthful, loving day. Lots of love.
2023, going into 2024, whatever the time frame is, we start to be ruled by councils at all levels. And I was asking this soul here, and it was an immediate yes. And that, and I said, well, are the upper echelons of what we know of this, the world infrastructure, are they onto all this? and he was like, yes, they are. And what they're trying to do is what you just said. That's why I felt like it was worthy to mention, that they're actually trying to find a solution, because they know if they don't, they're out of it. That's all going to be just ripped away. I think the after effects, or that's probably not a good word to use, the effects of the whole COVID thing, and is going to be what takes it all down. So what a gift. Do you? I was going to ask you, have you been censored at all?
Sorry?
Have you been censored at all since early 2020?
Well, I have. I've been kicked off Facebook a couple of times for saying things I didn't like or whatever. That's the nearest. But I'm very careful with my words,
right,
and how I explain things. So I mean, it's that they're looking for certain and all the rest of it. So that's the nearest that I've got, really.
Yeah. I was just curious.
What's interesting is, like I'm sure you found, you can talk about all the ET stuff, you can talk about all the psychic stuff and what have you, but if you get into either politics or medical stuff, then you can offend people that don't agree with you, even though they might be tapped into all of that. they're not tapped into perhaps the whole mandates and the political stuff. But I asked my team about that, and I said, look, I'm feeling really strongly about this. I've seen the red flags. I'm working this out, and it's not good, this stuff. I can't be silent.
Yes.
I don't care whether or not it fits in with all my other research. My research is telling me this is dark stuff, and I can't sit and not say something. And if people don't like the stance that I've taken, well, that's just too bad, because I'm you know,
I love it.
if we can't speak our truth here, what is the point of living?
That's right.
That's the way I look at it. What is the point? If we're living scared of everything we say is going to offend someone or upset someone because it's opposite to what they want to believe, well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to stop saying my truth just because you don't like it.
That's
because
right.
it's, this is what we came here to do. If we did that to everyone, we wouldn't have any kind of freedom whatsoever. We'd all be, in a situation like China, where, you can't breathe without getting, some kind of acceptance how many times you can breathe.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want that?
Yeah.
Or do you want to be offended occasionally because somebody says something you don't agree with? Actually, it's quite fun to have different opinions.
It is. It's healthy.
It adds to the whole tapestry.
Yeah.
A commentary, and then sometimes you'll mix it in with whatever you're talking about, and you go through this process. So I've always been big on affirmations on a personal level, because as Kimberly knows now, I talk to myself all day long, and also like mantras, kind of as a programming kind of device. But what I noticed about your process is, and the last time I saw it was at Soulogy Fest, was, if I'm not mistaken, you did it in the other two that I saw too. And that is, you really go through this process within the process of identifying the parts of you that we are bringing into alignment, would be the diplomatic way to say it. So the ego, the mind, and such, these things that kind of made us feel smaller or were part of the programming or conditioning. But you have this thing where you, and it's not just lip service, you actually bring the ego, for instance, we just use the ego or the mind, you bring it into your total essence and your total being. And I just thought I would mention it because it we say a lot of things and we don't do it.
Right.
But I really, because I've actually done that, time and time again, as you elevate, and then you find out that you got some other stuff to work on. It gets rid of the judgment. It makes me feel better. But I don't know how long you've been doing that. How important is that? Because it really seems like it's a very important thing to make peace and identify and actually be. We talk about, I need to own my galactic, or I need to be my angelic, or I need to be my higher self. But these things are part of us, aren't they? I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah. And it's a matter of embracing every part of it, including the ego, because a lot of people think, that the ego is a bad thing. And yeah, it served, of course, and it provided the polarity separation. It provided the inverted world, which is part of the experience. But you want to embrace every part of you. Embrace what you think was good, what was bad, what was what. It doesn't matter. So it's a matter of embracing it. Once you embrace it, it changes its form. It changes, like that line becomes the kitty cat, and then you can actually appreciate for what that is. So by embracing everything and seeing that was a beautiful creation, no matter what polarization was involved in it at the time, it actually doesn't, hold a very stagnant, very intense, fear-based energy about it. You see it, you see it as a beautiful creation, because of course we've had to create everything. It doesn't matter what we've adopted as part of our experience. Everything was created by ourselves, and we are the ones that go through the process. So it's really the importance of looking at every aspect of ourselves as we go along, and not to say, well, this was a good part of me and this was a bad part of me or anything of that nature. It makes it a lot easier. And this is why the process that I've shared many times now, you acknowledge whatever it is. Okay, you're going to acknowledge whatever story program you have ever had. You're going to acknowledge that whatever choice you made or didn't make. You're going to acknowledge, what you labeled as that experience or whatever it was at that time, traumatic or not, who was involved or not involved. It doesn't matter. So you're gonna acknowledge all of it, and then you're going to go through the process of thinking, because there are aspects of yourself that played very specific roles, and you yourself have made specific choices to provide a specific opportunity and a specific experience within that opportunity. So by acknowledging, thank it, and then once you've done that, and I mean genuine thanking, you're basically going to look at, what did I learn from it? What did I experience from it? Okay, like for example, you can go to an amusement park and you go on a really wild roller coaster, right? It could upset your stomach, and you can be tossing your lunch, for example. Okay, so here you went on this beautiful ride. What are you going to go? You're going to look at it and say, well, I didn't like that ride because I lost my lunch. You're going to look at that ride and say, wow, that pushed me to the limits. I got to see how things, and yeah, after that, I even tossed my lunch. Now I can go have another treat. But, at the same time, you're going to look at all of that, and it's got a different view. Like somebody had used this example years ago. I'm just going to borrow it. Imagine this. You go and you're driving down the street and somebody bumps you with their car, okay? And whiplash, and you're feeling all this thing, and you're going to build that violated your space and your whatever. So here's that incident, a little bump, this and that. Now, you go to the amusement park and you go to the bumper cars, and you're now way harder, hitting each other, and you're being tossed around, your neck is twisting all over the place. That one's fun, but the other one wasn't. Why? Because of perceived perception. I paid to go have fun here. That one was surprise, but there wasn't a surprise because it was still agreed upon. See, that's how it changes. So we have to look at our life too. It's like, you got to look at it as the bumper car, not that somebody bumped me. Even though somebody bumped me, you go, hey, cool, I got a little jolt, whatever. And look at what you gain from that experience, because it is just play. This is why, putting the focus on, I'm here to play and having fun, I'm going to have fun. You see it very differently, and you experience everything very differently. Everything moves. For example, if you have an incident happen and you label it as bad, you identify by it, and it's so hard to label it as bad. But if you have the same experience and you see it, wow, that was an interesting experience. What was I trying to experience there? What did I learn from it? What did I gain from it? It's a whole different, so it comes in and goes out very easily. It's not defined or attached anymore. You can define it temporarily, but it just moves along, because now you just saw it as just a sequence of experience rather than something happened to me or whatever it is. Big difference. And the reason I'm sharing all of this is because we've done a lot of that in our lives. We've had a lot of different experiences. And this is why it's so important to acknowledge it, thank it, love it, because it shifts us from somebody did this to me, and the fact is, yeah, I was in the bumper car, and yeah, I'm expecting people to bump me, but I'm going to bump somebody else. I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to see how far I can push this, rather than, I'm in my constructed little environment, and anybody touches me, it's going to be shit, man, big time, type of thing. So it's very different how we perceive it, and that's why it becomes easy.
So there are no coincidences. I don't know if you saw the post Kimberly Ross put up today, but it was a year ago today that Franco transitioned. I know he has been a big influence on all of us, and he continues to be. Many people talk about having interactions with him. I just want to take a moment to just acknowledge Franco and Kimberly, and also to just put a little compassion out there, understanding, support, love, and honor towards Kimberly and Franco, especially Kimberly, because I know it's been a tough year for her, and she's a beautiful sister and a wonderful friend to all of us. But yeah, so just take a moment to do that. All right, so I put up the link in YouTube on the live chat, and I put up the link on my page on Facebook on the Todd Medina page. If anyone wants to come in, come in to the studio. If you haven't been in before, we'd love to have you come in, and we'll just have a little chat. We can hold, I think, myself and 4 other people on the screen at one time. If you've been on before and you want to come on, that's fine too. If you got something you want to talk about, what's been going on with you, real-time experience here in the recent past, whatever that is, and what's going on with you today, and as you see things are coming for us, based on your own intel. But yeah, we're 2 hours into the broadcast. Probably be going at least another couple of hours, maybe all night long. I don't know. But I'm encouraging anyone, just click the link and come on in, so I don't have to be sitting here by myself the whole time. So let's get the party started. Who wants to come in and have a conversation? Anyone? Tammy Lynn McGinnis, I think you ought to come in. Kathy Bird, you'd be good, right? Elizabeth Marie Danda, Mary Lou, all these folks that have never been on before. Gareth Mordew, come on in. Stacy. And if you've been on before and you want to come on, let's go. So I'm going to give it about 10 more seconds, and then I'm going to have to move into something else. Well, the phone's not ringing. It's a great time. It's always a great time, in my opinion, to. What happened? Test. Is that all right? Okay, we're good. Something happened. It's always good for me to remind myself, as we feather out judgment in our lives and we become fully 100% compassionate, divine spirit in the flesh, it's a good time to remember to go easy on ourselves. Forgive yourself, move away from self-judgment, but also to go easy on each other and not take things personal. I had a great conversation with my friends today who were partnered up, and that's one of the things they told me. They were talking about some things, and they were saying that they don't take things personal with each other. There are fluctuations in life, and especially right now with this whole transition we call ascension. So yeah, just remember, go easy on yourself, go easy on each other. Let me play a quick clip and see if the phone rings. Anybody that wants to come in the studio and have a chat, that goes for anybody and everybody. Whether you've been on or you haven't been on, just come on in so I don't have to be here by myself. And we'll have a chat. The links are on the live chat on YouTube and also on my Facebook page, Todd Medina. Let's just see what we can come up with here. I love this little clip that Zoe Ann Bell from Australia put out the other day.
The erraticness is increasing. Things are getting ripped out from the foundations. I went on the bus and I swear I felt like I was on a fair ride. So there's definitely an increase of erraticness on the road. So if you are driving on the road, wits about you. Warrior Ninja, you're in a video game, the intensity has increased, and yeah, there's a lot of not very aware people behind the wheel out there. So hold on tight, ride the wave like a badass bitch.
I love that. She's cool. She's a good rapper too. Am I unmuted? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Anybody wants to come into the studio, come on in. I put the links up on my page on Facebook, and I also put it up in the YouTube chat. Anybody that wants to come in, come on in. So I don't have to sit here and talk to myself the whole time. In the meantime, I guess I'll play another clip. I'm just going to go right down the list. Whatever's next, whatever's next. Let's see. Let's play this little clip from Maureen Moss, our beautiful sister. Be right back.
This in 10 years. So to be sharing this is quite something for me, actually. Yeah. But it was time. My soul told me this, my higher self told me this, and it was time, and thus I am here.
Well, I think there's a lot to be said for the soft, powerful footprint of the feminine in the physical. And so, like, just with you not disclosing this type of stuff openly, because you really could have, in, let's just say, old terms, capitalized on it. Mm-hmm. But you've softly walked your journey, and in that time, and I don't know all the specifics, but I do know the run from World Puja was 2000 to 2012. But I also know that you have a community, just a community that sounds like it was formed in that same soft footprint, powerful footprint of the, of the feminine. How did that happen? I mean, did you have, I know you must have had many calls to be going to these council meetings and all that, but when did that start? Did the community start with World Puja Network?
The community really did start with the World Puja Network, absolutely. And it was around 2002 that really began. Okay. And unbeknownst to me, I always knew that I would have a syndicated radio show, because I had done radio since I was about 18 or 19 years old, actually. And the first show I ever did was called Love is on the Line. And I was about 19 years old. And yeah.
Oh, I bet there's some stories behind that.
Oh, there's so many stories behind the stories.
19 years old and you're running a dating game.
No, it was actually a radio from a radio, well-known radio host, Carla Fox, back in the day. And I convinced her to let me come on and do my own thing. Wow. And she did. And I started this show called Love is on the Line. Wow. But anyways, fast forward to what you just said. The community that gathers, that we gather every time, on portals and gateways and solstices and everything major throughout the year, major shift points, major gateways. So many people have been with me since the World Puja days, and so many throughout the years. It just, how that goes for you too.
I told you, Amethyst,
talk about different people, and right? they
Amethyst's mother, Amethyst's mother, an African-American woman from urban Michigan area, has been following Maureen Moss since the early 2000s. That's what she told me. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. I wanted to ask you a question now that I broke your flow.
No, I actually, it's good.
But one thing that I've noticed, and it's increasing rapidly, and Morgan's called it for years, and I'm sure other people have, that the feminine itself will be seen in a different way, just as a masculine and all that. I'm not trying to get into all that. But what I am seeing in the demographics and the makeup of Soulogy, even as it expands and more men come into it and more young people now, there is this energy of about a 60%, 65%, 60, I don't know what the number is, of this soft, powerful woman, doesn't say much, in the background, and they're starting to come out. And I'm just wondering, these folks that have been with you for so long are, I would imagine it's a lot of people, number one. Are they typically those that are out there on platforms? Are they this group that I'm talking about?
They're not, there's hundreds and hundreds of them, right? And it's grown and it's changed through the years. Other people hear about you. I can't possibly know all of them, because there are a lot of them, and I only know by experience or seeing their names that some of them have some kind of a platform. Some of them they've been with me since the first big class I ever taught, Shapeshifting Your Human Experience, in 2008.
Maureen Moss, World Puja Network. I don't know, a lot of you may not know, she had what was kind of like a predecessor to Soulogy from 2002 to 2012. She had a show. It was an audio podcast, and she had a lot of the the Greg Bradens and the Bashars and the Marianne Williamsons, and a lot of the people that you see that are really big names, have big platforms now. She was a big part of that. And she's a good friend of ours, and we really appreciate her, on a personal level and on a professional level. Anybody wants to come in? I see Tammy Lynn McGinnis. She says she's going to try to get organized and come on. But anybody wants to come in and sit down and have a conversation right now, we can bring as many as 3 or 4 other people onto the screen at the same time, have a roundtable discussion. The link to come into the studio is on my Facebook page in the comments, and also on also on YouTube live chat. So if you want to come in, here we go. We got Nick. Nick's coming in. Save the day, bro.
Mate, I felt sorry for you sitting there.
I know, man. You look good, man.
To tell you the truth, it got me out of folding a little bit of washing, so I'm pretty stoked.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about you. I saw your comment at the end of a show, I think yesterday or the day before, and I was thinking, I gotta get Nick back on here, because I know I bailed on you the last time. I don't know what the hell was going on. I think I was on my way to Houston.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, it's been a little while. I've actually had you on my mind quite a bit, because
right on.
Oh, you got someone?
We got some more people coming in. Let's keep going. Keep going. Comments, and also on Vanita, you need to turn off your Facebook. Hey, Janice and Vanita. Wait.
Hi.
So if you want to come in, Vanita, do you have your Facebook on? Okay, I think it's off now. Okay, good. Hello, Janice. Nice to see you again. Hello, Vanita. We're gonna just keep going around in a circle, and go back to Nick. What were you saying? You've been thinking about me. What were you praying for me?
I was actually thinking. I saw your comment.
Okay, hang on. Hang on. Let me figure out who's got the mic on. Hang on. Here. Okay, Vanita, I muted you because you must have your. Or was that you? Was that you? One of you had Facebook playing at the same time, but we'll figure it out in a minute. Yeah, Nick. So you were thinking about me and what?
Mate, I've been thinking of you a lot. You know, yeah. I probably think of you abnormally often. It's probably weird. Anywho, yeah, no, I actually turned 40 recently, Todd.
Oh,
back
wow.
on the 5th.
Congratulations.
And I've been going through this sort of reflective stage about the things I've done with my life, my interests and things like that. And I've recently decided to dive into my my passion that I'd never really embraced of music. And I've taken up the guitar. And it's I've been thinking a lot about the stuff that you've done with sort of incorporating that aspect of yourself with Soulogy, and how eventually down the track that might play out in its own way, because obviously, like, I do my own stuff.
Right.
And it's just been interesting. And then the other thing is, I mean, I'm not going to hit you up here, but I want to get you on for a convo on my channel sometime.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, just hit me up. I'm ready to roll, man.
Yeah, but we'll have a chat privately about that. I normally wouldn't do it on here because it kind of puts you in the...
No, it's fine. I mean, we can. No, you just hit me up and give me a date. We'll set it up, and I'm ready to go. Let's do it. I'm ready to do it. So let me ask you this before we go on to the ladies. How's it been for you? A lot of people. What's today? Thursday. So, and again, down under would be Friday. So, I want to say last Friday thereabouts, give or take a day. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. There's been massive influx of energy, and people are spinning out, and people are doing all kinds of stuff. We're all subjected to the same thing. Have you been experiencing anything like that?
Mate, I'm super chill. I don't as much as, you know, I'd like to join in. for whatever reason, I don't tend to follow the waves and fluctuations. And I've actually pondered this a little bit because, like, watching your stuff and hearing what you go through, to tell you the truth, I think it's a reflection of the stage of life that I'm in, right? Because I've got kids, I've got a family, I've got to feed them. I kind of can't be beholden to those sorts of things, if that makes sense. And I just wonder whether that's a reflection of the stage of life I'm at, that I don't really, I see people write about and talk about the fluctuations and what's coming in and stuff, and I'm just kind of sliding along.
Well, I think it says a lot about you too, and those around you. You know, and everybody's holding up a different type of, column of light, so to speak. So I would definitely own the fact that, you're very humble and you carry, a very balanced energy. And I think everybody that knows you knows that. That's why I like talking to you. But yeah, man, own it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm going to turn on and hang out, man. We're just going to talk or come and go as you want. Let's go to Vanita next, and then we'll go to Janice. All right, I got you unmuted, Vanita.
Good, woohoo!
So, first of all, it's all about for me anyway. We've all had this thing about overgiving, right? Many of us have. I don't think there's a lot of overtakers in these communities. We tend to be the empaths that felt everything and wanted to fix everything, and people. I feel very strongly about supporting people's initiatives and endeavors. I get a lot of messages and emails. Can you do this for me? Can you do that for me? I wish I could do it all the time for everybody. But I just want to say that Vanita is launching her podcast to the world this evening. The official launch is Monday. It happens on Indian New Year. It's very auspicious and synchronistic. And she's sharing her trailer with me. This is on my message. And she'll start launching episodes on Monday. So congratulations, Vanita.
Thank you.
I'm happy for you, and I'm happy to support you and anybody else that's going to get out there and do these types of things. So just give us a quick rundown, then we'll hop on to Janice and keep going around the circle. What is your podcast called? What's it going to be about?
So the podcast is called Elevate with V. And my name's Vanita, but most people call me V because they have trouble with my name, which I'm like, I think it's a pretty simple name, but I give grace. And so I just call myself V. And so the podcast is basically, I went through my own dark night of the soul, basically through the pandemic. And I was completely isolated by myself, little to no resources, almost no support from family and friends because they couldn't understand what I was going through. And I'm on the other end now where I'm ready to basically pay it forward and say that I would love to offer to those that are going through their journeys how to kind of turn their dark moments into purposeful light. Because that's where I feel like I've turned, that's where I am now. Like, I feel like I'm ready to sort of use that light to help to share with others. So that's kind of what it is. Basically transmuting our darkness into purposeful light and just really elevating people and motivating them and saying, just discover your own magic. It's all there. It's all within you.
Far out. Yeah. Let me get everybody's names up so people can see it. I'm happy to. Somebody just popped out. I'm happy for you, and now where do you live?
So I'm based in Chicago.
And you're in Chicago, Chi-Town. Okay, I lived there for a while. I love that place. Great food, greatest food. Okay, so let's run over to Janice. Janice, how are you doing? The last time I saw you,
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Last time I saw you, I believe that you had a different name, if I remember. I can't remember, but because I had trouble associating or something like that. So first of all, where do you live, and was I right about what I remember?
Yes, I was on your show, and I just was on Facebook as a different Janice Amoria, just because I'm a mental health therapist and I like to have a little bit of privacy. But
yeah.
I've decided, yeah, I'm always Janice LaFontaine. That hasn't changed.
Janice
but
LaFontaine.
I was, and then I deleted that whole thing during the craziness. And then now I'm just back on. But yeah.
Now
I'm in Spokane.
You're in Spokane. Okay. Oh, beautiful place. Very
Yep.
beautiful. So how's life been treating you? What do you feel like talking about?
Oh man. Um, yeah, it's been amazing. This last 3 months, I have made one of those incredible, crazy connections that we that you talk about on Soulogy a lot.
Huh.
And it's been just, I actually had a session with Morgan, and I accidentally scheduled a Harry Scamos session, but I didn't realize it. And when I came onto the session, she's like, "Oh, well, this is what you said you were doing." And I was like, "Well, I actually do have someone in mind." And in that session, it was just as incredible. I mean, we had already made the connection, but it just kind of like solidified this incredible, like crazy, freaking phenomenal, amazing, scary, tormenting, awesome
Nothing
thing.
like
So.
nothing like throwing a little gasoline on the ascension fire.
Yeah. So just going through that,
Yeah.
just my heart, everything. A lot of openings, going through a divorce,
Okay.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Wow. Thanks for being so open about everything. That's what it's all about. So yeah, we're gonna keep going around the circle. I'm just making the first stop very quick so we can make sure we cover everybody. Julia Allen. Hello. I've seen you out there for a long time. It's a pleasure to meet you. Where are you from, and what's going on with you today?
I'm living in Devon in the UK.
Okay.
It's 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm actually in my bed.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Hey, guys. Live
Hey.
from Julia's bed. Hey. What's going on? All sorts of things. Intensity. Going through a lot of personal growth.
That. That one.
Man, where to start? I mean, yeah.
Are-
Guide me. I don't know. Where do I start?
Are you having
What is
it?
going on?
Are you having it like if you just had to pick one topic for the last few days? Is there any major thing that's popping up for you personally, or you feel might be even collective?
Yeah, probably as facing that excruciating place in ourselves, where you're writhing about and you just want to claw your own skin off, but you have to stay in it, It looks like the darkness to start with, but the more you hang with it, the lighter it gets, and it becomes the safe space, like the light womb, is the afterlife, the soul, just the soul coming through really strongly, really connecting with it, and in others as well, like my family group, getting back in touch with them, and accessing the gateways and these portals through the actual Earth and planet to people geographically in other places of the globe, but not through telecommunications, through psychic energy and things like that. Yeah, it's all just much more possible and much more accessible. The mental planes are clearing. The emotional stuff's kind of separated away a bit, so able to look at everything from that that inner circle of the self, the higher self, whatever people want to call it.
Right. Yeah, that's deep, man. And and of course, everybody has their own sensitivities and experiences and specificities or specialties. So it's always interesting to hear people's experiences. What you're saying is something that I've heard a lot, and there's a lot of these, and particularly women, that carry the same type of sensitivity and connectivity and experience. And those are the ones starting to step up like you right now. So I just want to say, we'll go a little bit longer around the circle now, and see
Yeah,
if we can
sure.
pick
So
up a
I was
topic.
not
But
prepared for this, so I have
no,
to
you look great
focus
for
myself
being in your
more
pajamas. You look
on my
fantastic.
bed back.
But I just wanted to thank you and acknowledge your courage for stepping up, because the more of you that do, the more that will. Okay.
Thank
So
you for making it accessible.
yeah, absolutely. So I
Okay.
just got a big something came in telling me, all right, let's go. So Nick, you're in Australia. We got England, Australia, and 2 people in the States, 1 West Coast, 1 Midwest, and I'm down in Sedona. Nick, we did a few shows as we were going this COVID thing. And of course now we're looks to be about a year out of it. And there's been some changes. I know that's had an effect. Obviously it was a stroke of genius, I think, collectively, for us to spend time alone, and we've talked about this over the years and all that. But my question is, because I know you were pretty actively involved on the front lines in the beginning, then you kind of pulled back and like basically approach it from, I think, let's just say a more expanded perspective. Now that all the dust is settled, what has been the outcome of it for you on a personal basis, like with you, your business, your family, and are you seeing anything that might be worth telling out in the as you go out in the communities and in the cities that you're working in, even with the people that you're interacting with?
Do you know what? Like in the cities and out and about, like nobody cares anymore. It's all sort of dropped off. But it's interesting that you bring that up, because something I've been grappling with is my internal anger. And my own desire for accountability for what has been done during that time. Because like at the moment, like we've got news dripping out where it's going mainstream, all of the things that we've been saying all along regarding what happened. But there's no real accountability for those in charge and those that did things. And it's sort of, I mean, we try and run away from anger, but I'm kind of embracing the anger a bit, and I'm not shunning it, and I'm kind of sitting in it and playing with it. Whereas previously I would have tried to get away from it, because I mean, facts are fact. I'm still prevented from going to work in certain places.
Really?
Because I don't have a little vaccine passport.
Do you, this anger that you're talking about, do you think, or do you feel that it's singular, that it is COVID related and only COVID related, or do you feel like there's something bigger behind it or something?
For me, I think it's very much COVID related. Okay. Probably because, like I say, partly because it is still affecting me in terms of my wife's work does stuff with government, and they're still, even though the work's outside and all these different nuances, they still insist on having the thing. And obviously, so I've been able to bluff it at certain times, but then other times you can't get around it. So it's still, in a very tangible sense, affecting me, affecting my kids, and things like that. So it's still in a sense, it's still very real, in some sense to me.
Just last quick question before we move to the next one. Come back. Quick answer. Like, based on what you've seen out there, let's just say theoretically that the Australian government came out tomorrow and said, we're going to re-implement all of this stuff. Do you think there'd be much pushback, or do you think there would be the behavior that occurred before?
I think there'd be more pushback than previously, but I just don't see that people have progressed far enough yet, or been pushed far enough that certain things they would be able to get away with it.
Right on.
Still,
right on.
I think, to a degree. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks.
Humans take an awful lot, Todd.
Yeah. No kidding, man. That's why. I was serious. I sat in the car yesterday and I thought, I don't think I can do this anymore. And then something came in. The soul part came in and said, just get over there, turn the microphone on, and give it a shot. And I think that's. I've been saying to myself, these last few weeks, and then maybe even going back to the summer, it's not a great time to make major decisions. Chill, like you said, you're chill. And and it's just, baby steps. I'm taking baby steps. So V, now I'm going to call you V now, even though I was pronouncing your name properly. So you're of Indian descent?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
I was just curious. I know Chicago is a very metropolitan city, very diverse environment, and then of course, given your story and your ethnicity, your lineage, is there a lot of Indian spirituality in your field? Is this something that influenced you? Be it Hinduism, be it Buddhism, whatever was the influences based on your heritage. Is there a lot of that with you? Did you ever come across it? Did you have to unlearn some things? I mean, what was the impact of your culture on you?
Ooh, that's a big question. We could probably have a whole session on this, Todd, but so just to make it extra complicated, I wasn't born in India. I didn't grow up here. And my parents were quite liberal. So I call myself a Hindu, but I put it in quotes because it's very open boundaries in terms of, what you need to do to be regarded as a Hindu. And since I didn't really grow up in that culture per se, other than what my parents were teaching me as I was growing up, there weren't any sort of like real parameters in terms of religion. So I didn't grow up religious,
Okay.
but I was always, as a child, I saw myself as being spiritual.
Right. Right. Okay. Cool. That's a cool answer. Cool parents too that you picked. Right
Yeah,
on.
I got very lucky because we basically, what my dad did, we moved around every couple of years to
Uh-huh.
different countries. So
Cool.
it really gave me an opportunity to experience a lot in my growing up years.
Wow. What a great journey to support what you're doing now with that diversity. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So Janice, you're gonna turn on your mic. Janice, and I don't remember everyone's name, but I do try to thank everyone on every show at least once. But I just want to say, I know Janice, you're a supporter, a contributor, I think on Patreon. I just want to say personally, thank you. But also, one of the things I noticed about you, and I do remember talking to you before on the show, but also seeing some of your posts, because from time to time I pick up different things, and you're pretty direct. I mean, you're very open with your experience, with what you're experiencing, and I think that's very effective. I really feel like that's what will serve us best, is to have conversations like this, and not that everybody has to be fully transparent, but at least step out there where we haven't stepped before, because I think that's part of the whole shell game. Is we hide behind these different things, and we don't want people to see all of us. But did you find that difficult at all to be so open? And what does it do for you? Is it just your nature, or do you get like an expansion out of it when you step across your line of comfort?
I try to just share when I'm feeling something very genuinely, something from the heart. Otherwise, why bother? Like, if it's not raw, I don't know. I just feel, because I'm not trying to do anything except for just be. I'm not trying to promote myself or
Right.
be anybody. Just share and connect. So it's not that hard for me to do that. I do. I am also really private and really introverted. So
Right.
I think those of us that are like that enjoy just realness, and that's why I love your interviews. And I always, the real reason I wanted to come on today is just to say thank you, because sometimes when I'm really feeling alone or lonely or sad, or, I just want to feel a connection, I can always tune into your interviews and just see people being really real, because you invite that. And so that's why I'm just authentic when I share, because
Awesome.
that's what's meaningful to me,
Far out, man. Well, I've got another question for you when we come back around. I'm going to ask you because of your openness. and I think it'll be something that'd be worth discussing. Julia, I've seen you out there for a long time, and without doing a whole show, you seem like you have been connected for a really long time.
Yes.
Okay. How far back would you say?
I can remember I must have been about 1 year old, and I was aware of my consciousness separating from my body and being like a set of different orbs and floating up by the window. I was left in my cot a lot. My mother wasn't well, and I think I didn't get a lot of physical contact, so I didn't come into my body. I still have problems with that now. So, and all my life I've been aware of other realities. I've had interdimensional awareness, which has caused me problems.
Yeah.
I've had experiences with other beings from other realms. They've come directly to me, which has been witnessed by other people around me, and it's been freaked them out, there's been military activity afterwards, and I've had a lot of information given to me over the years through dreams and visions. I'm sober now. It did encourage me to go down the route of taking substances to separate myself from my human reality. But I want to be coming in now from a more orientated human. My challenge is to get back into my body and be myself.
Yeah.
Rather than here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah.
And bring the stuff through, because it's got where's the purpose? Yeah, I've been given all this information, but what do I do with it? It's like, so I just have to soul speak.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about at the top of the show. I went off on a tangent, but like, I think we've hit the level of awareness. We have enough awareness, I guess is what I would say. So the question is, it's like the way I understand it, the universe, we cut a deal with the you, me, we, and it, all of us, that said we're going to get to a certain point.
Yes.
And we'll guarantee you that. You go there, we'll guarantee you that there's going to be a certain level of awareness, and then at that point, it's up to you. What are you going to do with it?
Yeah.
And
in the UK today, I believe, I don't have TV and I don't have radio, but I've heard from other people, Prime Minister gave up.
Really?
So, and I'm noticing that the fear is intensifying within the general population, but there's little pockets of people, like where I live very rurally, the community's coming together and people are, just getting on as they have done for hundreds of years, and they're forming their own, it's naturally happening where I am anyway, for sure. And I talked with my sister who lives in Southwest Ireland. It's happening there. These small pockets of people are pulling it together, because we're aware that the food shortages, the fuel crisis, is going on, and the fear mongering. But I'm more abundant than ever, and my sister's experiencing this in a separate community in Ireland, and it's happening as a matter of course.
Wow.
Organically.
Well, there's a lot of stuff to dig into with what you just said. We'll have to do we'll just have to do a full-blown show, because there's a lot of stuff going on there. The military and the whole nine yards. I mean, that's a whole bunch of cool stuff to dig into. Thank you, Nick. Gosh, you were just talking about something. I was connecting it to you. Oh, I know what it was. Like what she's talking about. Like, with the stuff that happened in Lismore. And, some of the other places that it flooded, and then I think there was a second flood, and, a couple of years ago you had the fires, and then, of course, the COVID BS and all that. Are you seeing people pulling together? I mean, I know that in Lismore, people came from all over to assist and, and all that stuff. But like what she's talking about, are you seeing people that are starting to, like, kind of take matters into their own hands?
Absolutely, 100%. When we had the stuff happen up at Lismore, there were people. It's funny because it's particularly within the truther community here. So they really sort of double down on the rhetoric and things like that, and back it up. And like I had friends down in Melbourne who sent truckloads of gear up to Lismore, which is probably 18 hours, 16, 18 hours from down in Melbourne. There were guys that were pretty prominent within that community who got to get the jet skis to do the rescues, because our rescue people here wouldn't go into the region. So it was people at a grassroots level that literally performed rescues and everything.
They wouldn't go in. I remember hearing about that. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. In fact, I saw a video. I don't know what town it was. I don't know if it was Lismore or one of those around there. And I saw a video when I guess when the government came in, the military came in, the people actually told them, get the hell out. I said, get out of here. We don't need you.
And they filmed them taking like promo videos on the side of the road rather than helping out. It was bloody hilarious. But I mean, that's where we're heading. And then even over in the UK there, I've got a good mate, James Mullins, who some people will have heard of. And he's now got a organisation that they've put together called Gaian Earth. And they get donated parcels of land over there in the UK that they turn into, basically, they rehabilitate and basically turn that land into land that is usable to feed people and things like that.
Wow.
And it's what do they call it? There's a permaculture and stuff like that.
Yeah. You see a lot of people getting into that. We had Amanda Bloodworth came on. She lives in Blanco, Texas. She bought some land there a few years ago. You saw that? You know, the thing that I thought was so cool about it was she bought a piece of land that was just bristles and, nothing you could probably really eat or whatever. And she had this thing about free growth. Allow, communicate with the land, do whatever you do, work with the land, become one with the land, whatever it is. And 5, 8 years later, whatever it is, she's got all this stuff growing on her property that there's no explanation for, basically, right? Just like the land is giving her what she needs, which I found really remarkable. In fact, I'd like to dig into that a little bit deeper. But yeah, thanks for that, bro. So, V, what's going on? What do you want to talk about? Like, what is on your mind? You look very excited. I know you're launching this podcast, but like, if there was one thing that you could talk about that you feel is important right now, what do you think it would be?
Ooh, that's like $1 million question. I think something that was very important for me today that's showing up is how to not attach to caring about what other people think or believe.
Right.
And I think that's just been such a important thing for me along my journey of releasing those layers of all the people and the communities and what they think and et cetera, and to be in a space where it's like, you know what? I can just be a sovereign being, just know that I'm operating out of my heart, moving from that space and not attaching to what other people are thinking or believing or creating, and yet to be in my heart space.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's easier said than done. That's a good subject. I saw this meme, right? And it was, I should not have to apologize for being myself. Like, and I think when people talk about, and we'll take this to Janice too, and Julia, but like when people talk about not caring what people think, that to me doesn't really cover it. It's more like, it doesn't even have anything to do with anybody else. The byproduct of it is, I don't care what people think. But you know what I mean? But it's not like a harsh thing. It's not like, hey, stop. It's more like I'm finding myself. I'm getting to know myself, and I'm going to be myself. I went through a lot of this in July and August, which was, what I consider like a real download for me is something that's immediately, I can immediately enact and I can immediately share. And sharing may be me telling you, but it probably is more likely for me anyway is going to be, let me show you. I can't explain it. I got this information, and I'm going to go for it. And it really is information that is empowering to me, and to the individual, to the soul, or the soul embodying, or the soul acting, or I don't know how you put it, but yeah, I feel like it's another way to say it, I guess, would be, I'm finding my power. I'm getting to know myself, and I'm not going to apologize for that. I shouldn't have to defend what I shouldn't have to defend. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's a great observation. What
Very
about?
sorry, go ahead.
No. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say that I think for me personally, so much of the way that I've grown up and the culture that I've grown up is about all of this conditioning. And I
Right.
spent 2 years deconditioning
Right.
and releasing all of those layers. So for me to stand in the spot that I am right now and to not worry that all of these people that I've known or whatever, what they're going to think, and to just say, this is where I feel I'm in most alignment with
Yeah.
myself,
Yeah.
and I know what I'm here to do, and I'm just going to move forward
Yeah.
and not be attached to the best of my abilities
Right.
to what other people think or want or need.
Well, that's a good comment too, and yeah, I was going to go a different direction with Janice, so now I'm going to combine the two questions. So, I mean, that's a really good point, however you want to describe it, which is I'm coming into my power, I'm getting to know myself. And what is myself? Myself is, what do I like to do? Who do I like to be with? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What do I like to say? How do I like to communicate? All these veils coming down, right? Now, Janice, you're in a situation which is, a high-powered situation. Because obviously I talk to a lot of people, and I know a lot of people that these things can happen very quickly. They're not in linear time, right? So you're drinking the Kool-Aid. You're finding your own power, which means you're, as we all are, getting to higher and higher levels of not caring what people think. In other words, I'm staying in my lane, and now you throw on top of that, you're now in this fast and furious 2022 type of energy where you've got this connection and all that comes with it, which is a whole other thing, right? How do you maintain your balance and your power and your individuality? And I know that there's no right or wrong. I'm just getting your experience.
Mm-hmm.
How do you maintain that while you are fusing with another incarnated soul? Not to even mention anybody that's having these type of experiences, past, present, future. It comes with all kinds of stuff, right? But how do you maintain your individuality and your power while fusing with another soul that obviously is of the same frequency?
Yeah, this other soul I'm fusing with it's almost like what I'm doing is walking into the scariest thing, jumping off the cliff, and in just not knowing what's going to be there. It's not a traditional kind of situation. It's somebody that would never. I can't even put it into words.
Right.
I can't. So, how do I maintain myself? Is just be totally honest and authentic, regardless of how terrified I am.
Yeah, raw, transparent, right?
Yeah, being transparent. And what I've learned as just working with people and love and all this, I've worked with a lot of men as clients, and one of the most beautiful things I've learned. Although I'm not saying this pertains to my current situation necessarily, is that when a man loves someone, they love them. It's not like if you can't be transparent and they won't accept that, then that's not what you're looking for.
Right.
So but it's still terrifying because it's hard to explain. But the relation, it's kind of like, if you up level and up level and up level and up level to the most terrifying thing you've ever experienced yet, that's what I'm doing right now. It's so scary. Yeah, I wish I could clarify more, but
No, I get what you're
just being
saying.
honest.
No, I get,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, and what you're saying is, and I can relate to this, is that okay. So as we expand, there's things that come into our field that we couldn't see before, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I love the whole MO of the fear is bubbling over, but I'm going to go right through it. Right?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's, and it's not always warm and fuzzy, but it is it is empowering to step through fears. It really is. And I see that as engaging this new energy. I really do, by whatever means that you have. Thank you. Julia, you've been on this road for a long, long time. You also were basically conveying to us that you have, we've heard this a lot on the shows, many of the characteristics and experiences that many people that have come on the show have had, right?
Yeah.
Estranged from family, being called crazy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, down the line. Have you had a challenge in your life, and even more specifically, has there been a change in the recent months, weeks, years? But have you had a challenge with not concerning yourself with whatever other people think?
Yeah, sure. I mean, initially I was sent to a Roman Catholic convent school, so I was packed full of shame and guilt. Yeah. And then through my drug addiction, I had to face being out there and brutally open with what I needed, asking for my needs to be met, begging on the streets.
Wow.
And then in 2020, both my daughter and my 25-year-long partner had psychotic episodes, and there was ambulances and fire brigade, and all the neighbors in the neighborhood were around all the time. So my life was like, I was bare-assed in the street. So I had to just be myself. And then as I got into this, I had my first smartphone. I'd avoided computers and stuff, living on the fringes of society. I was connecting with things and hearing other people's stories, and I just got so much validation. There's no, I am okay, and I don't have to keep this stuff secret. It's real, it's happening to other people.
Yeah.
So I was through the shame and the guilt, and then the enforced having to be transparent and open there.
Yeah.
And now, I can be myself and put valid value to myself.
Yeah.
And fuck everyone else. If they don't like it, then look the other way.
I love when these women come on, they drop more F-bombs than I do. I love that.
Yeah.
I
hope
No. I this is Soulogy. You can say F-U-C-K as many times as you want to. I don't care.
Yeah.
But see, to me, that's a perfect story, a perfect example of what happens on this show. Because I say this a lot, but I get messages, emails, and I see the comments, and you probably do too at times. I see them more in the messages, private messages, and emails, and the people say, and again, this isn't about Soulogy, but it's about what you're talking about, and I'll connect it. But it's you saved my life. I thought I was crazy. I thought I was the only one. I tune in every night because, kind of like what Janice was talking about, there's always something there, but it always goes back to the guest. It's not Todd, it's the guest. They say, your guest, I thought, because it might be someone let's say someone like you, somebody that had a bunch of ET interactions, through their life. Never fairies or elementals or whatever. And they see somebody who's talking about a unicorn that comes to visit them every night in their room. And so they're not connected on the surface, but the one that has the ET experience or the history of it can relate to the one that has the unicorn coming in. It's the same, you know what I mean? It's the same spot. It's the same, that both of them are being estranged from their family. Both of them are told they're crazy, etc. Right? So I love what you said about, I'm not going to hide this because there's other people, right? And that's what happens. Another person will see that, oh, they're not the only one. and so their value starts to go up. I met a mother and daughter that came up from southern Arizona. I met them a couple of days ago. They had gone to Soulogy Fest. Of course, I wasn't there, but they had come up here, and I met them, and I knew some of the story. And the daughter had severe addiction, probably to the level you did. And based on what I could pick up, it looked that way, because I've had a bit of experience with it too. Now, one of the amazing things was, through this show, the mother saw one of the guests, and down the road, as they went through, the evolution of their life from that point, she ends up connecting her daughter to this lady. And we're talking heavy addiction here. We're not talking about, we're talking about heavy addiction, which you can relate to. She was instantly healed. Instantly healed.
Yeah.
Right? So both parts of the story. I was there. I've been there. I've had periods of addiction. I've done the things that go with that. You know what I mean? Like, when you're in that state, there are things that you will do that you would never even consider, right? And so there's that part of it, and then there's also the other part of it where somebody hears her story, and I'm going to get her on here, even though she doesn't want to come on. Somebody will hear that story and know that an instant healing is possible. So I really applaud you and everybody else for continuing to come out, because coming out isn't like, oh, I see this and I see that. It's I'm a human being. This is what I experienced, and then seeing, because I have so many people come on, they'll say, well, I don't know, why are you calling me, because I don't talk like all those people that come on. I don't have anything to go on. I said, no, you just talk about you. The girl, my friend yesterday that was on Jinlin, perfect example. She didn't tell anybody how to do this or how to do that. She just came on and said, here's my experience. This is my journey. And there was so much code in it, so much gold. But yeah, so thank you a lot. I appreciate it.
Not what we say sometimes. And
yeah. So Nick, I know you don't have I think you're muted, Nick. Yeah, I don't, you have a lot of confidence, and you have a strong, a makeup. You have a lot of what people refer to as, divine masculine energy. You really do. You show up and so on. So I don't know that it would be interesting to hear, has it ever been an issue for you what people think?
It do you know what? 100%. And I'm probably worse than most. Like the way you perceive me is completely different to what goes on in my inner world. Before I jump on with you, when I was going to jump on because you were sitting on your poor little lonesome, you still get that little bit of anxiety where you go, oh, what am I going to say? What am I going to do? Things like that. So that still happens to this day. And I mean, I've had loads of conversations with people and done loads of podcasts, and it's still a thing. But there's been, to tell you the truth, I've been going through a process because I've hidden a lot of stuff, things about me, interests, things like that. So, for instance, like I have a relatively dark sense of humor. And there's certain aspects of that I haven't included in, say, podcasting and things like that, in how I present myself. A case in point, just the other day, I went to a rock concert and I bought my favorite album cover on a T-shirt. Anyway, it's called, the album's called Easter is Cancelled, and it's made by a band called The Darkness, who actually transmute,
like Tool.
Yeah.
American group
and,
Tool.
Anyway, the album cover depicts Jesus on the cross, and that's the lead singer of the band. And then you've got three angels, which are the other three band members, slaying the Romans. Anyway, I shared it in a group I've got, like a spiritual related group, and it went down like a lead balloon, and I kind of thought it might, because they instantly saw that imagery,
right.
And rather than looking into it further, I think they just sort of went, oh, that doesn't feel quite right, because you've got, well, it's not overly graphic, you've got, the severed heads and things like that. But the story behind the song is that they stopped the crucifixion,
right?
And in the song it talks about how the last 2,000 years never happened, the conflict related to that never happened, and all that sort of thing. And then if you hear an interview with the singer about the song, he actually starts referring to the multiverse and how, you know, he enjoys the multiverse theory, and that he likes to think that somewhere that didn't happen, and that was the premise for the song and the album. But in the past, I wouldn't have shared that because it was a little bit divisive, and people sort of went, "Oh, Nick, like, what?
Right.
That's not you."
Without trying to understand it too, which is a lesson to us all, you know, because we do look at something and go, oh, "That's the way it is," right? I mean, I'm catching myself a lot on this lately, so it's interesting that you brought this up because it had to do with something similar to that. But I started to look at, you know, my own prejudices and biases, but not traditional, not racial or ethnic, but prejudices and biases based on what that first glance is, right? So, yeah, I totally, like, the first time I heard Tool, I was like, man, what the hell is that? Devil music. Then I started to look at the lyrics, and then of course it's a whole production with music, and so it all contributes, and I started to realize what a fantastic, incredible, awake ensemble that they are, you know, and of course with the lead singer and writer. I mean, like, I was like, whoa, you know. So yeah, there's a lot of. In fact, I met a guy the other day. Had a car trouble, middle of the night, and in the middle of nowhere, literally. I walk to the gas station. The kid comes up behind me and he says, "Hey, can I take you back to your car? Is that you?" And I said, "Yeah." And so I told the story the other day, and I got in the guy's car. He's 18 years old. He carried himself like he was like 25. And I get in the car, and the door panels on the inside are off. You know, you just see the guts. Like, the car's a mess. I mean, it's just like, and the guy is super high frequency, right? Super high frequency. And I knew, and it was already kind of a mystical night, so I knew something was happening. And I kept thinking, God, this guy is so, it's almost too good to be true. I wonder if he could be a serial killer. Like, right? He's just in the car driving, and he's just like, you know, and you know, it was kind of mind blowing. But what happened was he had a hat on, and the hat said Ichiro something, right? And I love Ichiro Suzuki, the old baseball player from Japan. I've always admired him. And I said to him, "Is that Ichiro? Like Ichiro?" And he said, "No, it's Ichiro something. It's an anime or what do you call it? The cartoon anime. It's an anime." And he said to me, and of course I look at him, and I know, because we've been dabbling a little bit in animation and you know, looking at different platforms and the power of it, especially with these young people. So this kid says to me, it's an anime and it changed my life. And I thought, what? I thought it was like Dragon Ball Z shit. You know what I mean? Like, and I know there's some messages in that show, not to take anything away from it. But anyway, long story short, I had an impression of the limitation of anime in my own mind. And this guy went on for 10 minutes telling me how much it changed his life. And of course, I'm asking him questions. And it basically turned into how he's become a conscious individual who wants to serve and help people, which is exactly what he was doing with me, right? With a smile on his face. This guy's getting off work. It's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. He's driving 30 miles from Sedona on this isolated highway. You know, I mean, yeah, and it came from a place that I never would even considered. So, yeah, open our minds a little bit. So let's go around one more time. We'll go V, Janice, Julia, Nick. And we'll move into another segment of the show. Hello, Hung Nguyen. What's happening? That's our Soulogy Dragon Queen. V, anything you want to share? Anything you want to talk about? We talked about your podcast. Congratulations on that. I don't know. Anything you want to offer? You're just full of smiles today. You look great.
Thank you. No, I'm just so honored to, jump in. And I kind of felt the same way with Nick. I'm like, oh my God, Todd's hanging out by himself. Let me just jump in. And I sincerely apologize. I know you've seen me guys duck in and out because I was cooking and I was like, no, I don't want Todd to be by himself. So I'll just come over. And so I was trying to do that as well. But no, I'm just so grateful, and it's just been such an amazing space to share with all of you. And I'm just blown away by, just everything that we're talking about, the energy in here, and just the authenticity and just the realness of the conversation. And I just love more of that, and that's what I'm all about. So I just want to thank you for that opportunity. And it looks like we're going to end this, because I was going to say I'll just exit so I can give someone else an opportunity to pop in. So,
well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit this segment and then play some more video, because my goal is to go as long as I can. So right now, well, with me here, I mean, I can push a button, it can run 8 hours, but I wouldn't be here. But the record now is 5 hours and 49 minutes. So we're at 2 hours and 54. So I think we're gonna beat it today. And who knows? I got my pillow and my mattress. I got some fresh clothes. I might, be spending the night in the studio the next couple of nights. But yeah. Well, thank you so much, and you're a beautiful soul, and keep going, don't stop. And if I can give you any advice, no matter, because I've had a lot of people that have contacted me about doing podcasts, and we're always, even in a business enterprise, I have a lot of business experience, you always start off like that, and it'll come to that. And that's when the real work starts. So just be consistent. If you're going to go on once a week, go on every week. And what I was going to tell you, I get a little choked up, but is because people think, and I can understand it. They think that Todd's got his shit together. Todd's a balanced individual. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. That's not the point. The point is that it's been a remarkable evolution for me, even right now in this moment, to come on and be what Janice is talking about and what y'all were talking about, with just being transparent as possible, and not trying to hide anything. It doesn't mean I'm going to open up about my private life. It doesn't mean I'm going to go into details, about things. But I have just want to tell you that I have had many, many times, including today, where I'm going through things, and just being out here has been very much a cure. So if you feel bad, my advice is jump on anyway, because people will see that, even if you don't say it. They're going to pick up on your transparency. So best of luck to you. If I can help you in any way, and you want someone to come on and be your guest, I'll be happy to, like with Nick and anyone else. I'm all for supporting people. So thank you.
Love that. Thank you so much, Todd. And I did want to say one quick thing is from the last time I was on a couple of days ago, you look so much more radiant today, like so much more energy. And because I know you were going through a lot.
Yeah. I was going through a lot more then than I am now. And I do feel a lot better. And the only thing, look, if I didn't have this avenue, I went on a 6-day sabbatical, and I hadn't done that in 10 and a half years. I work Soulogy every single day, and in ways that people don't know. And but when I was gone, I said to myself, I'm either going to go back and it's over, or I'm going to go forth and do my part and carry the Trinity energy to the best of my ability. And that's what I've decided to do. So it's been a lifesaver. Because otherwise I'd be doing Nicolas Cage and going to Las Vegas, leaving Las Vegas, like that movie. I'll go out that way. You know what I mean? But yeah, thanks. Janice, I appreciate your openness, and I don't know, I really do. I mean, and all of you that are doing the same thing and putting yourself out there, it's an extraordinary thing, especially for women at this time. And I'm not one that believes masculine means male and feminine means female. I don't at all. This masculine energy that's hitting the earth right now, just as the Mother Goddess energy hit the earth for so long in the early parts of this period of ascension since 2012, everybody feels it. And anyone out there that thinks that it's only specific to the man is going to find out that they got another thing coming. Because just as Mother Goddess landed, Father God has landed. And men like Nick are going to be growing in numbers, and their frequency is going to be felt, and it is going to have an impact on every male and female on this planet. So I just want to say that, and I'm sorry if I went off on a tangent. Janice, what do you got? What do you have to share with us?
Well, I just want to say, you know, this is my authentic heart. I really, I want to really join one of the Soulogy Fest communities gatherings and connect more. But I want you to know that, like everyone else, my heart was absolutely with you, with what you went through. And, really, you're so dearly loved and appreciated. And I also popped on just because I was like, oh, he's asking for people to come. I better get on there with them. I don't, it's really just because, I just appreciate you, and I wanted to share that. And I know we all do. So
I appreciate
thank you.
That. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, because I'm telling you, there's so many times I could name so many different names that I just wanted to quit, and then I read one of those comments and then, I get off the pity pot, basically, so I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And one more small little thing, the person that I've connected with was somebody you interviewed, and I recognized something, and that's how I connected with him, because you interviewed him. So
see,
all kinds of beautiful things.
I think, now I'm going to have to figure out who the hell it is, because, I'm a sticky nose. Well, but here's the other thing, too, and years ago, I'm talking 2017, 2016, even before the first time Morgan came to the United States, I remember her telling me, do you realize all the people that Soulogy is connecting? When I'd see like splinter groups and people start a group or a show or did, but I think one of the coolest things is not only the romantic relationships, but other connections. There are literally, in my opinion, or what I've been able to see from what I can see, which is my own truth, millions of connections have been made. So it warms my heart, and that would be number 1B. Why I keep doing this. So thanks for
So thank you, Todd.
I'm looking forward to getting to know him and having y'all both on the show.
We'll see about that.
All right, Julia, any parting comments? Thank you for staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, welcome. You're welcome. It's just so nice to connect with the humanness and share a little and come out. Even though I'm in, got to get into it if you want to get out of it.
There you go. And if you want to come on the show, any of you, or Nick and I talk regularly, but V, Janice, if you want to come back on the show, Julia, if you want to come on the show, send me a message. All messages will get answered. Sometimes it could take 2 days, and sometimes it could take 2 months. But and don't, anybody out there, by the way, don't be afraid to send me a message 2 and 3 and 4 times, because sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? So, but yeah, thank you so much, Julia, as well. I really appreciate it. Nick, you got any parting comments here, since you're holding the space for all of us with your wonderful chill demeanor.
Yeah. Well, I've got nothing except I'd like to quote my favorite quote of the day. It's from a woman named Janice. And it's not trying to be anyone. She mentioned it while she was talking about creating her videos or whatever it was. And it really stuck with me, not trying to be anyone. And I think that's what you do. You come here, you turn up, and you're not trying to be anyone. And you end up more than a podcaster, an interviewer, a vodcaster, whatever you want to call it. You're a connector. And that's what it's all about.
Thanks, Nick. Let's do your show, man. Hit me up. Let's do your show.
100%. Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you all. I appreciate you. And we're going to move on to the next segment. We're going to keep doing this, so everybody get used to it. And we're going to make the transition to an expanded independent network, like I was talking about earlier with handheld. It's coming very fast, and it's going to be built very structured. It's structured in the sense of we control the foundation, the frequencies of the foundation by the people that come in and build it. So I'm hoping that once we launch this and we get going, that anyone that wants to create a show, anyone that wants to create a channel, will have the opportunity to do it and have a captive audience of like-minded individuals. So my goal is that everyone has their own channel one day, So, but yeah, I appreciate y'all. And love you very much, and thank you for all the wonderful words and for sharing and your open hearts. We're going to stick around. I'm going to take these people off the screen, and we're going to play some videos, and then probably we'll do another open mic segment in an hour or two. Okay? All right. Thank you. I'll see y'all. Okay. That was wonderful. I see Joe Delaney got up. It looks like he got up. Now he's going back to sleep. I don't know why. What time is it over there? It must be like 3 o'clock in the morning. Good to see you, Joe. Let's talk tomorrow. We have a bit of an issue on time that I don't normally have when we do work. That's one of the reasons we've kind of had an issue with it, Joe. But let's talk in your morning. Send me a note. Let's do a show Saturday or Sunday. What else we got here? Thank you. Let's see. I love this, Chelsea. All your guests are awesome. Thank you for the comments. Yeah, all right. So, I'm going to take a little break. I need to go talk to my brother Ty real quick. We've got some stuff we need to cover so we can provide you with the best broadcast possible. Let me jump in on a David Icke, a little bit of animated music from our studio, Judith Kuzel, piece of Judith Kuzel interview, a little bit more music, and a couple other things. We're just going to kind of keep it loose. But anyway, here's a little excerpt, interesting excerpt with myself and David Icke on the first interview that we did with him. And he's discussing, or I'm asking him, what are his thoughts on QAnon, the white hats in the government? They're going to save everybody. I know I'm being a little sarcastic. But, these narratives of something's going on back there, just wait a little bit longer because there are light workers working behind the scenes and all that stuff. But I'll let the excerpt speak for itself. And I would imagine that, let's see, it's 7 o'clock. I would imagine that it will be going for a while. But in the meantime, here's a video of excerpt of David Icke, and then a few videos to follow. I'll jump back in a bit. Is a narrative that there are white hats in the government, that there are benevolent beings that are working with these white hats against the controllers and the malevolent forces behind them. Do you have any opinion or anything you can add to this, or maybe open up for us?
Well, all I can say is this. I've been on this journey consciously for 30 years. And so I've seen it come and I've seen it go and I've seen it come and I've seen it go. And this whole idea of some force within the government going to arrest the bad guys. So basically, you don't have to do anything. The plan's in place. Yeah, it's all right. It's all sorted. I've heard so many times with different names given to the good guys that I've seen it come and I've seen it go. I've listened to radio station hosts telling me that there is a date when this is going to happen, and then that date passes and it doesn't happen, and there's another date. And I'm talking now. When am I talking? When I heard these radio shows saying this, it must be 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Wow.
And I listened to them. I thought, it's not going to happen. The point is that we have to do it. It's not going to be done for us. Yeah. And therefore, any idea of we'll just sit there because the plan's in place is just putting off the moment when we do what's necessary to make a difference here. And it's if you break down how humanity is controlled and how it's been controlled all the way through known human history, this goes back a very long time. It's through control of perception. That's what it is. It's manipulating people to see themselves in the world and events in a certain way so that they will behave as a result of that belief the way that which has manipulated that belief wants them to behave. I mean, 2020 up to present day is an absolute classic of its kind in that regard. And so sitting back and waiting for the good guys to arrest the bad guys, well, I've heard it all before. And it's putting off the day when we have to look this in the eye and say, we ain't blinking.
Yeah.
And, you know, I hear the labels, and again, I can only come from where I'm coming from. I don't deal in labels in that sense. When people say, said to me, who are you? I don't find a higher level label, or I'm from this realm, or I'm from that realm, or I'm this or I'm that. I just say I'm all that is, has been, and ever can be, having an experience. And when this experience is over, I'll be all that is, has been, and ever can be, and I'll be having another experience. So I just see myself as awareness, a state of being aware. And coming to what you were saying a few minutes ago, we talk about other realms and connections to other realms, but we are the other realms. We are the other realms. We are communicating with ourselves because we, all of us, are not just a point of attention, although the body focuses that attention in the human life. We're not just a point of attention within this infinite field of consciousness and awareness. We are that field. And the question is, how much of that field, that infinity, are we going to tap into? In other words, how much of that infinity are we going to identify with? Are we going to identify with that little bit that calls itself David Icke, born in Leicester, England in 1952? Or are we going to self-identify with the infinite field itself? And the more that you open your self-identity, the more of this field you're tapping into. As your self-identity moves out of the label self, phantom self, as I call it, and into a perception of infinite self, that very redefinition of identity, the I, expands your consciousness in relation to the scale of awareness that you are self-identifying with. Now, coming back again, and it's very important because this is how it works, I would suggest, this other world of secret societies, the global cult, as I call it, it knows this, and it's set up society specifically to hold people in a deeply limited sense of self-identity. And it's moving towards, and it's talking about it openly in the next 10 years, to connecting artificial intelligence to the human mind, the human brain, so that instead of a awareness that we now call human, even in the 5 sense version of it, we then become simply a computer terminal for AI. And these crazies, they're insane, in Silicon Valley are openly talking about this as a good thing. You'll be superhuman, we'll be gods. No, you won't. You'll be superhuman, you'll be subhuman. That's the whole idea. And so this whole area of who am I, what is the true I, is not some esoteric navel contemplating. It's fundamental to where we go from here. Because if we just identify with the 5 sense world and we try to change the 5 sense world within the 5 sense world, it ain't going to change. I mean, people might have noticed that in 2020. It's going to change when we take on a different self-identity and start tapping into that wisdom, that awareness, that inspiration, and also the power, as you mentioned, of the frequencies that we can, once we tap into, bring into this world and change the energetic nature of this reality. That's how things are going to change. And it's this area, and this is the reason that all the way through the last 30 years, whenever I've written a book about the names, dates, places, agenda, always been massively infused with the nature of reality, because that's what they want to keep from us. And they want to do that because that's the way out of here.
Yeah. Yeah.
unified in our heart.
One heart. One heart.
Serious ABC. Mind, heart, soul.
You know, you and me are my world, my universal doorway to the mystery of it all. Heard the call for love to exist again. New twist, divine dominance, transcendence of the stupendous. Without a fuss, told the matrix we had enough. Cold trust, surrendering, takes on a new meaning. While I'm grieving, life's interceding, finding grace in my face, every day demanding. I retrace and tell of the fallen man who rises again. Same story, same soul tribe. Cannot compromise my love for me or you. Found the truth, loving you through and through. To all the lies all removed. I feel you in my highest affections now. Let me love you, baby, once again. Remember the codes we left. A human heart bereft, another death. But I find myself in you when we meet in the cold confines of the human apparent demise, where our souls have begun to rise together, always together. Forever, ever, we rise, we rising now together. Soul is the receptor. Love never neglects. It's a strange space. I know my face is changing now. Come with me, life's rearranging now. Adjust the pages of our lives. No matter how strange it may seem, we can still dream, strive to live our dreams. Life's passing through our fingertips now. May we eclipse the holiest, most hallowed ground, where the mother founded this place. It's coming down now.
It is. And you can see that soul has also been hurt, has also sometimes just lashed out in pain because it didn't love itself to such a degree. The minute we start opening the heart, something within us shifts. And we get to the stage where we say, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for challenging me. Thank you for teaching me how to love unconditionally. I'm sorry I judged you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I love you. Thank you. There are so many degrees of love. There are so many degrees of loving. So why don't we just welcome each soul as it comes into our lives, and we welcome the lesson they bring. Whether they are twin flame or soulmate, it does not matter. If you truly love somebody, you will always be pulled together. It doesn't matter what happens in life. You will always come back together. And the thing is, you can never be separated from each other. If somebody lives across the world, they're still there at soul level communicating with you, because souls always communicate with each other on a much higher level. They don't need bodies to do that.
Yeah.
They don't need a body to do that. You can energetically, you're always in communication with the souls that you love. The souls of your own soul and your soul group, you are always in communication with. You must remember that a lot of your soul parts are actually living and working in other galaxies and star systems. When my awakening came, I was taken right back to Andromeda in my life there. I met our children there. I met my husband there that's in Andromeda. So I knew exactly who I was. And that opened me up to that I actually, as soul, have got multiple existences. I'm not just this that is here embodied in this lifetime. I'm all of that that is there out in the universe that is busy functioning. The more enlightened you become, the more conscious you become, the more cosmic you become. You are not so hung up about life on this planet anymore. You are not so hung up about appearances. You are not so hung up about the material existence anymore, because you realize that actually I'm everything. I am the whole omniverse, and the whole omniverse is me. There is no separation. And the thing is that if you love somebody, that love is always there. Because, say for instance, with your twin flame, the moment you were born by the divine, you actually become as a soul, a spark, as a flame. You loved each other. You will always love each other. Even if you go out of this life and in another existence, you love each other. And that love is continuing ad infinitum. But when we are here on this planet, we buy into the illusions. We think that love, it can be separated. We think that love can die. We think that love, we can kill love if we want to. I don't love you anymore. I don't love you anymore. Go away, go away. I don't want to see you. I don't want to be with you. But you cannot kill love. It's impossible.
Wow.
Well, possible.
That was a powerful little sermon. that was real. That was very real. You thank you. You talked earlier about the importance of expression, and you talked about bringing that in and into the heart. How important is it for us to be expressing ourselves, and how do we do that?
If you really love what you're doing and you do what you love, you cannot be others than express it. In German, they've got a lovely saying is, what the heart is full of, the mouth will bubble over. When you're in love, you just want to talk about your beloved the whole time, because you're so inspired by love that's in there. You're just talking about it all the time. Same with if you're really inspired by that, just call yourself. It cannot be other than do it, other than express it. But we're brought up in a society that tells you that you've got to have a job, you've got to be employed, you've got to do this, you've got to have a big house, you've got to have a car, you've got to have this, you've got to have status, you've got to look like this, you've got to be like that. And we buy into that illusion. Who tells us to be like that?
Yes.
Who tells us to be like that? Who tells us that we need to look like that? A lot of women make themselves terribly miserable because they're always comparing themselves to an ideal that is actually an ideal.
Yes.
We make ourselves miserable because we're constantly comparing ourselves with others, and we are thinking we are in competition with others. We are not in competition with anybody. We don't need to compare ourselves to anybody because we are unique and special, and that is how the divine created us. And now every single soul is actually created with unique gifts and talents. That is your purpose. That is why you were created. But so many live something that their family projected on them, that their teachers projected on them, and they never question that. So they're miserable in the jobs that they are, and they just like in the jobs from 4 to 5 to earn money. And then they wonder why they're miserable. If your heart and soul is not in what you're doing, you are guaranteed to have a nervous breakdown somewhere along the line. Because you are not living life congruent to what is really inside you.
Yes.
If you really love what you're doing and you're doing what you love, you won't have any time factor. You will just do it because you can't stop doing it, and you do it with such love that you cannot stop doing it. It's just there. Like nobody's got to tell me to write. I love writing and I love expressing what's there in my heart and soul. It flows through me. It's there because I'm inspired. I love doing that. It's a way that I express myself. But if I don't do that, then something in me dies. And I die a slow death, and I become miserable, and I become depressed. That is why it's so important to always look back. What really do you want to do in life? What is it that you really always wanted to do? And you know, I've often asked people that, and they have tears of certainly coming to their eyes and said, you know, I always wanted to do that. But, and then the but comes in.
Yes.
It's stopping you from doing that. It's stopping you. Yes, you have to take leaps of faith. But Todd, if you didn't take leaps of faith, would you have gotten anywhere else in your life?
No. No. It's a very good point.
Wouldn't you? And the thing is, yes, it's scary. But the thing is, you are always looked after. You know, I have found all these years that I actually had to go on my own and go and find what and do what I love and love what I'm doing. I often didn't know where I would find a roof over my head, and I didn't know where everything would provide it for. But I always had a roof over my head. I've always had food on my table, and I've always some people that actually took me in and helped me. So I've learned through all of that. All of that, and having to literally put my life together again from nothing, that I, in truth, if I ask, it shall be given. But yes. I must have a faith that it's going to be given.
Yes.
And there are precious moments when I so experience the divine, and I experience divinity, and my whole seeing, my inner seeing and my being open up, and I could just be fooled by the divine. Those moments are so precious that no money in the world can actually buy that. Those moments are what carries you through life. So it doesn't matter what life throws at you after that, you know you'll be okay because you've been through that. And we forget that those are the things that give meaning and purpose to our lives. If we don't have meaning in our lives and we are not purposefully there, we will get depressed because we feel that nobody loves us and nobody wants us and life is such a schlep. The minute that you actually go back into your heart and soul, and you live that, you will find that opportunities are everywhere. And there's always somebody who can use what you have to give. And be grateful that you are putting it out there. So don't ever underestimate your own ability to make a difference in life. Oh boy, if you can make music, go and make music. If you can sing, go and sing. If you want to go and play, go play. If you want to write, go write. If you are called to be a chef, go and be a chef and make the best food on the planet. If you are called to go and inspire people, then jolly well go and inspire them. You know, when I was down and out and I was really starting like you know, I just had the internet connection. I would sometimes just don't know how to get up in the mornings and get my life in back. And I decided, well, okay, if I have to get up this morning, I will go and inspire people. I will go and write that what is deep in my heart and soul, and I will give that out into the world. And you know what? When I did that, it came back to me. People said, thank you. You are writing exactly what I needed to hear today. Then I feel better about myself. And then I knew, okay, I was doing what I love and I was loving what I do. And I was touching the core hearts and souls of those that I encountered. And that blessing was coming back to me. That is service. That is living your soul purpose and calling. And you know what? To me, what is the greatest of all is now when I get feedback, from all over the world, as my vision came true when I was called to do this work. People say, thank you. Thank you. You have changed my life. And then I'd say, thank you, Divine, that you are using me. And in my prayer every morning, and I tell you what, I never go every morning without doing this. I say, please, use me in the highest possible service, in the highest possible way. Because as long as we serve, we will serve from the heart and soul. And as long as we're willing to serve, God will use us in amazing ways. And I can just encourage you. And you must never think that you don't make a difference to the lives of others. You might just speak that word that soul needs. You might just give that flower to somebody whose life you changed by just giving one single flower. You might just be the one that picks up the one that doesn't know where to go anymore. And because of your kindness, you change that person's life. You might just go out into the street, and there's somebody who needs you there in that exact moment to change their lives. Don't ever underestimate your own power to make a difference to this world. And if you are called to be a mother, then be the best mother that you can. If you are called to be a father, then be the best father that you can. If you're called to be a teacher, be the best teacher that you can. But do it from the heart and soul. If you are called to be a corporate manager, then be the best corporate manager there is, and with a heart and soul open to serve. We're not all meant to be presidents. Thank goodness. I would like to be a president, thank you. But we're all called to be the best that we can be, with the given talents that we are. And there's something amazing and miracles if you call them in. You can call in the angels and archangels and say, please, help me, guide me. Take me to the people that need me today so that I can touch their lives. And miracles will happen. You don't always know how they will happen. That's not your business. Yeah. Be ready and open, and then miracles will happen.
Yo. Yeah. Skywalker, you know we up ahead. 25 centuries infinity. Yo, got 113 in the building. Team, 6 Sense. You know the drill is for real. Let's go to work. Yo, lifetime after lifetime, an entity incarnated centuries of blossoming the lotus of infinity, expanding. Horseback, Jackie O, the lantern, Bruce Wayne the Phantom, other opera operator, Galactic Fetty, Prime Creator, Phoenix Rising, Kevin Johnson, Western Conference. With assistance, get the glisten over rhythms. It's a journey, evolution, strapping on the rocket boosters. I'm returning to the heavens. Yeah, stutter stepping, Cuban link necklace on the hostess, powder donut breakfast. Special message detected when you rest within your essence. Hey, it's a blessing to be pleasant, splicing DNA amongst the righteous. Audio biting on some Mike Tyson. Mammoth loving, snuffleupagus. 6 Sense in him, we bugging. Egyptian beetle, number 7. Orion's belt on the horizon. Rainbow Bridge is activated. Cause we made it. Yeah. Cause we made it, dig. Joe. What up, team?
The density will still rise. Over centuries, that crew lies.
Yeah.
Holding down truth, that 2-5. That 2-5, baby. Holding down truth, that 2-5. We in here. Through the density will still rise. Over centuries, that crew lies. Holding down truth, that 2-5.
Yeah.
2-5. Holding down truth, that 2-5. 6
Since after the service is dealt, they put the ego on the shelf. Meanwhile, looking for wealth, what the cards are dealt. Starts from the heart, I look in their eyes. Compromise when they hide like hype. Well, here's the ball. They'd rather walk through the mall. Bizarre like a phone call, iPhone to jump off the bandwagon. I'm low like my pants sagging. Institutionalized, indoctrinized by TV. I see. It's like the culture, the hood's been cultivated. Like killer weed or Wi-Fi. Watch the ratchetness. Pop culture, crop the vulture circle when you die. Too much hate, a piece of the American pie. Hands is stuck when I bust like the masturbates the line. But the mainstream goody mob face down to ask why. The outcast Jezebel stroke on the twerk line. World starter boycott forgotten when we used to pick cotton. But enough to change the rim when the apple's rotten. Yeah, quality, but I quit it.
We still rise over centuries. That crew live. Hold it down, truth that 2-5. Hold it down, truth that 2-5. We'll help out once again. Through the density, we still rise over centuries. That crew live. Holding down, truth that 2-5. Hold it down, truth that 2-5. Hold it down. Universal brothers.
Teaching, and we were together talking about Earth. That was not very often, or I received a message from the Seraphim saying that they were filling my body with light for 3 days, and that was incredible, absolutely incredible. So I don't have like energy coming in and say, hello, I am Mother Mary, I get it through meditation. Sorry, I can't hear you, Todd, for some reason.
Oh, I don't know what it is. How's that?
That's it, yeah.
I was talking the whole time. No, I'm kidding. I was listening to what you were saying. Yeah, especially as we're getting to this point now, I think, where we're starting to focus inward, not just talk about focusing inward, like just shadow work and whatever, but in terms of like where we travel, how we pull things up, like it's coming from inside of us. Mm-hmm. See, I'm weird. I think about stuff like this all the time, which is like, for instance, the Seraphims,
yes.
Like that consciousness, or Archangel Michael, or even an E.T. That consciousness is in me. And yes. I think, did these things were these the things that were birthed throughout the universe, like Archangel Michael and galactics and elementals and all these different types of energies, and they're inside of us. Yes. And we're the product of all. We're made up of all of them. They're like yes. all of our ancestors, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. I see always, like sometimes when I go back into the body, I see the hologram made out of squares and numbers. And sometimes I have different colors. And through that, I kind of understood that as I open my inner world to different frequencies, a color with an information comes in,
right.
And we translate it into Archangel Michael, Palladian.
Yes, yes, right.
Because we, as a humans, we just, yeah.
That's a good explanation. Okay, because I'm simple. I just have to restate things. But you're right. So, like, say in the beginning, a lot of people, well, you hear that it was sound, right? Like, or vibration, sound, resonance, and with it comes a color, and with it comes a geometry to the color, and yes. Then you're right. Like, so over the years and years and years, we just assign different names, say, to the color blue. It might be
yes.
Pleiadian. It might be Archangel
yes.
Mike. Right? Yeah. The rays. Yeah.
Or the blue ray. Yeah.
Blue ray. Yeah. I wonder why Blu-ray is more prominent than the other rays. You know what I mean? In these communities. And it's always
yes.
been that way. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. There's got to be a reason for it. People aren't just making that up,
I see the blue from my perspective that it is expansion of the sound. And because it's like, if I take it with the throat, for example, I know we are just like a white light, but then we, have different chakras, different colors. And the blue, I really see that as a expansion, because now we are really needing to speak, don't we? And in this timeline,
I agree. I agree with that. Yes.
And this is why I think that the Blu-ray is so massive, because we do need to open that.
So, yeah, I like that explanation too, because it takes it out of the, let's say, the lineage. It's more into the science of it. Again, the blue is more representative of the phase we're in, or you know what I mean, like the energy field. Versus, oh, I'm a Blu-ray. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that makes a lot of sense. I've always felt like, you know, just in doing this show, that the throat chakra is like the most important chakra, because it's both physical and non-physical, and it requires us to stand up and speak, you know, and find ourselves and express ourselves, and it takes courage.
Yeah, I think if you know, if the telepathy would be properly understood, we wouldn't have probably needed that much of the Blu-ray, but it isn't right now, because people are worried about you know, fear and what people think. So
That's a good point, because everyone knows that talking's going to go away, but actually talking is proving to be a very vital tool for the transition. Like even to just discuss things like this, whether you are the person telling it or the person listening, because I hear people say it all the time in comments and in messages, which is, hey, I'm glad I found y'all because I know I'm not crazy now. Just to be able to know your story or their story or my story, there's things in our story that tell us that we're not nuts, right? Yes. And that we're not insignificant, that we're actually huge, and coming into that awareness.
Yeah, very much agree.
So what did your daughter say when, I'm sorry, what was her name?
It's Sophia.
Sophia, how could I forget? How can I forget? It's like it's like the number one.
Well, she chose it.
She did. She chose it.
Yeah, she's called Sophia Rose as well. I was like, of course. You know.
So what happened when you went to tell her what was happening to you the first time?
I think I don't know exactly how she was really feeling. I think she saw me being really excited, and I found almost like the missing piece, you know. I was just like, oh my gosh, there's non-physical, thank God for that, you know. and like bringing all these aspects and components together and sort of merging with them. I think what she benefited the most from was the self-love teachings and self-worth, because she was going through a very difficult period of time at school, always with friends, because her consciousness was more mature, you know, more expanded than the other teenagers. So she always found it difficult to find a resonance within friends. So to her, I think was really important to go with me through self-worth and self-love.
There she is. No, that was great. And I was just thinking as you were saying that. There she is.
Yeah.
Sophia. I'm sorry I forgot your name, but yeah. That's what happens when you look like me and you get to this point. Yeah. I was going to ask you about that. Let's see. So, yeah, because I mean, I can't even imagine being in those formidable years as a teenager and having a mother or a father or whatever come to me and introduce me to this level of frequency, because life would have been so much easier.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think she also had the knowledge of a lot of Greek goddesses from the age of, I think, 10. So
okay.
So when I spoke of the goddess energy and you know, the whole rose path, she really understood that through the names of the goddesses in Greece.
Wow, amazing. Yeah. 111 people in the house, as you say that. There's no mistakes. So when she was 10 or whatever, before you had these experiences, was she coming to you and saying weird stuff?
No, she wasn't. But no, she wasn't. It
Yeah.
was about. It was yeah. No, she wasn't. It was almost all the time about friendship, but none of this experiences
Right.
about
So
spirit.
y'all became weird together, I guess.
Yes. See, that's a really good way of saying it. Yeah.
So is your husband coming out more, do you feel? Like, do you feel like he's kind of like his emotions for the first 10 years that he kept them in and then finally came out? Do you feel like he's energetically kind of following the same path and starting to come out to
Yes.
speak more?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. He has got a really strong inner knowing. And I think once he is able to leave that restrictive energy, he will be able to open up to so much more. Because I know I can feel it in my body when we are together. You know, he is amazing. He's a nurse, so he is not a soldier or anything like that.
Okay.
And so he's always been connecting with people. He was a nurse in a hospital before that for 10 years.
Wow.
So there's always, you know, a wanting to help others. But I think there's so much more in him, and I can't wait to see it when he's, you know, ready.
Have you met it like locally, like in person, like other people like you and your daughter and even like your family? Does he ever talk about meeting anybody like that?
What, my husband, you mean?
Yeah, like
Or,
does he, like in the
yeah.
military? Does he ever like come home and say, "Hey, somebody said something"? No.
Sadly, no. No, the answer is no. Yeah, and we are obviously in a military house, so we are surrounded by families who are in the military. But I've got two friends on the street who are amazing. They might not go as into the details as I do, but they are very happy to listen to me, you know, and to. So they stayed. Let's say
They stayed. So they know what Pleiadians are. So
because many people go, don't they?
what I'm just curious on what your perspective is, like what's going on overall, like what's going on in the world, and how that affects you or not. Do you not even you just kind of stay with what's going on with your own little world, or do you have any? Does it matter? You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like what's your personal approach, and what do you feel like is happening here?
Well, I think that people are now the energies are sort of inviting people to look within. And when they start looking within, they can become, through a sort of certain amount of time, an observer. And I think that's the sort of the 5D, what people call, is I think this observer. Because when you become observer, you can detach from things, you can discuss energies without judging.
Right.
And
have conversations.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And that allows you to express yourself. So this is open, heart is open, you're detached, yet you are experiencing all of it with emotions, which is really important. So that's why we are kind of here for the experience. And I think, I think this is just a timeline. This is just a earth. This is just sort of stories.
Yeah.
Everything is stories. And it is entirely up to me how I want to choose to interact with these stories.
Right.
And I totally choose not to interact with stories which put me into confusion or which put me into fear or not well-being. I'm very much like, okay, so this information comes into my hologram. How do I want to interact with it? Do I want to spend my energy with this information? Or can this information go? How does it make me feel? Does it make me feel that I go into past? Yes.
So if I'm understanding you, so everything in your experience is that. is information. Am
Yes.
I going to take it with me? Am I going to leave it here? Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I look at it that way sometimes. I mean, a lot of the time I go, okay, I'm an avatar. We're all avatars in a virtual world, yet I can feel everything. Oh, that's the
Yes.
point. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
The point
Mm-hmm.
is, physical sensations that we don't have in other states, and then of course everything else, and then I think to myself, but wait a minute, this part of me here in this game is still me, like
Yes.
even though
Yes.
it's right, you know what I mean? It's weird.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
weird.
I sort of like feel the spirituality needs to come in with the physicality. So that's like the embodiment.
Yes.
So, for example, I feel that I am making cup of water. So I am aware that I have a physical cup, which I am really happy with because it is raising the vibration of the water because it's a good material.
Right.
Then I am aware of the water, so I can bless it and I can program it and I can take it in my physical body. So I make everything like a little ceremony in a way,
Yes.
because it's really important to me anyway to feel what we know about the other layers of ourselves, and so we can experience it through, it's like I'm a portal, and all of these energies are coming through, and whatever I'm doing in physical, they can experience it.
Yeah,
So
I see what you're saying. So those
yeah.
aspects can feel it physically, and okay, and at the same time, you're enhancing your human experience. Really,
Yes.
you're enhancing life because everything is sacred, right?
Yes.
Like that's a sacred cup. The way you make your tea is sacred. Everything is sacred. At a minimum, it's at least with sacred prayer, sacred thought. Like thank you, gratitude. Yeah, that's powerful, very powerful. And good advice for people.
Yeah, I mean, because also, I actually send the vibration out of my heart when I do something what really excites me. Like if I eat really colorful, good food, I go, thank you, bless the food, and then I literally feel like the vibration goes out.
Yeah, that's how it happens to me when I eat tacos.
Does it really?
or pizza.
Well,
or pizza.
Doesn't matter what you eat.
Well,
It's about the food.
well, I think but you know what you said earlier. Oh, well, I'm going to go back to it. You were saying, people talking about 5D. What is 5D? And when you were talking about it, however you explained it, I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. I realized in that moment that we're all kind of like, again, it's that external thing, looking for 5D, right? When reality is we're the ones that make the 5D. In other words, what you're talking about. There are lots of ways to kind of help us do that. One of them would be to live in gratitude, to bless every moment consciously. Just like anything else we make a habit or master. Yeah.
Yeah, and also I would really love if people could, if they take anything from this, if they could think of judgment. That
Yeah.
it really, that is kind of the narrower of an experience. Because if we can allow everyone to be and express themselves,
Yeah.
we are allowing ourselves to express and be what we are. And that is so powerful because then the trust will come. People will feel safe.
Yeah.
It will bring this to a completely different level. And it is not easy because it isn't, but
Well,
practice.
I mean, the freedom that we all seek is really going to be predicated on the freedom that we allow and accept for others from our vantage point.
Yeah.
Because this stuff runs deep. But I think you're right. I think judgment and all the things that go with that. Judgment doesn't exist in a 5D frequency.
You see,
I mean,
I would kind of, how I did with this, I went to preference. When I feel judgment coming up,
Okay.
I go, what do I prefer? What
Okay.
does my inner being want me to feel? How do I perceive the situation from how do I like it? And then I move into that bit, right? So I go into preference, and then it takes me away from the judgment, and I feel free because I have a preference to go towards.
Okay.
And
Let me understand that.
yeah.
So somebody makes me mad. Somebody makes me mad. I go into judgment. I have a preference. My preference could be I can stay here or I can go somewhere else. And I go
Yeah.
somewhere else. I'm trying to be funny, but
Yeah.
but
I
like
get it.
because I think that's probably the biggest hurdle that we have through the human experience besides the self judgment, but it's judgment of other people. And it doesn't have to be like nasty. You can just be like, oh my God, they're on a pedestal. They're so incredible. And in your mind, you're like, I'm not that. Or it could be someone you look down on, right?
Yeah, I kind of see it as they are their expression, they are their own expression of source,
Right.
and it is their expression. It is not mine, and so I move away to my own expression, you know? And I also see these parts of people who I don't prefer or who I don't resonate with, that sometimes I could see it as, okay, I transmuted that component in my field. I no longer need to pay attention to it because it is now transmuted, and I can only love it and let it be as it is, and I can influence my own next move, next moment, next steps through my own preference.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but it is all about practicing.
Is I mean, does your family talk about this stuff at the dinner table?
Yeah, sometimes, when I had my aha moments, right? So I always
I can just picture like because I had 6 kids, like having a house full
yeah.
of kids, and
Wow.
everyone's how people word spreads fast in a family. Hey, mom's having another aha moment. Everybody to the lounge. That'd be
Yeah,
hilarious.
yeah, we do. I sort of like, on a dog walks, like with my husband, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to tell you this. And then he goes, you should have recorded that.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I can't be bothered with recording all of this stuff. I just kind of want to tell you, and
I have a feeling he's very, very, very connected.
Yes. Yeah.
You should get him to come on the show with you.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
I think there might be time.
Yeah. Tell him to come
When
on. We'll
he
talk
is-
about sacred union, sacred sexuality.
Oh dear. Yeah. So
He's
we're
not-
not as far as you guys.
Huh?
We are not as far as you guys. So
No,
I
I'm
haven't
kidding.
explored
I'm playing with you. I'm playing with you.
No, that's fine. I don't mind talking about anything really.
Okay, we'll get him on. Let's talk about it.
I don't think that he would be comfortable.
No, we'll just ask him what it's like to be living, like with Bewitched. I Dream a Genie.
I don't know. We've got to ask.
I
you.
Dream a Genie. It's
Yeah.
more like I Dream a Genie. And he's got. So you have another daughter as well. Because Sophia's 16.
Yes, she's 17. In fact, in 4 days. I think.
Oh, happy
5, 4.
birthday. Happy birthday, Sophia. And your other daughter, how old is she?
So she's 14. She just
14,
both
okay.
girls are in May. So
Okay.
she's just had her 14th birthday, and she's a little bit similar in the energy field as I am.
Okay.
Sort of, she's very much connected to like water, right? Her element is definitely water, and she likes mermaids. She also loves earth and wolf, like the sort of that energy of free wolf running through and figuring it out on the way. She's totally like that. Whether Sophia would think about it, and so Elizabeth isn't. So we have completely, again, two different polarities of children at home. One wants to almost like rebel and go through wearing black and write stuff on her
Goth.
face, is like expressing that way.
The dark face when the kid gets it.
And she's also changed her name. When she was 2 years ago, she said to me, I no longer resonate with my first name. I would like my first name to be my second name, and my second name my first name. So that was a big boom for the whole family, because I was like, nobody did this, like, that's interesting. So we had to kind of sort of merge with her decision, and it was absolutely fine. Now it's absolutely fine. But when you do something new like this, like with the homeschooling, it comes as what everybody's going to say. Are they going to accept it? Am I going to have lots of questions, and things like that. But everything now everything to me is like, what do you want? Oh, okay. Something different now, fine.
Something
it's
different
like,
now. Oh my God.
yeah.
Wow.
So actually, I'll tell you one more thing. She wants to learn how to hold breath underwater, because she's also has like a mermaid tail, and she has used it so many times, even in a bath. She connects to that energy of mermaids so much. And she found out that there are some people in the world who can breathe through their cells for much longer than any of us.
Man, you got some cool kids.
And yes, but to me they are cool and amazing and interesting.
Well, but I mean, this is a perfect example. And you said it earlier. So in this situation, you only have 4 people. But it's the same thing. And that is, no matter what they bring to the table, it's respected, allowed, and accepted. People, what you said earlier, like, this is really where we're headed. To have, total freedom. People talk about sovereignty. They talk about sovereignty. But I think really the holdup is, like with everything, there's somewhere in me that I'm not allowing freedom to somebody else. Even if it's in my thoughts of like, well, that country's bad, they should be over. I mean, it could be anything, but it's truly being in that environment that you're in, and I think many of us are finding ourselves in. That's why we don't have many friends. I mean, I would say friends. I'm talking about people that you actually hang out with in person all the time. That's becoming more prevalent, but slowly, I think.
Yeah, I think when we understand that there is the unity actually means diversity and allowance and acceptance and all this, then it's great. Then that would be amazing. But there is so much them, me, this, that, bad, good, and it's not. It's just one expression of energy, But it will take time.
I don't know. We're moving pretty fast. I mean, we're moving pretty fast. There's people that come on this show that have been aware of this period coming, aware of Pleiadians, aware of lots of stuff that started this in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. I mean, a lot of people on or after 2012, but there's something. I was going to bed last night. I was just thinking, man, there is something incredible and magnificent happening here. And I am so stoked to be here. I mean, it's really getting really interesting. It really is.
Yes. Yeah, I am too. I'm constantly excited. Like, I can be tired and, like impatient and stuff like that. But deep down in me, I can feel this huge excitement towards everything, that it just expresses in many ways that I do things. But it is constant. It is it's good, that it's there. I'm quite happy about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw somebody flying through the air, or seriously, I wouldn't be surprised if, you turn on the internet or whatever, and somebody levitated today in India 25 feet in the air. Or I wouldn't be surprised of anything at this point, because the personal transformations and the family transformations and the, and they're all just, and it's happening all over the place.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is.
Yes.
I mean, There's no doubt.
I think it's amazing. I think we can manifest so much beauty and changes when we allow ourselves to be what we feel, to be us, and not hide the spiritual aspect of us. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely.
I was going to ask you something. I can't remember what it is now. Oh, do you, are you a practitioner? Do you work with people? Do you have clients?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I was just curious. Yeah.
Yes, I have online shop, and I do. I've got a course for the root chakra just came out because I want to help people to come out of fear. It's so important. And so I'm trying through the course to open the centers. They are not blocked. The chakras are not blocked. They're just a little bit narrowed, and they just need sort of opening. And then the fear will flow, and it will be beautiful, and we can all move from fear to something else. And so I do little courses. I do one-to-one sessions, and I love art as well. I
was going to ask you about that. I'm not going to forget. How about the one behind you? Is that yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's Archangel Gabriel. It's an expression of Christ consciousness in a whole.
Yeah.
And it comes to me as sometimes like this, and I need to express my what I'm going through, and the energies needs to come on into physical thing because.
Hell yeah. See, if you don't know what to do in this ascension, don't focus on that negative. You got to put your energy somewhere. Put it on that light within yourself, because that's what it is. That's what the I Am Soul is. It's about discovering you being authentic and you and being real. Not having to substantiate or validate yourself. It's nothing like that. It's about just being you. You don't have to say nothing. A soul don't have to say damn thing.
Everybody wanna talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish. Motherfuckers act like they
Todd Medina, Soulogy One Studios, wishing you and yours peace, power, protection, and some big ass love. Let's play a little bit.
Hello everyone, it's me, it's Beverly. I'm making a video today about being in your present moment. We all know that when we're in our present moment within the self and we're observing, and we can do this in meditation or we can do this out in the park. Eckhart Tolle talks about being out in nature and observing the stillness there. I'd like to talk about the stillness that we can generate being in a relationship, to really embrace and fully be in our present moment in a relationship. This means that we acknowledge the presence of one another and that we are here uniting in a union, which can be sacred. You can use the word sacred. But when we're able to do this, this means that there is no outside distraction, which means that we basically stop time, and we can really generate and nurture the inner child and allow ourselves to experience the new without bringing in things from the past. Because let's face it, we live in a society where we are constantly told to take pictures, to store memories of this and that, and I own this and that. And, all that is programming. To be consciously aware of our own divine presence means that I acknowledge that I get to be the creator in my life. And when you're able to do this, you can really experience and feel the unconditional love that is connected from the mind and the heart. But this takes a lot of inner work. This takes a lot of inner growth and sitting with yourself to really observe and to acknowledge and let go of the things that bother you or the things that no longer serve a purpose in our life. This means that having the courage to challenge all the things that we've been told we were supposed to be. So I will be explaining in more detail about what it is that I am journeying off in my life. And
Todd Medina here at Soulogy One Studios. I'm out for a little spirit walk. I went on a spirit walk for 7 months, actually about 2 years, but the first
most important part of it was for 7 months. For those of you who don't know, I left my home with 2 suitcases, a briefcase, and a box of mementos. Within a year, well, when I left that day, I didn't have anything, nothing. Had $175 in my pocket. Rented a room for 3 nights, and that pretty much took it all. But anyway, my point is, I learned a lot walking. It's like a constant communion. When you don't have anything in the world, you don't have anyone to call. Everything you ever had was gone one way or the other, doesn't really matter. You find out that circumstances and consequences of your actions, if they can be judged, they're all the same thing. Doesn't matter how you got there. What matters is where you're at and where you're going. So I did a lot of thinking. And as the individual goes, the collective goes. So, you know, I'm looking around today and seeing a lot of the same thing everywhere I go. On Facebook, people I talk to, everybody's trying to figure this shit out. Well, you ain't gonna figure it out. They want to talk about archons and Jesus, Nibiru. They want to talk about tall whites, reptilians. They want to talk about the Anunnaki. They want to talk about Abraham, you know. They want to talk about the Sumerians, Atlantis. They want to talk about the Illuminati, Rothschilds, 13 families, secret government, secret space programs. Let me tell you something. This universe is endless. And let me tell you how you judge your faith and how you find your soul. Okay? Let me tell you how you do that. Whatever you believe, just like me walking down the street right now, I had to stop under this roof because it's pouring rain. One of the only possessions I have is this phone I'm holding in my hand. All right? Well, whatever your beliefs are, I don't give a damn what you think. Okay? I don't give a damn how certain you are. Okay? There's only one kind of faith. It ain't the faith everybody thinks it is. It's a transitive verb to trust and believe. And it's really not the right description. What I would call it is know. K-N-O-W. This is how you test it. And this is how you find it. I'm just going to take something for an example. I'm not picking on anyone. I talk about the Christians a lot because I grew up in the Western world and Western religion. So I'm not going to talk about them today. Let me take Islam. All right? Let's say I'm a Muslim and I know and I praise Allah and I worship every day of my life. Let's say the day comes where there's irrefutable proof because some alien beings come or however it happens that all that was a bunch of bullshit. But it's not real. When you strip everything away that you have, everything, every single thing, every idea, every thought, every condition, every material possession, everyone you love, and you're stuck in a place that's actually a blessing. I call it the universal isolation. And you're stuck there all by yourself. That's the point. That's all you got. All you got's you. That's it. So number one, you can test your faith, so to speak, your beliefs, so to speak, based on having it taken away from you. You believe in Jesus? Take that out of the picture. What do you got left? Huh? Oh, well, I'm going to have you. That's going to happen. No, I'm saying take it away. Take anything you have away. Everything you have, take it away. Get rid of it. Test yourself. All right? Now, what do you got left? All right? That's how you test it. And that's how you find it. I am soul. That's all we have. Soul is the heart and mind and spirit. It is the link to this infinite, never-ending, all-knowing, all-loving, and all-fair, even though we can't understand it. You cannot find the faith, you cannot find the light outside of yourself until you find it within yourself. It's Todd Medina. I'm sorry I said the S word 2 times. Soulogy One Studios on a spirit walk. I hope you enjoyed it. Wishing you peace, power, protection, and big ass love from Soulogy One. show yourself. There it is. I'll tag you on this. She's just going, hey, I ascended. And you and your infinite wisdom would just send the heart and, you know, like hands. He'll get there. He'll figure it out. He's still in that stage where he's got to tell everybody. Now I know I'm not ascended. That was one of my lines in the rap I just wrote a couple days ago. It was, I am not ascended. Okay. I am not ascended. I am growing up. Right on.
Maybe it's a journey for real.
No kidding. Hey, I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's and I'm not taking anything away from anybody at all. I'm just conversation.
No, go ahead.
But I noticed recently there's been a real uptick in the whole 3 days of darkness and the solar flash. And there has been a boatload, as everybody knows, there's been a boatload of solar whatever storms and ejections. And yeah, since April 1? And it sure feels like something's imminent, but I don't know. I mean, I don't really buy into it literally, but it could be. It's the first time I've ever thought, well, it could happen. Because now
go ahead.
Yeah, well, what are your thoughts on it? I'm just curious.
Well, those are aspects of the transition about it. It's just and a lot of times with projecting, it kind of ungrounds us because we start, existing in our imagination in a reality that is not present yet. It's just, the becoming familiar with it and conscious of it. That's one thing. Okay, cool. No big deal. We're curious. This is, unprecedented times we're living in. So of course we're obvious and want to know and kind of want to get some background and what is going to happen. It's just that, these are special sacred events that we're here to participate in. And when it comes to participation, I say this all the time, like when you're on the field, there's no time to look at the scoreboard and the clock, like with analysis, those experiences are integrated aspects of our journey. It's just that the time in which they do take place are magical in nature, and everything around us is set up to serve a specific purpose where that particular experience will be integrated within our experience. It's just that it's necessary for us to be present, focused, and engaged and participating in life. So all of the circumstances and situations will be aligned when that bridge presents itself. And then it's like, well, we have everything we need because we paid attention in class the entire time. So when it does happen, I know to ground myself and I have access to everything, all the resources, people, circumstances, and places I need to be in order to make the experience smooth and graceful. And not necessarily like, the peanut gallery thing. Oh my God, look, watch. What's happening is just that it's serving you. It's attempting to offer you things like the energy, the experience, all of that. It's being presented. And the only way to harness the gifts of the experience is to be present and like kind of be calm and like, it's shocking. Of course, we're going to be shocked, but the more grounded we are, the more our hearts are open and we can receive what it's attempting to offer. If we're in our head and analysis, it's very likely that we'll panic because the most of humanity will be panicking because it's like, oh my God, this just happened. But, those in the leadership roles will have to be grounded enough to receive the information and be centered and receive what's being offered so we can be of assistance and guidance to those around us who aren't necessarily engaged as much as we are.
Great answer. That brings me back to center. Well, because I love your analogy with the whole scoreboard thing. Because I know, like when I played ball, it always intrigued me because in the game, if I checked the scoreboard, I wasn't present. And the best times when you're just running up and down and they call a foul and you look up and go, whoa, we're up by 7. And it feels like you're up by 7, like you can almost get the score without looking at it. So that's a great. And then
based on what you're saying, that you need to bring it back into perspective, because it's like, hey, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
It's going to happen, and we're safe.
Right?
There's no need to
It's
prepare
not a
for
big
it.
deal.
What do I need to do? Or what do I need to get? And what do I need to buy? And it's like, no. These things are magical in nature, and we can kind of sense these imminent changes and things that are unprecedented. It's just we will be ready, and that's an aspect of grounding, trusting our design. Trust yourself.
And he said that at 11 minutes and 11 seconds into the broadcast, so that ought to tell you something. But so I don't know. Do you remember Franco Di Nicola? He used to come on the show twice a month. He's bald.
Yeah, I think I remember him.
Franco, very, dude, is the most lit person I've ever met, and a lot of personal information that even though I was able to get him to talk about in 52 shows we did, and but he transitioned in October last year.
Wow.
And but one of the things that he was talking about, because he had some really solid intel. I mean, he had full memory from the womb, full memory from several planetary incarnations, and etc. But very humble, and but one of the things that he talked about toward the end of his time here was that he was getting intel, and he would always preface it and say, This is where we're at now. It could, as soon as I tell you this, it's going to change, because things change, right? But but throughout the 2.5 years that we did shows together, his timelines kept moving up. He said we are making great progress, or we have decided as a group on Earth to do this or do that. But anyway, what he was saying was that by the end of 2023, that there would be the Earth would be led by councils of people like you, and when I would listen to it, and I would be like, that's I sure hope so, because I'm getting tired. But at the same time, there was a part of me, like sometimes some of us, when we get the intel, we're like, man, did I just make that up, or did I actually just get this? So you have that doubt, right? But over about since about the 1st of April, it's just been nonstop. It's the lucid dreams, the information I've been getting. I've been seeing a lot of new Earth stuff, and then I started hearing more again. This is the first time in 3 years. I remember 2019 October, they were talking about the flash. So people started talking about it, and I had a really, really articulate guest on that's pretty connected, pretty lit. She seems to be getting that every day, and then other people were coming out. So my question is, based on that, and there's no right or wrong, I'm just curious, do you feel like it's that imminent? Do you feel like we're moving that fast, that we could actually deconstruct and reconstruct in that period of time in a different type of atmosphere?
So, I mean, first and foremost, possibilities are endless. Everything is possible. Yeah. The idea, and not even the idea, just the nature of the shift. Like, the frequencies are increasing daily. Every day it moves faster and faster and faster. It's just that grounding aspect is kind of, allowing us to exist within the void, like this void space of not knowing and feeling, sensing, notions, ideas, imagery, dream state, like we're receiving a bunch of information, ideas, and certain, what I'm saying, because the intensity of the frequencies are increasing. And because of that, more thought forms, more like electricity is in the air, and we can feel it. It's just that, I continue, this has been kind of like, me repeating myself over about grounding, electricity moving through, and us having this stable sense of presence where we're not taken aback by any of the ideas, because we're rapidly moving past and amongst the populace. Now, as far as the changes that come with per se the flash, that energy itself, it has quite a few quite a few implications. It's just that I'm having a hard time speaking it because it's so big.
Yeah. I got you.
The possibilities are endless,
Yeah.
and when it does take place, we are prepared within our individual realities.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no doubt. And you know, part of the reason I go that direction is because there's a lot of stuff happening, obviously, and lots of things. I mean, just different sensitivities coming to the surface, skills, abilities. You know, Morgan and I have started a whole nother round of, and this started about 2 weeks ago, another round of merging as guided.
Yeah.
And basically the message has been, and this is just kind of like a metaphor and literal with the chakras, but it's like we were told, like, hey, everything's been wiped clean now. You've kind of crossed over, all of us, and now you're building from a clean slate.
Yeah, from a clean slate, like a foundation. No
right.
doubt.
No duality. You know, so the merging, we did the sacral, which was quite incredible. It went over for like 3 or 4 days, and it was real. And then she's been doing these groups where they get together in silence, and I've been attending most of them. And man, those experiences have been mind blowing because there's no talking. And yet we're all going into, let's just say, the new Earth grid or into dimension together. And then we get through and get done, and there's 20 people, and people are talking and experiencing very similar things. So there's something happening with our, you know, what we might call, what used to be unconscious, I guess.
Yep.
That's starting to bridge to the consciousness. So that's exciting. You know, that's really exciting. You know, I mean, I'm on the front end of, you know, let's teleport, you know, let's get jiggy with it. Yeah. I mean, I really believe that's where we're headed. I could be crazy. But
I have no doubt about it. That is exactly where we're heading. It's just, you know, initially there'll be some aids and things in the physical we'll use to facilitate those abilities. Just to, you know, it's still necessary for us to calibrate. And we are wipe clean. You know, but once again, those programs and stuff are still there.
Oh,
right?
Yes.
There's still like the emotional stuff and the transitional, like the transitions. As you said, a lot of things are happening because things are experience is set up with an emotional content to assist us in making certain choices, clearing things, choosing love over fear or unity over separation, and you know, judgment and expectation. Like the programs and stuff are still there. It's just as we ground, we'll stop. We have the ability to choose to stop generating more cycles of you know, destructive energy and stuff as individuals.
Yeah. We're the ones running it now. We're the ones running the projector now.
Yeah. We got on training wheels, but
exactly.
You know, all of the structures that kind of came with the program, right? The incarnation, the soul contracts and things of that nature. A lot of those things have a lot of wiggle room, if you will, because and the kind of point. So that's a great thing.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. You know, what's really cool is I get to talk to people over and over, and I'm sure people can look at me and certainly look at the history and go, wow, he's transforming. But it takes me a little bit longer. But no, like talking to you, of course, with COVID or basically on that timeline, it seemed like 2020, particularly 2021, like everybody was going through the ringer. I mean, everybody I knew was alone, being in solitude. I mean, they were just like, I don't want to talk, I don't do people. So, and now I'm starting to see people like you're doing, like you and the crew going to Berlin and doing the show. People are starting to get out and mix now. But I love and it's always the same with you. You know, it's like, hey, that's all cool, but you know, it's about me, which is a good thing, right? It's about, you know, I need to be grounded. I need to be present. I need to be light on my feet. And, but there's also that other thing, and I just want to get your opinion on it. Like they had those arcs around the world that popped up, which I look at these things and go, I'm kind of like you. I'm more like, hey, this is a full-time job. I don't really have time to dip into that. But because I do this, let's talk about it. But so there was the arcs around the world that are kind of popping up that had been getting some publicity, like Dr. Micah Sala and I can see her face, but I can't see her, Mary Rodwell. And then there's a lot more than usual, which could just be because of the number of people waking up and getting downloads that are talking about, and of course seeing them, ships and more prevalent communications. Yeah. And of course then that starts with, hey, are the ships going to land and all that? But I guess the outlook there is the same as what you said. I mean, it's great, sounds great, but Todd's a full-time job, Lavelle's a full-time job, and that's the name of the game. I guess that's probably where you're gonna rebut with that.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, these are exciting times, no doubt about it. And I talk about innocence and our curiosity a lot, following our excitement. And once again, these are exciting times. There's a lot of information, a lot of activity, and things to dissect and analyze, which is, once again, us following our excitement and being curious, right? I mean, once again, even me, I still kind of gauge or check out the political climate every now and then, just to kind of see what's going on, because it's interesting, curious.
It is interesting.
Unfolds is cool, but at the same time, we're this is something that's happening from within us.
Yeah,
and it kind of goes back to before. It was like, well, you're participating, and they're like, you're here to co-create and participate in the experience. There's like spectrums of different people who exist on different planes or levels of existence, levels of consciousness, to do certain work. Yeah, there are humans here to actually go out and kick the bad guy's ass, right? Like, they are there to do that in this lifetime. That's where they have their excitement. That's where they invested. It's just that there's a higher or a bigger game board, if you will, right?
Yeah.
Kind of, prefacing like the law of one material. There is a bigger game board, and there is energetic work to do.
Right.
And of course, there is a proactive portion of that energetic work. It's just that souls like you and I who have these gifts are, kind of recognizing the nature of all that's unfolding, the grooming that's taking place. It's like, yeah, these things are cool. It's just that you're not necessarily here to solely talk about how cool and brilliant and nice these things are. You're actually here to unfold these experiences and abilities within yourself so you can participate, versus just observing and looking at how cool and interesting and new and wonderful things are. It's like, well, to a certain extent, yes, once you realize these things are taking place, it's like, well, there's stuff to do. There's things that I'm supposed to create, like people that will enjoy the ideas and visions that I have, and me participating and being proactive on for to play my role and carry out my purpose in that process, right? And it's like, well, do you want to sit down around a campfire and hear the stories, or do you actually want to be one of those persons to do the things that we so fervently talk about and like curious and interested in, like heavy upper chakra work, like overactive crown and third eye chakra, and because we're heavily interested in astral travel and doing all these special abilities and telekinesis, and like, it's like, yeah, that stuff is cool, right, to play with and be interested in, but it's like, no, this is a full body experience. Everything involves the unfolding of all the gifts that we have, and then everything from walking to the store and eating the food that you want and not feeling guilty and not teleportation and access to replicators, being responsible enough to handle that type of technology, those and that level, that amount of gifts, so you can be of service to humanity. And once again, everybody's not there. There's no judgment. There's no right or wrong, just like you said. But for the souls that resonate and kind of gravitate towards this particular sphere of frequency, it's like, yes, all of this stuff is beautiful, but relax, ground, and know that these are things that are natural within you, and you're here. Like, you are the superstars.
That's
you
right.
guys are here to lead the way and do this stuff. So observe it, allow it, expect it, or not expect it, but kind of release the mind so these things can be processed, and you'll like feel the transformation take place within yourself. And then it's like, yeah, no, it's time for you to go. Like, you guys are the heroes.
That's right.
And there's stuff for us to do versus us kind of sitting in the peanut gallery pointing at starships and, oh, they can do this, and it's like, no, bro, like, we are here to do that.
Yeah, you can't get away from being the human. And not only that, but like the human was the perceived weakness, and now it's becoming the cherry on. Takes a little bit. I'll track it.
I like shining light of the love that permeates to the eternal infinity. Shine, 'cause you are the light of love. So shine, that's all that you are. You are the star that shines in the darkness. Never forget it. You are the light. So shine a light that is within you. It's all that you're meant to do is shine, 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 shine. 'Cause you are light.
Shalom. Shalom. I love the way you say shine.
Shine.
It's like it's them, you, it's mine, it's all of us, it's oneness. And oneness is, let's turn on some music and make it up as we go. Yeah. That is creation. Wow, that was powerful. Thank you so much. That was really, really what you're all about.
Gratitude.
I know we were talking last night, and
is false because my guys took me and they kind of explained to me, and I was mad, right? And I'm walking across, and I was like, I'm vegan. I was like, can I say bad words?
Yes.
Fuck that shit. I'm about to go to the store. I'm going to get me some ice cream, some cookies, some sodas. I'm going to get one of those nasty ass hot dogs with parasite seed put in that shit, and I'm going to eat that because I'm going to have a pity party today, right? So I go across the street. I was walking at the time, and in the daytime the light is more lengthy, so you have time to walk across. I had no idea that at night the light changes fast, right? So I'm walking across the street as I would, because it's like 3 lanes going 2 different directions, right? 3 that way, 3 east, 3 west, crossing over. And as I'm crossing over to the second lane to get through to the other side, there are 2 cars that saw me, so they didn't go. The light had already turned green and I didn't see it. But there was a car that went right in front of me. If I would have taken 1 step, I would have gotten run over.
Wow, that's a download.
Spirit said, I got you. I know you're upset.
Yeah.
Right? I know this is painful. I know that it's been hard, but I got you. You are provided for. You are cared for. You are safe. You are protected. And I was like, thank you so much, but I'm still going to eat this shit. That would be I need to go home and I need to cry. I need to release this energy. Yeah. So on my way back, I knew I needed to walk a little faster.
Okay.
So as I began to walk faster, Spirit said, pick up the pace more. So I began to walk even faster. And when I got to the other side, I took one step up on the curb. And as my last foot lifted, another car right behind me.
Wow.
Within milliseconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that moment, I said, okay,
Mm.
I know I'm safe. I know I'm good.
Yeah.
After all these things that I've experienced and gone through, that everything is going to be okay.
Yeah.
That I'm protected, I'm guided, and at all times, you know. And I had to come to terms with that.
Yeah.
And saying, since I know this is a false reality, now I will create the reality that I want to see.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about protection, and it doesn't resonate with me, but I understand the protection, the definition of the word or the energy of the word protection as it was being shown to you, which also is telling you can get taken out on the first step or the last.
Or the last.
But I think the protection thing is, for me, it's like, don't worry.
Yes.
You are an eternal soul,
Right.
and if you do happen to bite the dust,
Right.
you're going to step right into the next reality.
Yeah, it is what it is.
And they're all connected. So it's like we don't just stop this life and energetically everything from this life is gone.
Right.
We pick up. We pick up where we left off.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a powerful story. That's kind of how I learn things. Like right on the edge,
Yeah.
Like right on the edge.
I'll be good.
The little reminders.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I've talked about this over the years. I call it a come to Jesus meeting with the universe or with my team. And I'm always fully reverent.
Mm-hmm.
I may have gotten really, and I think we all do. I call that a faith quake.
Yeah.
When you're like, but what I noticed years ago was like, every time I got that emotional, something always happened.
Yep.
So it wasn't like my projection, and it wasn't like my imbalanced emotion. It was my deep, like what you were describing for yourself, the way you were talking about people, how much you love them, and how much this doesn't make sense. That something would happen.
Yeah.
And now it seems like I don't have to go there, although I have.
Yeah.
A couple times, maybe 3 times
Right.
this year, like last week.
Right. I know. Right.
Yeah. But yeah, so I think it's like, are you finding that are you having to go that deep now as far as having to come to Jesus meeting, getting pissed off and saying, you know what, I've had enough. Let's get this thing going.
Not in the terms of the illusions, but I've had enough in terms of the condition of the world.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've had enough of, that's where the song came from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do we hear the conditions of our innocent?
Which song?
The one I did yesterday.
Oh, did you want to do it?
I'll do a little bit.
Well, I mean, because I think it would capture that, because that was the key.
Yeah.
The key phrase,
Right.
Yeah.
Just that.
Yeah.
Just that, have we hit rock bottom yet? Are we, Spirit with my higher self would say to me, when you get tired enough, and then you will do something.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're not tired enough, you haven't hit your rock bottom, you'd be like, okay, well, I guess this is cool, right? But I see that humanity, we haven't hit a rock bottom yet.
Not as a whole.
Not as a collective.
Yeah.
And we need that. We need that. Do we have to hit a rock bottom? No, we don't have to hit a rock bottom. But some people just haven't gotten it yet.
In the last 2 or 3 months, there's been a few people, Morgan was one of them, that talked about that all of us in this wave were going to reach a certain point, like cross a line.
Right.
And when we cross that line, everyone that was there is going to be there too.
Mm-hmm.
Like in other words, the 100th monkey, or
right.
So
the Mandela effect or something like that.
Well, like you're saying, hitting rock bottom. You've hit it. I've hit it. Many people here, probably everybody's hit it, but collectively, it doesn't show that we've hit it.
Right.
But that there would be a moment when enough of us had hit it within ourselves that we would actually bring everybody up with us instantly.
Right.
Does that resonate with you?
I believe so. I believe that when enough of us have hit rock bottom and have hit rock bottom, that have ascended and are consciously aware of this game, people then are going to see some things in world that the unconscious world, and it's gonna like, you know, maybe scare the shit out of them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like it did us.
And then they're gonna like run to us.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be like their mothers, their fathers, right? Their big sisters, their big brothers, and we're gonna say to them, "It is okay." You know what I'm saying? You are loved in this space. Come to us. Come to the light. You know what I'm saying? Because we're the light that shines in the dark places. And when those who are in the darkness need to find the light, they're gonna look up to the light.
Yeah.
To find that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then as more of them get it, they see the light, they will come to the light, then boom.
So in other words, from a feeling standpoint, like your instinct, your feeling for it is basically what happened with you crossing the street. Our higher aspects telling us that we're the other version of the definition, protected,
right? That
we are eternal, that nothing can happen to us in these incarnations. Where they were giving it to you, to us, now we're in turn going to give it to in a conscious way. Do you think a lot of that's happening now?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. People who, like my family, people who would not usually watch my posts and stuff from family, they're asking questions. And they might not be asking questions about spiritual things, but they're asking questions about the mundane aspects of life, that things aren't making any sense anymore.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that in and of itself is a blessing, you know, because a lot of people aren't here to finish off, right? They're going to exit.
Right, that's
true. I'm well aware that people are going to exit. I'm okay with that. Everybody has chose their point of exit, you know, where their soul has said, okay, I've had enough of this. I'm ready to go. And we're going to see people exit. And it's okay to see people exit, you know what I'm saying? But those who have chosen to continue this journey, right?
Yeah.
Who are more awakened and more receptive to receiving the truth at higher levels, more broad way, they're gonna transform instantly. They're gonna say it's going to come like a flash.
Thief in the night.
It's gonna make sense.
Yeah.
Right? That aha moment. And that's why I think that flash is that aha moment, like, damn. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think it'll happen all at once, or do you think everyone gets their own series of them and it's more of a metaphor?
I think it's metaphorical. I really do. I believe that it is metaphorical, and those flashes, the flashes of light that we have, are those metaphorical moments of aha.
Yeah.
You know, and it has to and it happens in waves, because people came for their own different experiences, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know something, right? All I know is that it is happening, and it will continue to happen. We will see heaven on earth, right? But how that is going to transpire, I don't know for sure.
Where do you see the whole, because I know, first of all, you're very much aligned with your goddess aspect. Like that's part of your embodiment. And I know over the years watching you, the seriousness that you have with what we would call physical intimacy, or intimacy, which doesn't have to be physical, obviously, but sacred sexuality. And also the role of the masculine and the feminine. You've had some pretty good perspectives from both, you know, on both sides. Like, where do you see all that standing now? Because there's been obviously a lot of changes occurring that happened to the feminine, that happened to the masculine, and together both, right?
Right.
But like after this 2.5 years of, you know, all the COVID crap, things kind of like entered like an assimilation period, like an integration period. And where are you at with that? You don't have to get personal, but I mean,
I'm seeing people being experimental, right? I'm seeing life as an experiment, a playful experimentation of their reality in their life. And I've had to be playfully experimental with my reality, because I see that this is a space where people are just discerning their preferences, right? What is it that I truly want?
I got you.
Did I really want this, or did I just want this because I felt maybe some insecurities or a need for something due to a lack consciousness or a fear frequency?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Like a program.
Through a program.
So essentially what you're saying is like with anything else, like who do you want to be with? What do you want to, how do you want to express your passion and enter that, equation with abundance and like what kind, really almost like a conscious lifestyle choice, right?
Yeah. Because I don't feel like it's just one way. You know, if you want to have polygamous, polyamory, you know, I played in that a little bit, you know, and I was like, nah, I'm good. That's too much energy. You know what I'm saying? So, I have to
I mean, but I think what you're saying is, and I think we're also seeing a lot of this too, this year, especially this summer, is people kind of claiming their power by, I guess, bringing the human, like the body into the mind spirit in unison,
right,
where they're making imprints of their value.
Right.
And so as they're making imprints of their value, they're making choices where we haven't made choices before because we didn't question why, you know. So yeah, I get that. And I think that's a powerful thing.
Yeah.
I think this is the type of thing where we write the code. The code is because you've got to be boots on the ground to actually make. If you're boots on the ground, you have a say that no one else has.
Absolutely.
So you're like on point, and so it's by these seemingly mundane.
Yeah.
It's like the crying spells are more powerful now than the downloads, right? And because the human is fully present, and fully sovereign, and made the choice to the best of their ability, trying to like align free will with universal will in the moment. Right?
Yeah, that's beautiful because I had that talk with my guides yesterday, because we know we say of as above, so below a lot. My higher guides, my multidimensional self source was saying, no, now it is as below, so above.
As below, so above.
Right? Because we are here making the decisions. We are here making the conscious choices. We are here shifting the reality in physicality. Nobody else is doing this anywhere else in the universe.
Not psychologically, psychiatrically.
Right.
Relatively. I'm just going to go off the wire.
This is it.
No, that's a good point, because I remember feeling, or in my own experience, and then of course interacting with Morgan and just the work I do, I remember maybe a year ago it started coming in. At some point I understood, and maybe it was with COVID, maybe it's when everybody went to work and they had to be isolated and our whole schedules got changed.
Yeah.
And that was that up to that point, we were receiving.
Yeah.
Receiving, so we would get to a level of frequency and awareness where we could start to do this, right?
Right.
And that from that point or soon thereafter, and of course I think we're well into it now, this is the actual gift that the human hybrid species is giving, or the earth, whatever you want to call it, the universal seed of Earth that we all represent, is actually offering or giving to the universe real time, through these choices that we're making with the utmost awareness more and more every day, which involves our bodies, it involves all of our light bodies, and that's a powerful thing. That makes you feel like, we're all right. We're an A-team. Every one of the people that came here.
Yeah, we are, because only the strongest, the bravest among us come here. You know what I'm saying? We have a lot of light beings. I mean, they feelings, emotions. I'm good. I'm straight on that. Right? But we have to feel it, right? My guys tell me I have to give myself more credit for my experience. Because they say you are the one who had to feel your way through the darkness. You had to feel your way through the fire. You had to feel your way through drowning in water, right? You had to feel your lack of breath. You had to feel that unconsciousness. You have to feel that. We didn't have to feel that. You had to do that. So you are the most powerful being. We are the most powerful beings in the universe. And we don't believe that we are.
That's right.
We believe that there is something outside of us more powerful than we are. And we are more powerful. When I don't say that in arrogance, I say that in absolute reverence of the divine spirit, because we are both body and spirit at the same time experiencing itself. A lot of our guys, they live in the ethereal realm, right? But we get to experience God and be God. And that's the most powerful thing that we can be in human form. You know what I'm saying? That's some badass shit.
That's right. Sure is. I still believe that the highest level of code and activation and stimulation that creates expansion and whatever you want to call it, comes from us now.
Yeah. I think I had this notion that we created all this.
Yeah. Of course.
We created all this. We even created our higher ethereal realm beings. We created all of it.
It's like we built from the top down.
Yeah.
And as you go down, it's like a pyramid. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it turns into an octahedron and starts to go down this way. Which is kind of, I think, where we're at.
Now.
People, so many people now talking about the octahedron, the diamond, and how people are seeing it. I mean, it's just, this thing's moving fast. Yeah. It really is.
I went hiking up South Mountain in Phoenix, and my guidance says to take a picture of the sun and the background and the mountains, and I take a picture, and I look at it just thinking I'm just gonna see a beautiful sun like we normally see it as a round sphere. It was the Merkaba.
Wow, that was your Merkaba.
It was my Merkaba. I was like, and it was such a pure white.
Wow.
And I was just like, wow. And I had taken an aura photo at a metaphysical store that I worked at for a couple of months in Phoenix, and it was something going on with my heart chakra, and the guy that was giving me the reading, the interpreter, he was like, what's going on in your heart chakra? And I was like, what's going on in my heart chakra? I see what you see, but I don't think nothing's going on in my heart chakra. Spirit had one of the other readers that worked at the store. She was looking, she was like, there's nothing wrong with her heart chakra. That's the Merkaba. My heart was emitting the Metatron cue.
Wow.
And I had that aura photo. She was like, yeah, her heart's emitting the Metatron. Yeah. And he had to look at it twice too.
Is there a big community in Phoenix? Because when I look at the Soulogy demographics, Phoenix is in the top 10, which is it's not near as big as some of the other cities around the world, and I know it probably includes Sedona, even though Sedona is listed separate. But is there a big community there?
I'm really starting to get to know a lot of people. So there are a lot of different metaphysical shops there and stuff like that. A lot of psychic fairs. So I'm observing this process, and it seems to be a large community that hasn't yet quite gelled, but they're there.
Right on.
Yeah, they're there.
And by the way, Soulogy Fest, August 26th, 27th, 28th on Mulberry Mountain in Ozark, Arkansas.
Yay.
Starting to fill up. We're getting more and more people that are coming to participate, such as Shalom.
God has women's intuition. Open up your heart and listen. It's all about inner tuition. Angel. God has women's intuition. Open up your heart and listen. It's all about inner tuition. Angel. Party. Someone left the cake house in the rain, but it rains roses. Red, white, yellow, orange, and pink. Paper like petals floated in the evening breeze. So nobody noticed. So it didn't really matter, Mr. Language of life, love, and laughter, and happy ever after. Nevertheless, the Avenger Time stood looking over my right-hand shoulder, talking to me about heroic third participant. Me. Well, I just listened, looked, acted like I understood. Whatever sense I'd have made of it at that instant, at that moment in time, would have done me equally as good. I sat lost in thought, composing an ode to a transcendent saxophone. My memory dressed for the part in an African tie-dye suit, the colors of my old school tie, call it night sky. Had a purple velvet bow tie, and then like, hey, call me, Mr. Nice Guy, me. You wore a black dress and a blue aura as you sat sedately cross-legged at the center of my mind's eye. A jive sambalet fly, a rare Yusuf Lateef flute solo. You swung bolo. Around your feet yapped a little mutt called Toto. and I watched from an upstairs classroom window. Liverpool Collegiate, believe it or leave it. Lattice work, triptych, lead line, diamond, glass, navy blue stars in the sky, night class, mirror from the depths of the past. Vous, mon cher, mais oui, voyez at the bottom of the sea. Well, you did ask. Time flies fast, but why me the mind borrows? While you merely bask, your bewilderment buried like some long-forgotten dream, along with another blues-based graveyard scene, and a picture stolen from another talk-stuff college scenario, like a vision in stereo, and all I could say was, yeah, you know, open up your heart and listen, angel. You sang an aria accompanied by the photograph of a cello. United powers met and the air was mellow. Was you no regret rien? But then again, that was then. But never again, never against my better judgment. For I lost my reputation for good taste. Or was it merely just my taste for good reputation? Graveyard scene in New Orleans, inscribed in the language of a visual placard, I faded and reappeared wearing a sequined harlequin's mask, varying hues, just in time for the masked ball. Enchanted by your spell, but leaving no clues, I merely pretend to be amused by a name that only you would call. You as precious as a piece of antique Afro-Cuban jewelry, and you thought you knew me. But if loaves are pale, then life is a Creole casserole, laced with emeralds and spiced with rubies. And if music truly be the food of love, let me wear its multicolored griot rhythms, as the most sacred ribbons of my holy fool's motley. All you got to do is listen.
Can you hear it? Supergalactic Fragilucious. Test. Got it? Ryan Aguilar, the Beast on the guitar. That's his new name. Remember, the road will still be golden, even when your highest faith in something outside yourself is shattered to pieces. The road will still be golden if your prophet's words prove altered with lies applied to serve the selfishness of our minds. The road will still be golden if aliens descend from the skies and we discover that we are born of their light through their seeds. Will still be golden if and when the nukes begin to fly and electricity becomes a dying dream and a renewed quest for living arrives. The road will still be golden when science and the stars collide with Jesus and the Anunnaki as Nibiru meets the third eye.
We're certain of nothing but our own divinity. Our place is here and now. We are golden, and we are soul, but much more than that. That's where it's at. Breaking through that multi-dimensionality, divinity, infinity. Holy triad, the Trinity. We're bringing it down now. This is our time. Time to rise. It's a benediction, coronation. Divine demonstration, human soul hybrid. That's right, the whole universe is on the edge of their seat. We're expanding this universe from the inner verse, the outer breath of Mother Creation, taking this universe to places it's never been before. That's a real deal. None of this stuff going on in the world stage, or even in these family dramas with friends. Nah, it's all about you. Keep living to your truth, because then the universe reciprocates, and with these energies coming down, it can be a bumpy ride or it can be a big soul-gasm. Yeah, bring in that eclipse and that new moon. Time to bring the bass down, lower the boom.
This is a 528 hertz heart chakra opener, love frequency. I was guided with a little message. Started writing. Okay, there we go. Spiritual gangsta claiming one, dividing self. One complaint at a time. Instead, I'm gonna spew through this little rhyme. Ready? Here we go. Love and light. This is how we fight. Sending out acceptance. Change isn't what we do. Change is what we are. You wanna be a spiritual gangsta? Stop the venom spew. Trump is who we consciously chose. It's who we've got, whether you want to believe it or not. Spiritual gangsta, put your ego aside. Stop whining. Injustice, another illusion, because we are free. Stand with me, us, the one, here to learn how to love all that stand before me. I shall wash your feet. Oneness is the only way we will ever be complete. I'm not judging, brothers and sisters. This is a friendly reminder. Breathe, just be. Allow your heart to lead. You desire change? Change your mind. Feel before your fingers hit the keys. Feel before you speak. Be an example of this love ministry. You sick of hypocrites and posers you claim? Can't be one that makes you just the same. Again, desire change, go silent. Don't speak, send love. Hate is for the weak. Let's take the high road together. We have changed Earth, Gaia forever. Pride in your country, your world, no divide. Pull up your big girl panties, it's time to ride. Soulogy style. Today is a happy day. Praise be to us. Praise Blu-ray. Put love where your mouth is.
Hold on. Test. Hang on. If you're calling Fiona McLennan, hang on a second. Just give me, and don't hang up. I'll answer you in a second. All right. I need to get back to this other one. Boom. Okay, we've got 29 people in the house. We're about to have an open mic. Let me put up a... Hang on, Fiona. Don't hang up. I got a couple things to do, and I got to grab my coffee. All right, so let's do this, right? Let's go and do boom. Boom. What? I don't know what I did. Green. All right, hang on. All right, so let's go open mic, and that's a weird color, but what the hell. Let's move it over here. Let's make it bigger, and that way we can invite people in. Okay, something's not set up right. All right, so yeah, we're gonna have an open mic segment. Let me get all the engineering stuff corrected. We're gonna have an open mic segment. Anyone is welcome to come on, and we'll have a little fun, talk about what's going on, but serious business. And we're here to talk about our experiences and how things are going, because people can teach us this, teach us that, but we're in an age now where we know experience is our only teacher, and the only way that we can really help each other, or really only one of the ways we can help each other, is to convey our experiences to each other. All right, so I'm going to put on some music real quick. I'm going to go grab my coffee. I'll be right back, okay? In fact, I will play this little, no. I'll play this little clip by Fiona's country mate, Zoe Ann Bell. Played it earlier. Be right back.
The erraticness is increasing. Things are getting ripped out from the foundations. I went on the bus, and I swear I felt like I was on a fair ride. So there's definitely an increase of erraticness on the road. So if you are driving on the road, wits about you. Warrior, ninja, you're in a video game, the intensity has increased, and yeah, there's a lot of not very aware people behind the wheel out there. So hold on tight, ride the wave like a badass bitch.
Is a narrative that there are white hats in the government, that there are benevolent beings that are working.
Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see what we got here. We got 29 people in the house. Our numbers have dropped a little bit running some of those videos. I'm just trying to figure out what people like, what people gravitate to, but I think some of it, and also testing the, when we run it 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, see what happens, see what kind of information, what kind of attendance we get, or participation, or engagement. I'm committed to it. I want to put as many people out on this platform as possible. That's always been the name of the game. Fiona's calling in, anybody else that would like to come on into the studio and have a conversation about your experiences, and just let us know, what's going on with you. If we don't know you at all, maybe get into your story a little bit, but mostly to develop a roundtable type of discussion. So we'd like to get, Fiona in here and 2 or 3, 4 other people. So if you'd like to come on, it's in the YouTube live chat. You'll see a guest eCam live link. Just click that, or you'll see it on my page on Facebook. You shouldn't have to scroll too much. I just put them both up. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in our friend Fiona McLennan from Australia. I hadn't seen her in a while. There's 2 of them here, so I'm not sure which one it is. But we'll try this one first. It's not that one.
Hello.
Hello?
I can hear you. Hello, I can hear you.
Do you have 2 devices? Oh, wait a minute. It just went away.
Oh, no. I may have just... Oh, no.
So, yeah.
we...
Oh, shoot. We got to...
Do you have... Now it says... Yeah, go on.
Do you have 2 devices?
I think I might have tried, so I'm going to take that one off.
Okay, test. No,
is that better?
No, there's still a... No. Try calling back on the other one. Hang this one. Hey, test. Oh, wait a minute.
Hello?
It's fixed.
Am I here?
It's fixed, yeah. We can't see your face, but we can hear you, so that's all good. So,
Well, you don't really need to see my face. I'm going to just click this and see what happens when... And now can you see my face?
No, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. There's another Fiona. Is that you calling in again?
Oh, I don't know. It could be. I got really confused about the whole thing.
Okay, don't worry about it. We're good. So what's happening?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, let's get right on it. What's going on with you? What's been happening? What's going on? How's the energy treating you? Everything's just hunky-dory, right? And by the way, anybody else wants to come in, this is an open mic, and just click the link and come join. There's another. Fiona, you're calling us again?
No, I'm so not. I don't know what's happening.
Maybe it's a different Fiona. Sorry about that.
Now it says...
No, it's another... Oh, there's one. There's a Fiona. We have a shadow Fiona. We have a shadow Fiona, and we have a real Fiona.
So how do I get rid of the shadow Fiona?
You know what? It's working fine. So, it's the black space in the middle. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but it's the black space.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Oh, wait. No, that's... Yeah, you
here,
I'll just get rid of this one. Boom. There we go. We're good. I got rid of it. Hello? Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Man, your hair grows fast. I hope mine gets through falling out that it'll grow that fast.
Yeah, mine's a weed. But then we haven't spoken for a really long time.
Yeah, but still, you shaved your head, what, 2 years ago, year and a half? That's a lot.
I've shaved my head since then. I've shaved my head again since then. It grows like a weed. It really does. Yeah.
Mine used to. It doesn't anymore. So what's happening? Tell me what's going on. I mean, you look good. You look fresh. You still traveling around Australia, or did you finally... And I think last time I talked to you, you kind of got rooted somewhere.
Well, I think we were rooted on the other side of Australia on the east coast last time we talked, maybe.
Yeah,
and now we're up in the Kimberley. Now we're living where I travelled for so long, up in the Kimberley, so the very remote northwest corner of Australia, where you've got about one person per 10 hectares of land.
Where do you
and we've got
1,000
kilometres east, north, south between us and the next town. And on the other side, it's just 100 kilometres to the ocean.
That's like 800. That's like 1,000 kilometres. That's going to be like, like 800 miles, 700, 800 miles. Each direction to the nearest town. So how many people live in your area?
I think there might be about 5,000 in my town, but I don't really know. And I don't know if that thing I said about one person per 10 hectares, I just made that up. I got no idea if that's true.
Okay. So
the point is, there's very few people and a lot of land. And I think that the other point is, for me personally, there's a really high level of Indigenous, you could say Indigenous people living in unbroken lineage for 80,000 years who are on their country. But then again, that's actually not true either, because of the stolen generation and so many people being moved off their country. But there is a high level of, I mean, that's kind of what they did in Australia, killed most people and then moved everyone else up the top end where everyone could forget. So I love being here because it is very real and quite brutal. In a lot of ways, the land's very raw and remote, and, you know, and the situation can be, in some people's eyes, quite brutal. But I prefer, that's why I got so happy when I first heard about the pandemic, because it kind of felt like, oh, yay, I'm not going to be alone anymore. Everyone's going to work out, like, this is crumbling now. This is the thing that's going to crumble the system. This is going to crumble the illusion to a certain degree. And I even found that with the virus itself, in my experience with it, crumbling of personal illusions within that journey. So I'm a bit that way, that I would prefer the brutal truth on the table, obvious and seen by all, than the experience of it swept under the table while everyone pretends everything's all right. And if there's one thing this pandemic did, nobody can pretend everything's all right anymore. There was no, you know, sort of, oh, everything's fine and we're just going along in this crazy, sick, deluded system and it's all fine. So, yeah, that wasn't what I expected to say, but there you have it. That's what I said.
Well, you said a lot. And so you when you were referring to the plural there, is that you and your son, or was there some other people?
Me and my son.
Okay. Yeah.
Me and my son. And we just went down south to family for the birth of my 7th grandchild.
Golly.
Ava.
I'm much older than you.
Yeah.
And you've already got 7? Jeez.
You got to get with the program. I didn't have any of them. That's the glory of grandchildren.
No kidding, right? No kidding.
I didn't actually have to birth any of them. Well, that's not even true either, because I love birthing children, but that's never going to happen again. And I really was impacted by the higher level of population and the higher level of white noise of thinking and stress and of other people, you know, that was down there. And it's not even that heavily populated down there.
So,
but go on.
Yeah, so living in this remote location, we had a sister on yesterday, yeah, and Jen Lynn, my friend, that lives in like a communal 50 acres, okay, and yeah, she was just talking to us about her life. You know, they're very holistic. They grow their own stuff. They got over 100 animals. Everybody's working from sun up to sundown, basically. They're kind of in their own little fishbowl. They don't go to town, maybe 10 days, every 2 weeks, a lot of bartering. But everybody, and not everybody's the same. They're not like, oh, we're all light workers and we're all, you know, it's everybody's got their own identity. There's all the dynamics that you would normally think you'd have. So she was telling us, you know, her own version of going through what every one of us is going through, what brought us together, why we do so, whatever you want to call it. I'm just wondering, like, being in such a remote location, is that, first of all, are you and your son, so to speak, like kind of insulated from the bullshit and more tapped into the real shit? And also, if you could extrapolate that, in that area of the 5,000 some odd people, what's the overall vibration of that? Because I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit different you know, because of where it's located. It's a lot different to say, oh, I'm in a remote part of America, and there's a lot of them. But when you talk about northwestern Australia, that's pretty remote. I mean, that's truly the outback. I mean, really. So yeah, what's your take on that? What's your perspective?
Can you remind me what the first question was?
Well, like in your circle,
are we
right.
insulated? Yeah.
Well,
that's what
I
the
mean,
first question was. Is there a sense of insulation?
Yeah. Do you are well? Obviously, I guess that's kind of an obvious thing. But I mean, like, and then on the other side of that, do you feel like you are more tapped in because of where you are? And these kids are incredible. I'd love to know, you know, what's happening with him. But yeah, go ahead, just freestyle it.
So, energetically, 100%. Energetically, being so remote from what I called the white noise, that the denser the population on the less land, the denser the population, the more there is the white noise, I call it, of people thinking. And a lot of the thinking that's going on at the moment is really, I don't even like the word negative, but is intense and contracted and sorrowful and scared and overwhelmed and discombobulated. A lot of the thinking that's going on in the general population has that quality to it, and that's quite dense when I'm down there. You know, I just feel that.
Okay, so when you're saying down, I missed that. So when you're saying down there, you're talking about this place where there's like 5,000 people, or the biggest hub.
No. Well, no. I'm talking about when I just went down south.
Okay.
Which is, even by any comparative standards, is not very populated, the southwest of Australia, but so much more populated than up here.
Like Perth.
I just found that. Yeah, Perth and Margaret River and all that stuff.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I was really impacted by the density of the mental traffic, the mental white noise of what people are thinking to themselves, you know, and that felt really dense and full on. So there is an insulation just on that pure energetic level. There's just less of those streams of energy that we all put out with our thinking, right? And our feeling as well, because, you know, my work's the nervous system. So again, my nervous system, I was really surprised and enjoyed seeing that becoming, you know, more every day a product of my own work and my own nervous system regulation. I was really, you know, surprised to see, although I felt it and it impacted me, it didn't destabilize me. And I was able to hold. And then you've got the general population down there, but then there's my family. And my family, my daughters and grandchildren, are in what normal cultural functioning would say pretty traumatic situations. And I don't really see it that way, because I know the deepest, darkest trauma, underworld stuff I've walked has made me who I am. It is a reflection of my light, and I wouldn't change a thing. And so then I also have to say to myself, though it's quite hard, that whatever underworld paths my children and grandchildren might be walking at the moment, that's going to be vital ingredients of the soup that is their being, you know. So yeah, go on.
No, I was just saying, of course. I'm listening.
Yeah. So that's been really useful because it is hard. But yeah, I was really amazed to actually see the product of having more regulation on board, my own nervous system increasing every day, all the time. It's a life journey. How much more I cannot destabilize in the face of intensity.
So
intensity. Go on.
Okay, so like where you live, what's the biggest town? I mean, you said there's not any real town for 700, 800 miles or 1,000 kilometers each direction, but is there like...
So we've got Darwin.
Oh,
Darwin's about that far in north,
yeah,
and
but
Broome is
around,
about that far.
but where you're at, is there any village or is there any town? Do you live on a farm?
Yeah, we're called Kununurra. We're
Kununurra.
called Kununurra, and Broome is about 1,000 kilometres south, and Darwin is about 1,000 kilometres north.
And is what I can't name that Kumanara, whatever it is. Is that a town? How many people are in that town? I realize there are going to be a lot of people around in the rural areas because it's mostly rural, but how big is that place?
No, it's in Kununurra I think there's about 5,000. I'm not very details oriented, but you know, it is a town. And that was your second question that you asked about the frequency. It's so interesting, and I love it because it is an intense frequency of dark and light, like absolute both at the same time. There's the brutality of the transgenerational trauma living out for Indigenous people here. There's the racism that is not under the table here. It's really, really interesting. It is on the table. People wouldn't believe it. The things that get said in community notice boards or that, in fact, in this area, maybe not our town so much, but there are places in the Northern Territory that won't serve or allow in Aboriginal people. Now, you tell people that from down south, they don't believe you. They're just like, that can't be true. That's illegal. And it's like, yes, it is.
It sounds like the old. It sounds like the old South in the late 50s, early 60s.
It's kind of is, and it's kind of, but it's really real, and that's what I love about it.
What do you mean?
It's very, very real. No, well, what I mean is that
so in other words,
in a lot of
so in other words, even though it's extreme. There's less hidden, even though it may not be right. It's more open. It's unchallenged.
True.
I mean, does it mean like it's
true
utopia? Yeah.
See, I think that when I go down, one thing I notice is it's very, very white, for want of a better word. Like we all know, there's all sorts of cultures. But down south, where I went for 6 weeks recently, I was really struck by there's no Aboriginal people, right? And I'm so used to up here, my son's school, he's a minority. It's 70%, not just Aboriginal, but strong Kimberley, full-on Aboriginal, you know?
That's
and
very cool.
So I just find that down there, for instance, really good people, I don't want to denigrate them at all, but really good people would believe and say, for instance, not believe that there are places in Australia that won't serve Aboriginal people. They wouldn't believe that you could get away on community notice boards saying the things that get set up here. And so therefore they're in more of the illusion and they're not in the reality of this country. I prefer and am more at peace now that I've dealt with my bleeding heart. This is not a place to have a bleeding heart. That's not this, you know, this is a place to have a wide open big heart, but it's not a place to have a bleeding heart. And I prefer that truth than the illusion of I'm not a racist, or this is not a racist country, or we've moved on from that, or racism is not real, or all of that stuff, you know?
Well, you know,
and there's a real narrative going on about that right now across the world. There's a real narrative around that.
Yeah.
And it's just true. And you're not a bad person because you were entrenched and conditioned into racism. You didn't ask to be born.
I mean, but really when you think about it, it's really just it really and truly is maybe a more obvious but it's just essentially a microcosm of the whole thing, because we're a bunch of empaths. Some of us know that we are, and some are going to find out, and we're all bleeding hearts, you know, and we're in a bunch of, because I mean, really, I mean, I find that I get it. I didn't know what the answer would be, when you said what that environment would be like, but it makes sense. It hasn't.
Well, hang on, let me finish, because there's an important second half of that frequency. So the second half of that frequency which is much easier to transmit than it is to linguistically describe.
Okay.
Second half of that frequency is the land. And this living ancient land and the culture. We're heading to the wet season. Okay. I've never lived so, I can't think of the word, because it's not like controlled by the weather, though it kind of is.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, the wet season, for instance, we don't have winter up here.
Okay.
We only have the wet season and the dry season and the build-up. So the dry season is normal Australia's winter. So up here, we're like between 30 and 40 all winter degrees in the day, so that's our pool time.
Right.
That's when all the tourists come, all the visitors come, come the wet season, you can't be here if you don't live here, pretty much, because that's all summer. We just have monsoon rains. You get flooded in. People are not going to backpack up here because they might not get out of here. There's places, communities that only travel by plane in the wet season because they can't get through by car.
Good God.
Further up than we. So we just have the wet and the dry, and then there's the build up, which is what we're in right now. We're just heading into, and that's where for about 2 months, that feeling, the lightnings, we've got the highest level of lightning strikes in the world here in Kununurra, and the lightning is like nothing you have ever seen in your life. It's like a dance party in the sky that just goes on and on and on, and you live in that moment before the sky empties for 2 months, and it never does before the rains hit. So that's why it's called the build-up, because the intensity of that very moment just before a storm just lets itself go, we stay in that for about 2 months. Thunder, lightning, massive, heavy black clouds, but it doesn't rain.
Wow, that's trippy.
And it's just the most extraordinary, energetic. Now that was traditionally law time, LORE, up here, and so I basically didn't leave the house for most of that because I was acclimatizing to the heat, and I'm not real great with heat.
Right.
And I could barely leave the aircon. You would step outside of your door at 2 a.m. and it was literally like stepping into a sauna. 40 degrees, 115% humidity is just crazy.
That's insane.
And I've acclimatized.
So let me ask you this, like being out there now, do you go out in nature a lot? Or are you in the town and kind of stay in the town?
It's funny that I'm up here and I go out I definitely go out far less in nature up here, which is bizarre, than I did down south in the ocean, because I can't move much without dissolving in a pile of sweat. We have an outdoor kitchen here where we live, amazing, incredible building, whatever. Outdoor, our indoor living space is probably about the size of a large lounge room. And we have outdoor living couches and kitchen, But the way that it's designed, even in the monsoon rains, the kitchen doesn't get wet. It's crazy, and I love it. But come the intensity of the build-up, the end of the build-up, I can barely step outside to cook quickly before I run back in and lie in the aircon for like 10 minutes,
Jesus.
pouring with sweat. And it's so intense. So on the same, because the things that I said before about the brutality and the trauma and the youth crime, and we've also got the highest rate of youth suicide in the world here.
I wonder why
it's
that
intense.
is. Well, in the U.S., Seattle has the highest suicide rate, and if you know anything about Seattle, Puget Sound, it has like I think it's weather based. It's very gray. Puget Sound, I think, is like a peninsula kind of thing. But anyway, whatever the situation is with the geography and all that, it has like this overcast thing going on, and I wonder why. Do you think it's weather related?
I think it's partly weather related, but it's transgenerational trauma from past genocide and massacre.
True. Yeah. I forgot what the demographics were. There's a lag.
Yeah, the demographics. I don't like to say it that way, but we are talking about.
Well, I know. When I was pondering that, I wasn't thinking about. Well, you had told me that it was 70% or whatever the case was. So yeah, that's pretty deep.
I'd be interested in the statistics of when last time a non-Indigenous person committed suicide up here. But it's also very collective because everyone's so interconnected, right? Well, and so despite the trauma and the domestic violence and all the stuff that comes with serious transgenerational trauma from not only genocide, but also the removal of children. That's the really big one, the removal of children, the mass removal of children back in the day that was done en masse.
What was done?
But then also the removal of people off their country, which was also a form of genocide. So there's 3 levels. There was actually killing people, massacres and poisoning. And then there's removing children, which is a form of genocide, a very effective form of genocide. And then there's taking people off their country and making different nations all live together, nightmare, that still has echoes now in current day. So a lot of it is that, and, a large percentage of it is that. It's that. And so, but at the exact same time, these kids up here and again, I think that it comes from no matter what's going on in their homes or their communities, living on country for everybody the way that we do, like you were asking about going out in nature, it's almost like you don't, it's partly you can't because often it's just too hot. Then come the dry season when you can get out there, well, all the gorges and waterfalls are dry, right? So it's in the wet season that the magnificent waterfalls and gorges and incredible stuff's going on. But in the dry season when I personally, and I'm, my car's really old. I can't take him off road much, and it's off road you need to go.
No, I was just wondering.
To get to the really cool places.
There's a bit of a lag. I'm not trying to interrupt you. So, I was really wondering, because of the environment, and you've already explained a lot of this, and I've seen, and felt places like you're talking about. Because of course, there's a parallel with the indigenous, the Native American Indian. But I was wondering, I was wondering because I've talked to, James Greenshield's a friend of mine, and he goes out to the country or whatever you call it, outback, and goes and fast, and and he's got a very good relationship with the land, and I know a lot of people over there do, but I know Australia is a very special place. I feel like it's where my soul came in For some reason, I just know that. I don't even. Maybe that was the only continent. Maybe it was the center of the continent. Who knows? But the land up there, because it's so remote, it has had a different history. Obviously, what you're talking about is a very major impact on that field of consciousness. It makes me just almost really be in awe.
It's magic.
Well, be in awe of the souls that have chosen to play these roles in such a place, which must, again, has almost a primordial feel to it. But do you pick up, like, from a psychically speaking standpoint, or paranormal or otherwise kind of standpoint, nature beings, whatever, inner earth, whatever it is, do you see any type of difference? Something that's unique there, something that differentiates it from other places you've been? Because I know you've been a lot of places, and Australia's a big country.
Well, the crocodiles for a start. And that's a really interesting thing for me, because I'm such a...
Wait a minute. So I knew there was crocodiles in the Northeast, but you're in the Northwest. Okay, so do you... Because I've heard from what I understand, there's a big difference between crocodiles and alligators, and from what I understand, I've watched some stuff on that. Crocodiles are literally man-eaters. Like, they will hunt you. They will watch you.
And not only that, they're incredibly intelligent.
Oh, look, they've been around. They're dinosaurs.
They will stalk people for days.
That's what I'm talking about.
Watching them come to the same.
Yes,
yeah,
I was watching this thing, and it was it was an area, and it wasn't in Australia, but anyway, it was an area where there was a lot of alligators, and people lived there, and they were talking about how a crocodile will watch what you do every day, and weeks can go by until, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy, man. So do you actually see crocs?
And that's why, I don't do the water up here. I feel, look at me, I'm dropping smoothie all over my clothes. But I don't do water with crocodiles in it. Crocodiles make sharks look like little lambs.
Why would anybody swim in waters where there's crocodiles? That's crazy.
I do not know.
That's insane.
But I don't. But meanwhile, I have a very deep astral relationship with crocodiles, and they have, so when I'm, whatever you want to call it, when I don't have a word for it, but you're awake and you're in dreamscape, but you're awake. And I travel with these crocodiles, and they just make, and we lie on the beach, and the minute they appear, I feel so safe, right? Because it's like, and it's about tapping into that excruciating tenderness in the darkness, right? And people think the darkness is the bad stuff, and the darkness is not the bad stuff. The darkness is the fertile, beautiful, reflection of the light, and the light without the darkness is, well, that's spiritual bypassing or whatever, and the darkness without the light is cold and gone, but together. And so when I travel with crocodiles, and I'll be like lying on the beach, and again, I'm not talking literally, although I am, but this is not this realm experience. But it would be easy because it's so real for me for people to get confused who don't hear that. But I'm lying on the beach, and they come, and it's like it's a tiny bit. I feel so safe because no one's going to fuck with you when you've got your crocodile buddies with you. But same way I feel about a lion, that is also a totem for me, for want of a better word, and I hesitate to use that word, but whatever, a friend to me. It's that. So there's a little bit of that, but it's not really that. It's about something about me internally that I can just be so, it's like everything drops away the illusion, any shreds of illusion I didn't even know were there, are just so gratefully fall off me like silk garments, and I'm just there, and I just feel so safe and so authentic. I can't even describe it, and I feel like I can be so vulnerable,
right?
Which I inhabit vulnerability, which kind of makes sense with crocodiles, but in another way you'd think that's the last place you want to be vulnerable. But that's why, I guess, I just feel this.
That's wild.
Incredible vulnerability.
I've talked to a lot of people, obviously, but I've heard a lot of things, and like I'm still fascinated by this lady that gets visited by a unicorn in her room every day. And makes no bones about it. It's crazy. And, just different things, people, different animal totems or different, whatever the case is. But I've never heard anyone talk about the crocodile. But I have a feeling that it is a big part of our lineage. If you look at Egypt, and some of the other older civilizations, you have these, these hybrids, I guess. I don't know how you should put it, the dog faces and you have. I've even had dimensional experiences inside, I guess it was a pyramid or a structure or a temple, more than once, maybe twice, maybe at the most 3 times, where in the space I was in, whatever was going on, there were like humanoids with crocodile heads, against the wall, like they were like the guards or something. You know what I mean? So I would imagine.
Yeah, that's a total Egypt thing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the dinosaurs, right? They're one of the most ancient animals that still lives. Though they're like these ancient reptiles, and I can totally sense that our time is ending. But my God, I could go off on a tangent of that. But I think that it's interesting that in that reality that I inhabit and travel with, which is the realm of the imagination, which is not imaginary at all.
No, it's not.
That I feel that I feel so able to be, and I've never quite put it that way. So thank you for that, to understand that what I'm inhabiting is the pure power of vulnerability, the pure power of divesting yourself of everything, and you're in pure vulnerability. And interestingly, in real life, there's no way. I have way too much respect for those guys to ever be getting in the water up here. There is one particular place further down I've gone in the ocean, but very quickly and not very far out.
From what I heard, I wouldn't even go in the... From what I heard, I wouldn't even go in the ocean. Because I saw they actually go swim in the salt water, man. That's like crazy. In fact, I saw this one video.
The big ones are the salt water.
The big ones, okay.
That's the big scary ones. They're the saltwater ones.
Yeah, because there was God, what was this? It was a bunch of people, not like a whole beach full, but I mean there was like a dozen people, and there was one of them was in the water. And you just see this giant thing, man. It must have been like, I don't know, what would it be? Like maybe 4 meters, maybe even 5 meters. I don't know, but this thing was huge.
They're enormous. Some of them are enormous.
It would give a great white shark a run for its money. Hey, it was good seeing you. Our goal today has been to surpass our previous record, which we're now moving it to 5 hours, 53 minutes. And I'm gonna hang out for a little bit longer. It's 9:39 over here. I have my pillow and my mattress. I'm gonna sleep here and work. But I might jump back on later. But yeah, it was really good seeing you. And
let me just say, Todd, I am so. Oh, I do feel proud of you, although that feels like a really weird thing to say. But I just feel so. We've been on this journey, in and out. I may not be here all the time, but I'm always dropping out. This journey, you and Morgan, and I was there at the beginning of you and Morgan, and I'm just so it does feel like feeling proud of you, but I'm just so happy for you about your recent, probably definite oversharing, and you probably shouldn't talk about that so much anymore.
No,
But I was there
there
when you were oversharing, and I'm so excited for what's to come. And I'm just, it's just great. And I'm just reminded that, in my journey, and as I watched your journey and Morgan's and all of our journeys, that, you can go through that thing where you're like, oh, there was that opportunity and I didn't manifest it, or there was this thing. And then when the time comes, none of those times were the right time. And that's why it never happened then. And now is the time. And even if this time didn't happen, that would just whatever, And I'm just,
I'd be pretty surprised if it didn't.
For what you're describing.
But you're right, and that's right. You always have to stay open to everything. You can't just stay open to the things that you're okay with, But I wouldn't have mentioned it today. I didn't intend to go that long on it, but I mean, it would be something
it's
kind
exciting.
Yeah, it would be something kind of out of left field if it didn't go down. I wouldn't have mentioned it if I thought, and I could be wrong. That's right. You got to be open, but it is going to be exciting to be able to be in north western Australia and click a Soulogy icon and watch different channels that are running 24 hours a day and message with your friends and be in an environment where you can, you don't have to go to YouTube, you don't have to go to Facebook. You can, but I'm just saying they're separate sites. They're all in one, and it's all like-minded people. And I'm real excited, most of all, because I started downloading this in 2014 and then again in 2018.
I remember.
Yeah, the 2018 part was
I remember that too.
Yeah, the 5D commerce thing. And I watch this thing from time to time when they show me movies, and it's like it's all based on energy with everybody in equilibrium, which means that the whole money thing has lost its power, right? Like it's no longer about money, it's about energy and sharing. And I watch let's just say, for lack of a better word, the financial repercussions of this. But the whole idea is based on sharing, and it's just, I saw it. It was like it's like a toroidal field. It just keeps like going. It never stops.
Can I say really quickly before we go?
Mm-hmm.
Because money was the topic I was discussing. There are 2 books I want to suggest to you and to watchers. One is called Money Can Heal, and it's by Siegfried Feinstadt. Absolutely really exciting book to read. The other one is called Happy Money, and it's by Ken Honda, and it's a Zen Buddhist through the Japanese culture approach to money. And one of the things that I posted that just sung and is so simple, quote from that book, is that there is a flow of either unhappy money or happy money in your life. The difference between unhappy and happy has nothing to do with how much money you've got. It has to do with your relationship to giving and receiving, which means if you pay your electricity bill with an angry, I can't pay for this, whatever, that's unhappy money. If you receive $10,000 from a place, from an interaction or transaction where you weren't in full integrity, that's unhappy money. If you can pay your bills with the joy that you're able to, if you can, always give your money and receive your money in happy money, that was sort of the basis of the book. And I loved that idea. And I think that what's happened on this planet is there has been such a mass unhappy money vibe that has, and what we need to start doing is being happy and giving and receiving money from a place of happy, and then more happy money moves in momentum around the world.
Yeah,
and money. And I feel like that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, and you could apply that to anything. You could apply that to anything. Well, best to you, all blessings to you and your beautiful son.
Yeah, I'm going to go blah, 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 blah. Just keep talking. I'll keep talking even when you cut me off.
There's a lag. There's a lag. But yeah, all blessings to you and your son, and thank you for coming in and being patient with me while I was doing what I had to do while you were calling. I didn't think about people calling after.
I didn't even know what I was doing, so I didn't even know if it was going to work, but I had a feeling, so I sort of stayed with it.
That intuition served you.
Okay.
Love you. You take care.
Here we are. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Love you.
Fiona McLennan from northwestern Australia, living out in the boondocks. She's probably been on the show 12 times in the early years. It's pretty cool to run into people that you collaborated with before, and I've said this before too. Like I'm sure people see it in me. You see people, and a bit later you see them again, and people grow. We all grow. We're all growing, and we're all growing up. I'm gonna try to keep doing this. It's therapeutic for me. Don't really have much else to do. But even if I did, I'd still do this. I might just take a few more breaks. I just don't have the, ability to do that. Go places. It takes funny. What did she say? Happy money. But I just want to say again, I appreciate. We appreciate. The continued love and support and contributions. That's the only way we can do this. Sometimes it gets pretty skinny, and sometimes there's a little bit more of a cushion. One of the things that I'm very sensitive to is abundance, and my personal role, which is just my own contribution to the world, and how to play with that vibration and be in equilibrium with it. So, I don't talk about it a lot. I really don't. The community's been very good to Soulogy, and I feel like it's an equal energy exchange, or in the process, or on that trajectory. So, so I just want to say that again. Thank you for the support. I like to tell this story. I think there's a person. I'll tell you the truth. I don't think she'll mind. I hope she doesn't, because I have said it before. Doreen Kinney is the most. She's made more contributions to Soulogy than any other person. And I always tell her it's not the amount, because she would say, I wish I could send more, but like $5.55 and $7.77. And, it's not about the amount of money. It's about the energy behind it. It's about, you know what I mean? And that's what Fiona was talking about. And we can apply that to everything. So let's go easy on ourselves, and let's go easy on each other. We're all going through the same thing. We've all been subjected to the same level of conditioning. There's nobody to blame. There's nobody to shame. There's nobody to point fingers at. We've all been through the same thing. Everything that we see as a sin, everything that we see as a deficiency in our past, whatever you want to call it, has been a result of this divine orchestration of creating this part of this journey, this end of the road of this journey, this prophesized time. It's all been created by us, and all the things that came from it. There's just no one to blame. It's no longer to take anything personal. Just try to do the best we can. So anyway, I'm going to take a break, take a walk, and maybe drink some water. And either I'm going to come back on here, or not come back to my desk, and we've been broadcasting 6 hours and 2 minutes. I'm going to come back here and either do some editing or some other stuff that I need to do, or I'll just turn this damn thing back on, and I'll just stay up with you. So anyway, thank you everybody, and see you later. Maybe see you tonight, a little bit later for a midnight show, or see you tomorrow. We've got 2 shows tomorrow, Soul Speaks 5D. They're both going to be excellent, and this programming resonates with you. Please consider supporting us with a contribution, and I'll see you later. Peace out.